This is session 1 of your traffic generation and SEO training. This is the 24-hour traffic plan where you're going to discover how to drive traffic within 24 hours to your website. So inside the 24-hour traffic plan, the very first step that you need to do is choose a targeted buyer keyword phrase. And so what you do is I use the Google AdWords keyword tool, and I'm going to show you that in the next video, where we basically go through and step by step help you identify a keyword phrase inside of your niche that people are looking for. Now, if you own a small business and maybe you are a chiropractor in Tulsa, Oklahoma, for example, your targeted keyword phrase would be Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, or it might be Tulsa chiropractors or something of that nature, because that's what people are most likely going to look for to find your business. If you are selling weight loss information, your targeted keyword is not going to be a narrow keyword like weight loss. It's going to be a focus keyword. So it might be something like weight loss diet information, because if they're typing in that kind of keyword phrase, there's not as many searches, but they're a very targeted buyer. Like if somebody's typing in weight loss diet information, they want to buy information. They want to find information on weight loss diet, so they might buy information if you offer. They might opt into your list. And let's say that you are let's just say you are a lawyer in Chicago, Illinois. Your targeted keyword phrase would be Chicago, Illinois lawyer, or it's you happen to be a church in Stillwater, Oklahoma. It might be Stillwater, Oklahoma church, churches, Oklahoma, churches, Stillwater, Stillwater churches. That would be your targeted keyword phrase. And so the main focus here is to narrow down on a targeted buyer keyword phrase that's related to your niche. And I'm going to show you on the screen how to do that, but you can use the AdWords keyword tool. It's AdWords, AdWords keyword tool, and you just type in the root domain name. So for example, you are like a business in Tulsa, Oklahoma, you might say Tulsa chiropractors, and see what kind of keyword options come up that way. And so that's the first step, because once you have this keyword, this is the keyword that you're going to target in this 24-hour plan, and you want it to be a keyword that has some search volume. And the AdWords keyword tool will identify different keyword phrases that have search volume, so you see ones that can potentially drive you traffic. And keep in mind as you go through the steps and this process that you can implement this as many times as you want on the same website and get great results. So you can keep going through this step for a different focus keyword phrase, for example. So the first step, after you've identified the keyword phrase, the very next step is to go ahead and submit your website to social bookmarking websites using www.onlywire.com and www.socialmarking.com. Now, what's onlywire.com and socialmarking.com is those are places that have information and links to websites where you can access social bookmarking websites. Now, social bookmarking site, if you're not aware, is a site basically that's set up with the sole purpose of allowing people to share links with each other. And people will go to social bookmarking sites and they will share stories and say, I like this story, so I'm gonna submit it to this site and see if other people like it. And sites like dig.com, reddit.com, mix.com, those are huge social bookmarking type websites that people are using. It's social bookmarking because there's a large audience of people using it. Well, these traffics are high authority sites. They have tons of traffic, and the search engines will actually rank the individual bookmarked pages, meaning that if you submit a link on there, it will actually submit your link on an internal page. And so that's what the power of social bookmarking websites is. And using a tool called onlywire.com, it will automatically submit your website to about 20 social bookmarking websites at one time. And so I'm going to show you how to set up that account at onlywire.com in an upcoming video here. And the same thing, socialmarketing.com, it's similar to OnlyWire. OnlyWire does it automatically. Social marketing kind of helps automate the process, though, to where it gives you a list of an additional set of social bookmarking websites to consider, of quite a bit more than the 20 OnlyWire covers. So you find more sites that you could submit your business to, and it will actually bring up a list where if you just click on the name of the website, and it will actually pre-fill the forms for the social bookmarking. And because when you're doing social bookmarking, the forms typically will ask for the title of the story, which is going to be your main keyword phrase. So that's very important. When I say submit it, you want to submit your main keyword phrase in the title. Next, you want to have your description, and inside the description you want to try to incorporate your keyword phrase where it makes sense, and put a 1 or 2 sentence that entices people to go to your website or offer. So as an example here, we're just going to stick with the Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors example. If you were to say, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, and you were going to use that as your keyword phrase, so you would create a story called Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors. If that was your website, that's what you would submit, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, and you would say, get your spine aligned with this powerful, with this recognized Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor, as an example. And so that's what how you're going to submit to these social sites. And then they ask, usually after you've done your title and your description, they'll ask for a link. So you just plug in your link, and then if they ask for tags, it will plug in the tags. Well, the great thing with these two tools is they will automate this process. Now, the first time you do this, I'm going to warn you, it will take some time because you have to go in and set up these accounts. There's about 20 social bookmarking sites with onlywire.com that you'll want to set up, and there's like 50 or so sites with social marketing. Now, you don't need to set up all the accounts with socialmarketing.com if you don't want to, but you will want to at least set up the ones on OnlyWire, because that one will automatically do the submissions, and I'll show you how to utilize that, because that's a very powerful tool. And so in this step, once you've chosen your targeted buyer keyword phrase, and obviously you have your website ready to go so it can get traffic, you are going to go to onlywire.com, and after you've set up your account, you will go ahead and bookmark your site, at least all the sites on onlywire.com. That'll get you out there to about 15 to 20 or so websites on high traffic sites, and that's going to start the ball rolling and getting you some traffic. And that's also going to help the search engines possibly go and see if you change things on your site, or sometimes it will help them pick up your site if it's brand new, using this step alone, and that will help you get your site indexed faster, which means it comes up faster and higher in the search engines. The next thing you're going to do is ping your website using pingomatic.com. So you're going to go to www.pingomatic.com, and it's going to ask you to insert your blog. And if you're actually doing just a standard HTML website, it would just be your main URL. So if it's just a squeeze page, for example, it would just be your main URL that you are sending them to. And for those who aren't aware, squeeze page is a form where you have it set up to squeeze information out of people. So you're gathering names and emails, and that's an important strategy. Let's say again that you have a physical, an offline business or even an online business. You set up your website. You're going to go to www.pingomatic.com, and you will just follow their little basic steps, fill in their form, put in your URL where it says blog information, and then you're off to the races. Now, you can skip this step if you are actually using WordPress, because by default WordPress will do a ping to Pingomatic. And what Pingomatic does is it helps the search engines pick up all of the pages of help search engine pick up your site and help start the process of picking up pages of content within your website. And so that's important because you want your site to be found within the search engines, and pinging will help do that sometimes. And it also just kind of helps notify other directories that you have done something with your blog, and potentially you can get some traffic that way. But at least the most important factor I've seen is that it can assist in getting your site indexed. The next thing you're going to do is go to www.blogger.com, and you're going to create a blog and link to your website inside the first post on that blog. So for this step, you go to blogger.com and you set up your account, and to set up your account you just use your Google account information. And so you're just going to go ahead and set up your blogger.com account. If you already have Google Analytics, Google AdSense, Google AdWords, Google Gmail, any kind of Google account, you already have what you need to sign up for blogger.com. And if you don't, you can just set up your own Google account, and they will step you through the process of getting set up with Blogger. And so once you're set up, you just follow the instructions to get your blog set up. And again, we're going to have a video showing you how to set this up properly. But during that process, you're going to be asked to name your blog. And it's very important that you name your Blogger blog the main keyword phrase, in the .blogspot.com, because that's how it's going to come up. It's going to ask you for what name you want to use. So for this example, I would use Tulsa, Oklahoma Chiropractors .blogspot.com, because Tulsa, Oklahoma Chiropractors is my main keyword phrase. So it'd be Tulsa, Oklahoma Chiropractors, all run together, .blogspot.com, and you'll see that on that form when you're filling it out. Now, in the title of your blog, you obviously again use your keyword phrase where it's going to ask you to name your blog or title your blog. You put in your main keyword phrase there, and what that's going to accomplish for you is, it's get your keyword phrase in the right spot so the search engines can pick up your Blogger blog, and it also helps basically tell the search engines that the content on that site is going to be relevant for that topic, and that will not only help that site come up in the search engines, but it also is going to help give that link that you're going to be sending to your website, because inside that first post on your Blogger blog, which all it needs to be is a short article of about 250 words talking about your niche, your keyword phrase. So obviously if you're a chiropractor, you might tell a little bit story about Tulsa, Oklahoma Chiropractors. If you are a lawyer in Chicago, you might write some information about being a lawyer in Chicago, and whatever the case might be, you can put that information in your first post. And inside that first post, you want to send a link over to your website inside that blogger.com blog post. Now the next thing you're going to do is, once you've created your first blogger.com blog post, you're going to open up the Blogger blog after you reviewed it and make sure everything looks good. You're going to go ahead and look at the bottom of your Blogger blog for something called Post Atom, and it's called Posts Atom, and you're actually going to click on that, and it's going to bring up what's called an RSS feed. Now RSS stands for Real Simple Syndication, and it's just basically a way for you to syndicate your content out there to a variety of different websites at once. And you're going to choose the choose the Post Atoms, and then what you're going to do is submit them to these two sites that I have up here. One's called feedag.com, and another one is called feedbase.net. And these are sites where people can submit their RSS feeds, because other webmasters and other people that have websites go in there to try to look at these RSS feeds. Plus, sometimes people will use these sites, to get their fresh, updated content. So you're trying to just create your, submit your content there. But what's going to happen is, especially feedag.com will rank high in the search engines when you submit it. And that's why it's very important that you named your blog your main keyword phrase. That's another reason it's very important, because it all kind of works synergistically together. All these things do. So you're going to go ahead and once you've opened up the Post Atom, you're going to go to your address bar, and you're going to see a bunch of characters. That's where you'd go to type in websites in your address bar, and you're going to simply copy and paste from the address bar, and you're going to just copy that URL, and then go right on over to feedag.com, and then click on Submit in the top right corner is where it's at right now, and you choose Submit. And then once you've hit Submit, you just copy and paste that RSS feed URL that you got from the Post Atom. And once you do that, you just follow their on-screen instructions to hit Submit. The same thing works for feedbase.net. You're just basically submitting the RSS feed from the blogger.com blog to feedbase.net, and that's going to help. All this is going to work together to build some links to your site, which will boost it up, and everything's going to works together. That's what's so great about it. Next thing you're going to do is go to blogger.com again, go to pingomatic.com using the steps on the first page, and you're going to go in there and actually ping your blogger.com blog, and that's going to help again, get that blogger.com blog now indexed so that the link going from the blogger.com blog will actually benefit your website now. And all this stuff can work really, really quickly. And keep in mind, as you go through this first video, the following videos in this set actually go on the screen and actually show you how I'm doing these different processes. So keep that in mind. That's very important. Step number 7 of this process is a little more difficult and time consuming, but all the more important. It's extremely important. For this step, what you're going to do is you're going to write a press release on your website, and you're going to submit it to free press release websites. So what you're going to do is you're going to write a press release on your website, and so that would be a press release on your business, whatever it might be. And what a press release is basically it's a news release. It's information that's newsworthy about your company. And so inside your press release, you want to have your title. So you have your title of your press release in there, and the title of the press release, you want to try to incorporate your keyword phrase. So you might, come up with a press release title like Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, aligning Tulsa spines, for 100 years or whatever it is. So you come up with a spin or an angle that's kind of newsworthy. Whether it's, you're launching your new website, so let's say your keyword phrase is golf drivers, titleless golf driver. So titleless golf driver's website, announces 1 year anniversary, 6 month anniversary, whatever the case may be of the website. You basically kind of get the idea, and I'm going to show you on screen how to develop a press release. And what's so great about press releases is that when you submit them, they go out to really high authority websites, and those sites will link back to you. And when I say a high authority site, I mean the site that the search engines look into as a site that it's been around for a while, they trust it a lot, and so therefore when you're getting links from those sites, it's actually going to help your website even more. And also what's great is that the search engines, because they like these sites, will rank the individual press releases files themselves for the main keyword phrase if you've titled them correctly. And that's why it's important to include your main keyword phrase inside the title of your press release. So it's kind of an art to create a good press release title, because you want it to be something that has your keyword in there, but you want it to be something that's kind of fun and interesting that encourages people to look at it, because that's going to help you in the long term. But if you can't think too creatively, at least come up with, even if it's the most boring news angle, what's going to happen is if your main keyword phrase is up there, those sites will rank high in the search engines. And I'm not saying you shouldn't, have passion when you're doing your press release, but you don't have to wait till you have the biggest news story in the world. And you're going to actually take it, and there's 4 press release sites I have listed here. There's literally hundreds of them out there, but what is so powerful about these 4 sites is that they get indexed really, really quick in the search engines. And so this is going to help you get indexed and start getting that traffic within 24 hours. And so you're going to go to each one of these sites and actually go through submitting your press release. The next thing you're going to do is write an article on your business. So it's going to be an article of about 300 or so words, 350 words or so on your business, and you're going to go through the process of submitting it to these 2 websites, Symbio.com and Squidoo.com. And the main point is you just go to these sites and you set up your account, and once you set up your account with them, you just follow their basic instructions for setting up your site. Now what's great about Symbio is you can actually take and import a blog. So you could actually import your Blogger blog by going to the Post Atom and grabbing the RSS feed, and you can import that content to Symbio. And also, when you're naming these sites and pages, use your main keyword phrase again when you're doing that. And so these are sites that the search engines have a lot of trust in, and they really they really like these sites. So we're going to show you on screen though in the following videos how to go about doing this step by step. So once you've gone about and you've done your articles and the press release, the next thing that you are going to do is going to create a very short video, and you're going to submit it to youtube.com, rever.com, and realpeoplerealstuff.com. Now again, there's tons of video hosting sites out there like YouTube, but these are the three of the best ones. Now what I like about realpeoplerealstuff.com, it's relatively new. It's not, obviously as high authority as YouTube or some of these other video sites, but what I like about them is they're designed to be a video classified website. So you can submit there. They intend to run advertisements on there. So with your 24-hour traffic plan, how this fits in is that the search engines will actually index the video pages themselves individually. Plus, an interesting statistic now is that YouTube has a very as a large part of the search market, believe it or not. Like people using the YouTube search feature are starting to use that about as many times as Yahoo and MSN search engines themselves are getting searches. So it shows you how powerful online video is, and that number just continues to rise and grow and grow and grow. So it's very important that you have a video of some sort for your business on these sites. And so to create this video, basically I'm going to show you in the process, but how to grab pictures. Video consists of pictures, and it consists of of pictures and sometimes audio. It doesn't have to have audio, but it certainly helps. And so there's three sites you can go to. One is called sxc.hu. X is in xylophone, C is in cat, H is in hungry, U is in ugly. So sxc.hu, and it's a site that has a bunch of pictures in different niches. And so you can grab these pictures from this site by just using their search features, and they are royalty-free images. They offer royalty-free images and also quite a few free images that you can use for commercial purposes. So it doesn't cost you a dime. And all you're going to do is just get these into a little folder on your computer, these images. And then the next thing you're going to do is you're going to go use a program called Audacity.com, AUDACITY.com. Just go to Audacity into Google. And once you go to Audacity, you're going to follow the instructions, get a USB headset, or sit close to your microphone on your computer, which all computers now come equipped with the microphone. And what you're going to do then is actually record your video and record the audio of you reading the article. So you're actually going to use Audacity to record the article that you wrote in the previous step. And so what's going to happen there is now you're creating a podcast type file. And so you're creating an MP3 file. And once you've created that file and you have your pictures, you're going to go right on over to Windows Movie Maker if you're using a PC, and if you're using a Mac, they have their own Windows Movie application. And so you just go to Windows Movie Maker, and it's going to be in your left-hand side of your browser or of your computer, usually the Start menu, and it's going to be under the main applications, or just like under applications or something of that nature. And so once you've found Windows Movie Maker, go ahead and open it up. And then you're going to see a feature that says File Import Media, and you're just going to basically import your pictures, and you're going to import actually your images, the images that you took from sxc.hu related to your niche, and then it's going to take the actual audio that you created, and then you're just going to follow their instructions. They give you really good instructions for dragging and dropping the pictures and the audio. And then when you're done, you just choose Produce Video. And I just explained this process to you, but it's really going to be a lot greater when you can see this step. And so I'm actually going to show you step by step how to create it, so that you totally understand the concept of actually creating your online video. The next thing that you need to do is submit a classified advertisement to usfreeads.com and www.oodle.com. These are two powerful classified websites that are very similar to like Craigslist, and Craigslist.com is another site that you should be using for your marketing efforts. And all you're doing is submitting a 1 or 2 sentence, classified that encourages people to take some sort of action on your site. If it's a free report you have, if it's a coupon for them calling you, whatever the case might be, get some sort of angle, to get them there. And then try to use your main keyword phrase in the title. And I want to jump back to number 9 on the videos. When you're actually submitting your videos, try to include your keyword phrase somewhere in the titles there of those. The next step here, and we're almost done, is you need to go ahead and join a forum within your niche, and you want to use the cPanel option and add the link to your website, add it in the signature part. And then you're going to go inside that forum and you're going to choose the welcome area. And inside that forum, you're going to notice the welcome section, which is where people will go when they're first introduced. And that's usually a fairly high traffic part of the forum. People are just saying hello to each other, they're meeting each other. But what's so great is that it's got eyeballs from a targeted audience, and inside your signature you've got a link back to your site. What also will happen is that signature will give you some benefit in the search engines most likely, because it's another backlink. And so it's all, again, as you can see, working together. And what's great is that these links you're building here are going to be there with your website for quite a long time. And it's going to stick with your site longer than just after we've done this work. And so it goes beyond just a 24-hour traffic plan. It helps you maintain and get a more solid search engine ranking. But inside this forum, it's a great way to just start getting some traffic that way. It's important to go around to these forums, ask questions of people, make comments where it makes sense to you, and that will impress them. And they will go visit your website typically from that signature. So it gives you more of a long-term traffic option as well. One other strategy that you want to do is create a radio show on blogtalkradio.com related to your niche. So, if you're related to your niche or your business and you want to name the show, try to name the show your targeted buyer keyword phrase. So if, for example, you're in the tire business, it might be, the Stillwater, Oklahoma Tire Radio Show, or, Tires Stillwater Radio, or something like that. So you come up with your main keyword phrase somehow, inside there. And you're going to create yourself a little radio show on Blog Talk Radio, and we'll again show you how to do that. And what's powerful is that these pages themselves will link back to your site, but they get indexed really quickly. And finally, the process that you go through in this 24-hour plan is you're going to create a Twitter account. So you just go to www.twitter.com, Twitter, twitter.com, and you're just going to create an account. You're going to choose join. And so if you do not have a Twitter account, you'll want to get one. And you're going to want to include in that Twitter account name, try to include your main keyword phrase somewhere inside of there. And what's so powerful about Twitter is that it will link back to your site, because you want to set up your profile so it links into your website. And then, you can make a few Twitter posts that mention your site as well. And then what you're going to do within Twitter is you want to go out and you want to follow people inside of your niche, because that's going to help you get a targeted following rather quickly. And again, all these strategies I just laid out verbally are going to be shown to you in step-by-step video format coming up here next. And so this is the first video that gives you the step-by-step traffic plan. There's 13 basic steps you can use. Now, you don't have to do them all, but it will certainly give you the best benefit possible, and that is the most important aspect. This is session 2 of the Traffic and SEO training. In this video, we're going to talk about professional search engine optimization training so you can do SEO like a true pro.
So basically, I'm going to jump right in here. What is search engine optimization? For those that aren't aware, it's basically the act of publishing and marketing information in a way to improve search engine understanding of website content. It's arguably the best marketing strategy ever because it enables you to reach unlimited people with even the smallest budget. Now, I say that it's the best avenue ever, and that's not just because I teach on it and that I'm in this niche. It's basically because with SEO, you can compete with some of the most competitive websites online, like Amazon.com, the MSN Shopping or NBC. I mean, you can compete with some of the biggest websites out there, Petco, PetSmart, and just with search engine optimization, you can compete with companies that have multi-million-dollar advertising budgets just through the organic listings in Google. And when I'm talking about the organic listings, I'm talking about the main listings that you see in Google. So when you do a Google search, you see at the top side there is sponsored search results, and on the right hand side you've got sponsored results, and those are results, the pay-per-click spot where people are paying per click. And then you've got the results in the middle where about 85% of the real estate on that screen is taken up by the free side, which is called the organic side. And that's where most people are actually going to click on your links and find your information. And what's great about it is that it doesn't cost you anything to get ranked there. And so as I talk about SEO, just keep in mind it stands for search engine optimization, and basically it's just the act of publishing and marketing your information in a way to improve the search engine understanding of your website content. It's probably the easiest explanation. Basically, what we're going to talk about is things you can do with your site to make them search engine friendly, so that people find your content and you get that free traffic. Here's a few little quick search engine statistics. The only three main search engines to worry about are Google, Yahoo, and MSN. Basically, there's literally thousands of other little mini search engines, but Google, Yahoo, and MSN actually make up for about 95+% of all searches. Google alone gets 75% of all searches. And then some of the smaller search engines like Lycos and Hotbot and some of these other ones, their results are actually come as a result of Google. Google or Yahoo or MSN, one of those search engines drives those companies' results and a lot of the smaller search engines. So in all actuality, it's really pretty much like Google, Yahoo, and MSN own the search market. And there are little search engines, but you don't need to worry about them. Google gets 75% of all searches, so that's where you should focus your attention when you're doing search engine optimization and SEO and looking for traffic generation. Google's really where it's at. Now here's another interesting stat, but believe it or not, YouTube even receives more searches than Yahoo and MSN. That was a recent statistic that's come out. YouTube, when I say they receive searches, they have a search area on YouTube. And that shows you right there how powerful video marketing is, which we're going to cover video marketing in some upcoming lessons. We touched on it briefly last week, but we're going to cover it even more in depth in the upcoming lessons here. But that shows you how powerful video is for driving traffic. I mean, like I said, YouTube alone receives more searches than Yahoo and MSN. That means people are going to YouTube just to find random information. And what's powerful too is these YouTube rankings will come up in the Google search results, in the Yahoo search results, and the MSN search results. So, it kind of gives you, leverage when you're doing video marketing. I just wanted to point that statistic out though, and it shows you just how big the Google search engine actually is. Google is powerful, so you need to focus your efforts around them related to SEO. Every search engine basically looks for the same aspects, very similar components, but the one I really only worry about is Google, and let the other ones just fall into place where they may. And we're going to talk next here about relevancy and search engine optimization. The search engines make money, just so you know, with advertising, and they get people to perform searches by providing relevant results to their users. And so basically what that means is that Google, they get their money from advertising revenues. So all the pay-per-click ads and a lot of that stuff you see, that's how Google makes their income. And so they want people to perform searches on their site, and so they want people to come to their site often because they're finding the information that they want online. So basically, if you're typing in, Titleist Golf Club into a search engine, the expected result is to find a Titleist Golf Club. The user is not trying to look for, they don't want to find information on a Callaway Golf Club. That's a totally different brand of golf club. Even worse yet, the person doesn't want to find information on golf bags or golf balls. They're there to find information about a Titleist Golf Club in this example. That's a brand of golf club. Same thing, it might be a Panasonic HD TV. They didn't particularly look for a Sony HD TV. They were looking for a Panasonic HD TV. So what would happen if the search engines weren't providing relevant results to their users? The people would leave and go to another search engine to find what they want. They'd find a search engine that gave them better results. And so that's why Google and the other search engines, they want, relevant results at the top. They want your site to rank at the top, believe it or not, contrary to popular belief. They want you to have, good content. I'm going to show you how to provide that content to Google in a way that is relevant in a non-spammy way, so that the search engines will love your site and display it, because it's look at it kind of like a partnership. You want to partner up with Google to help them achieve their business objective, and in return, they're going to help you drive a lot of traffic. You want them, their business objective is to get users coming to their site looking for relevant results. and that's really their sole purpose online, is to get people to use their search engines. So they do everything they can to make sure relevant results are coming up. And so that's something very important to keep in mind here, and that's why I brought this slide up here. Search engines have a very vested interest in providing the best results possible, as I covered. So I just want to make that point one more time. They have a very vested interest in making this possible because that's their main business. I apologize for the background noise if you hear anything. We're actually in the middle of a huge storm here in Oklahoma, so so I do apologize if anybody hears that. We've got piles of rain and thunder and stuff. Okay, but you need to make your pages and your website as relevant as possible, and that's what we're going to talk about here in the upcoming slides. There are several different on-page optimization factors that you can do to make your pages on your website search engine friendly and more relevant for the search engines. And so I'm going to talk about relevancy because that's so important. If your site is relevant for the search engines, it will rank higher in the search results. So now in order to make your site relevant, you need to focus on keyword phrases. And so after this slide talking about keywords, I'm actually going to touch on relevance. But I want to talk to you guys real quick about keyword phrases because that has to do with relevancy, because the keywords are what makes your site relevant for the search engine results. You know, like I was using that Titleist Golf Club example before. If you are selling Titleist Golf Clubs, if you happen to be an affiliate for them, or let's say you're a golf store in let's say you're a golf pro shop in let's say Jacksonville, Mississippi or something, or Jackson, Mississippi. Let's say Jacksonville, Florida. Okay, there we go. So you are a golf pro shop, Jacksonville, Florida, and you want people to come to your pro shop. You know, that's the kind of relevancy. Those are the kind of keywords you would want to use on your site. And so I want to narrow down here though, so you first understand how do you find the most profitable keywords for your campaign, because that's where all this relevancy, that's where all these on-page factors are going to stem from. And so I want to start here with the keywords. Now some of you have probably seen this slide in some of my other presentations, but I want to touch on this one more time so it really hits home because it's a very important part of this process. So the first phrase here, you know, a generic word or phrase, those are low value keywords with high competition and they have poor conversions. And those would be keywords like pets or real estate or even just football. Those are just generic keyword phrases. They're not going to get you the results you want. That'd be like golf, you know, as another example. Then you've got a category level keywords. They have a little higher value and they are a little easier to rank for. And those are keywords like pet supplies, Oklahoma real estate, and college football. And they're still not easy to rank for because those are still highly competitive. But they're a little higher value. And the reason they're higher value keywords is because people are a little closer to finding what they want. Like, I'm going to just throw this out there so you understand where I'm going with this. But if somebody types in digital cameras, that's kind of a, you know, or cameras, that's a generic phrase. A category keyword would be like, you know, digital cameras. Subcategory would be like 10 megapixel digital cameras. And then a specific topic would be Kodak 10 megapixel digital camera. That'd be a specific topic because it's a specific brand. And you're going to find that the specific topic keyword phrases, they may not get you the most traffic, but they're going to get you the highest value of visitor. You know, it's kind of like if somebody types in, you know, a subcategory keyword phrase, they type in like Sacramento real estate and or pet supplies online. You know they want to buy pet supplies online. But if they're typing in automatic pet feeders, there is no doubt in your mind what they're looking for. If you type in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma apartment complexes, there's no doubt in your mind what they want. If you type in, you know, Walla Walla, Washington, winery, you know what they want. They want to look for a winery in Walla Walla, Washington, or they want to find a lawyer in, Sacramento, California, lawyer. You know, they're not just going to type in lawyers, California, because California lawyers could mean every single city in California. That could be, you know, a little hairy. And so you want to find and target these specific topic keyword phrases because a lot of people, you know, will sit there and say, well, you know, it's great to rank for real estate because it gets millions of visitors. Well, the phrase real estate, that could be everything from commercial real estate, regular real estate, apartment, somebody wanting just to learn about real estate. You really don't know what their goal is. And when they're typing in specific keywords, like maybe they're typing in diet information, you know, weight loss information, weight loss tips. Those are keyword phrases people know what they want. They want weight loss tips. You know, if they type in acai berry weight loss tips or acai berry weight loss, that's a little more targeted. And so I want you to keep that in your mind when you're doing your keyword research. So we're going to talk a little about how to find your keywords. You want to put yourself in your customer's shoes. What problem does my product or service solve for my typical customer? Ask yourself that question. See what people are searching for to find your website. You can use Google Analytics. It's free to set up. You could use Webalizer, or you could use AW Stats. If you are using a control panel account with cPanel like HostGator or Bluehost, they come equipped with Webalizer and AW Stats, and those are located inside your control panel. And then Google Analytics is something you can find by just going to search engines and looking up Google Analytics. So just type in Google Analytics and it'll be the first result you see, and they'll show you how to install it on your website. And so that's something you want to use because it will tell you what kind of keywords people are looking for to find your website already. And it will kind of amaze you that even though you may not be doing much SEO now, you're amazed that people are accidentally still finding your site. So once you start doing SEO, it can make a huge impact for you. And you also want to consider related keywords. So if you're in the pet niche, it might be like, pet supplies might consider keywords like dog supplies or cat supplies or bird supplies as an example. So I'm going to show you on screen here next how to actually do keyword research. So the AdWords keyword tool, it's an absolutely free keyword tool that I love to use. And so I'm going to just click on that, and we're going to pull up the window here. So we've got here on our screen the AdWords keyword tool is up on the screen. I'm going to just bring it over here for the recording. So right here in the AdWords keyword tool, you're going to notice it's going to ask you to enter one keyword or phrase per line. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to type in a main keyword phrase. So what I'm going to type in here is your main keyword. So if your main keyword phrase, let's just say it is golf balls or golf clubs. Golf clubs is your main keyword phrase. But see, that's not your highest value keyword phrase as we've discussed, but it might be, it's a keyword that gets a fair amount of searches. And that little random letter sequence that I typed in there, that's actually just, the standard, form to prevent spammers. And so you just fill that in and then choose Get Keyword Ideas. And then you'll wait just a moment. And what this is going to do, this tool is going out there into the Google database, and it's pulling up the search results from Google. So it's pulling up a variety of different search results, from the Google results. And you're going to see here, right inside here, you're going to see it says, like advertiser competition, it says local search volume, and it says global search volume. So like global search volume is more like, like it says right here in this tab, it shows the approximate number of monthly number of search queries matching each keyword phrase. So this is kind of on a monthly basis. And so that's a lot of keyword, people looking up these different topics. And, so basically it's kind of a monthly number, and it kind of gives you some idea of to how they're finding this data. Now the local data and the global data will sometimes be kind of skewed at this point, but the main thing you're looking for is you're just looking for volume. You're looking for keyword phrases that have searches over 1,000 or a couple thousand that are decent keyword phrases to go after. And so one thing you want to do then is go right over here, and you want to do a search by clicking right there. It'll actually sort them out by how many people are looking up these various keyword phrases. Now you notice here golf clubs and golf club are two different searches, and that's something that we'll talk about here in a moment, but believe it or not, they actually are different. So that's something to keep in mind. Google will look at results actually different. I'll actually just prove that to you here in a quick little search on Google. So if you go to Google here and we were to type in, let's say golf clubs, you notice the result, and then if we type in golf club, it changed. You notice the result changed by just taking off by basically just taking off the S. The result totally changed. And so if you add the S, so it's plural, you see the results here. It's totally different. So that's something important and something that's really something you want to keep an eye out for, because Google looks at them as completely different, quite a bit different keyword phrases. They have some of the similar results, but they're all not the same. It's not the same keyword phrases. So that's very important. So you see here, you've got a variety of keywords here that it sorts through. Now, what I look for is I'm trying to just find a keyword phrase that has a fair amount of searches, something north of of 25,000 is good, on a monthly basis. And it doesn't even have to, even the lowest things like, equipment golf clubs, hybrid golf clubs, keywords like that. It doesn't have to be a keyword that has tons and tons of searches either. It can be a smaller keyword phrase that has maybe 1,000 searches, because it's going to, a lot of times people will not target keyword phrases if they don't see any, if they feel like, well, it's only got 1,000 searches or it's only got 700 searches, I'm not going to look for that. Well, like if you look at this keyword right here, Callaway pre-owned golf clubs, that keyword is only searched for 720 times a month. So a lot of people are going to say, well, that's no good. That's not a good keyword phrase. Well, if you can rank at the top of the search engines and you can get, even half those people or even a tenth of those people on a monthly basis, that's about 100 visitors to a specific page on your site. That's like having a store that has 100 potential customers walking in. And I'll guarantee you, if somebody's typing in Callaway pre-owned golf clubs, and maybe you're an affiliate for eBay or something of that nature, or you're optimizing for Callaway used golf clubs or pre-owned golf clubs, you're getting a targeted buyer. They know what they want. They want a used golf club from Callaway. They're not just looking for used golf clubs. They're looking for Callaway used golf clubs. And so that's something to keep in mind, you've got Lady Golf Club Set. That's a pretty decent keyword phrase. And so, it's just a matter, you just want to look for keywords that have numbers in this column. Sometimes you'll see not enough data, and so I tend to kind of steer away from those keyword phrases. So when you found a keyword phrase, it's just a matter of browsing through here, typing in your main keyword phrase, so kind of your main niche. So you might type in like weight loss into this category here, weight loss, and then just type in get keyword ideas. And you'll notice here, you've got, weight loss diet program, weight loss program. It's got, it's a little easier to rank for because it's called more of a long tail keyword. It has 3 or 4, different words to it. Like here's one: free weight loss programs, quick weight loss center, vegetarian weight loss eating. All these searches have a fair amount of volume. And this number here that you're seeing, it's not going to be 100% accurate all the time. I just want you to keep that in mind. The number you see is not what you get. There's times when this number, it could be way off, or it could, way off on the high end and way off on the low end. It kind of can fluctuate and vary. So don't look at this number like the gospel truth, but look at it as an indicator as to the volume of your various keyword phrases. So that's very important to keep in mind. And you want to find keyword phrases that you're really targeting your main site for. You want, like on your main page, you want to go after those keywords that get you a lot of different searches. Like if you're a finance website, you might be doing something like, small business loans. That might be your keyword phrase if you're doing like business financing or something. So you're trying to get ranked for, small business loans because that has quite a few searches, about 200,000. But you notice here, when you type that in, you'll find a lot of different keyword phrases that you could create content around, So you might have a keyword like let's say, weight loss. Or let's just say, bird watching, for example. And so you type in bird watching as a niche. Well, here's the main keyword you're trying to go after. Maybe you have a site about, bird watching binoculars, and it's all about bird watching binoculars as your main keyword phrase. But then you've also got on top of that additional content pages that you could write about, different pages you could add to your site that optimize these additional keyword phrases. And so you can use this tool when you're trying to come up with article ideas, when you're trying to identify article results, when you're trying to sit there and identify, okay, what kind of content could I write on my niche topic, so let's say it is a life coach, as an example. Maybe you're a life coach to help people with personal development. So we do a Google search on life coach, you'll see 201,000. You see life coaching, 110,000. Life coach training, become a life coach, personal life coaching courses, life coach jobs, Christian life coach, certified life coach, and it just goes on and on. These are all potential keyword phrases that you could, what I like to do, the best thing you can do to get yourself the best result is find a keyword that has a lot of searches, a fair amount of searches. Try to target your main, your main site around that one. Like life coach training, it's got a good amount of searches. It's not all that, extremely competitive like life coaches, but what's interesting is you'll notice here, Look what's at the beginning of that keyword, life coach. So you also are optimizing not only for life coach, but life coach training. So I hope you guys can kind of see that. And so beyond that, on your life coach site, create an article around each one of these subject matters that you see. Each one of these are topics that people are looking for, and it gives you article content ideas to write about. Now, one other thing I'll do on top of using the AdWords keyword tool is I will also go and use the free Word Tracker tool. Word Tracker is another keyword research software. I personally don't pay for the upgrade, but you could if you wanted to. But I just use the free keywords tool from Word Tracker, and you could just type in your main keyword phrase here again. So let's say that we find a keyword phrase here, like let's say life coach training as an example, and I was going to copy that keyword phrase. Now keep in mind here, this is important to note, Google's results here are monthly, Word Tracker's results are going to be daily. So it's going to be daily results. Now, you notice here life coach training is now down to 62 searches, but what that means is that there are 62 searches per day within the Word Tracker system. And the Word Tracker system is actually feeding results from Yahoo and other places. It's not actually feeding their results from Google. So you could actually multiply that number by, quite a bit more. I usually multiply it by about 10 times, 10 to 12 times this number. So you take this number, multiply that by 10 or 12 times, about 10 or 12 times 30. So let's pull up the calculator here. So we have 62 times, let's say 10, that's 620 searches a day times 30 for the year or for the month, on average, and that's about 19,000 searches, so. And then if you go back to Google, you'll see it's, showing around 9,000. So you can notice that these results are never going to be 100% accurate as to the number of searches it's actually getting. You're just looking for volume. You're looking for some significant volume, some decent size volume, so that you're getting keyword phrase, that gets traffic, because you don't want to build your business on a dead-end road. You want to build it where the traffic's at. You want to play in the traffic, as a business partner of mine says. So that's something you want to do. You want to be where the people are, so like McDonald's, they're, a great example, another great business friend of mine talked about, where if McDonald's were to build a franchise, they're not going to go build it on some side road, they're going to build it where the traffic's at, where the people are. So you want to build your sites where the traffic's at. That's why it's so important to do keyword research to find actual keyword phrases. So I like to combine these sites because what it tells me is that, okay, both of these keyword tools identify to me that there is traffic for this keyword phrase. So I use these tools in tandem, to determine the best keyword phrases. So again, the free Word Tracker tool, you just plug in your information right there and you go to town with it. So you just type that in and you're off to the races. So hope this gives you a nice little overview of using keyword research tools. So we're going to jump right back here. There's also one other thing you can do with the Google tool that I'm going to actually show you real fast. You can actually search within your competitor websites for additional keyword phrases. So I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So you notice here, if we were to go and let's just think of a niche. Let's just type in the word, let's just say rock climbing as a niche. I'm just typing that in. So let's say you happen to be in the rock climbing niche. And again, this applies if you're a lawyer. This applies in whatever niche you are. Now, one thing I do want to talk about, if you are a local business, because we have some people taking this training that are local businesses, and let's say you are a Tulsa chiropractor, because that's an example I was using. So Tulsa chiropractor on the keyword research side, you're probably going to find sometimes you might even find your main keyword phrases don't have tons and tons of searches. For them, some may show even, not many searches, but it's very important that you're optimizing for those, because Google sometimes will not give you, they'll sometimes show you this not enough data number when they really don't have, tons of data. They haven't pulled it. Doesn't mean that keyword's not being searched for. So in those local search cases, you need to determine what keyword phrases your customers are going to find you for. And those are keywords like, if I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I want a chiropractor, I'm going to type in Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor. I'm going to type in Tulsa chiropractors. I'll type in Tulsa chiropractors okay. Tulsa okay chiropractors. Same thing for dentists. It might be Chicago, Illinois dentist, Illinois dentist, Chicago dentist. You get the idea there. So don't get discouraged if you don't see any searches. for your niche, just, if you're in a city, especially if you're in a smaller city, it's still important that you're targeting keyword phrases, with your keywords, but just think up some keyword phrases that your customers would use, and that's for the local results. But if you're trying to go on like a national scale, rank for keywords like Titleist Golf Club and things like that on a national scale, you want to try to narrow down what kind of volume you're working from. So now here in this rock climbing example, I want to show you how to use another tool to find some more keyword phrases. If I was in the rock climbing niche, I would just type in rock climbing, and I would just go right over here and copy the URL, rockclimbing.com here. And whatever niche it is, you can do this for any of your competitor websites. And you're going to go to the AdWords keyword tool again, and there's an option here that says website content, and you're going to just plug in your URL there that you selected. In this case, it's rockclimbing.com. So just grab rockclimbing.com and include other pages on my site linked from this URL. So you could, as one strategy, is to include other pages on the site that are linked from this URL, because a lot of times rock climbing sites, or a rock climbing site will link off to other rock climbing sites, just like a legal site might link to other legal websites, and things like that, because they offer similarities in value. So what you're going to do then is go by Get Keyword Ideas, and it's going to scour this website. It's actually analyzing the website for you, and it's going to take about a minute, and so just be a little patient here. And it's analyzing the website, and what it's going to do is actually pull up and tell us what kind of keyword phrases they are actually going after, and it gives you some additional keyword phrase terms to consider going after. Now this is a really powerful tool because it kind of narrows things down into little niches for yourself. So you see here, if you do this search, and you can click on that button to sort them by how many searches you have. Rock climbing shoes, that's an entire niche in itself, and so you could identify, and so like if you're in a niche and you see stuff like this and you're not targeting those kind of keyword phrases, you could say, wow, I didn't know rock climbing itself could be a niche. I need to be focusing on that too. I need to add that to my arsenal. So you see here, rock climbing shoes in this example is, right there, rock climbing shoe without the S, mad rock climbing shoes, 510 rock climbing shoes, discount rock climbing shoes, evolve rock climbing shoes. All these came from me analyzing a competitive website, and I identified some additional keywords. So here's under rock climbing indoor, rock climbing gear, rock climbing equipment, rock climbing gym. It goes on and on and on. So that's another powerful way to use this Google AdWords keyword tool. Just like Google's a leader in search, I feel like Google has some of the leading tools that you can use to identify keyword phrases. And they have this set up for people, using AdWords to identify keywords to go after. But you can also use it, obviously for SEO to identify your keyword phrases. So I would definitely use not only the search feature, so descriptive words or phrases where you type in your niche, I would also use website content, because even if you think, okay, well I have no clue, but I know this is a site that's a competitor of mine, just put in that URL and then it will pull up some other ideas for you. Like here's rock climbing as an idea. Okay, and so then you go right back over here and say, okay, I'm going to consider indoor rock climbing. So you just type in indoor rock climbing in here, and you're off to the races, because you're going to notice here, indoor rock climbing. And you'll notice it's going to bring up a whole nother list of results just related to indoor rock climbing. And so finding content for you to write about, there should be no issues whatsoever, because you're going to notice here, like basically I tend to focus more on this global side with Google, just so you know. You're going to notice here a lot of these say not enough data, but you see some that have some search volume within them. So it's something for you to look at and say, okay, even though they have very little competition, these are keywords that I could rank for and get some traffic for. Like indoor rock climbing in NYC, New York City, indoor rock climbing supplies, indoor rock climbing Buffalo, New York, indoor rock climbing Massachusetts. So you get the idea. But rock climbing itself, indoor rock climbing had 130 additional keyword phrases that Google had within their database somewhere. So it's very important to do keyword research before you start taking on, this stuff, because you need to make your sites relevant for these keywords. And so now that you kind of have an understanding of keyword research, I'm going to dig into some more ways to optimize your site. But we're going to continue real quick here with where we left off. So what you can do then is, run Google searches is another strategy that I found to identify keyword phrases. So I'll show you what I mean by that. So let's just pull up a Google search window here, which I have. And if I were in, let's just throw out another niche market here. And let me just say, let's say personalized jewelry was my niche. So you are a jeweler and you did personalized jewelry. We type in personalized jewelry into Google. Now, a lot of this stuff right now I'm doing is unrehearsed. So, you guys can see it's very, very alive, so you can kind of see how I think. So type in personalized jewelry. That's your main niche. And then scroll to the bottom of Google, and they have a feature here where it says searches related to personalized jewelry. And it says personalized gold jewelry, sterling silver personalized jewelry. These are related searches that Google has identified that other people look for when they're in this niche. So now you type in personalized gold jewelry, you click on that, and it will narrow down even more results. And it will say, okay, so have you considered custom-made gold jewelry, Ferguson jewelry custom rings, antique custom jewelry, custom gold chains? So then you click on that, and you kind of get the idea because it kind of helps you identify, okay, here's personalized gold necklaces. That's a keyword I hadn't thought about. So you take that keyword phrase and you copy it, and you can come right over here to the AdWords keyword tool again. And you can kind of now, I hope, understand how this tool works together. And I'm spending a lot of time on this keyword research part just because keyword research is so vital to your online business. It's a very, very important aspect to your web business. So you type in personalized gold necklaces, and you notice that does have some search volume behind it. So that's getting about 1,900 searches. Personalized gold necklace without the S is about 3,600. It's got quite a few more searches. So that could tell you, okay, I should target some page around personalized gold necklaces. Or maybe I should start selling them. Or maybe I should do an ebook on how to take care of your personalized gold necklace. Whatever the case might be, you get the idea of how you can, just by using regular Google search results, you can identify more keywords to go after that you may not have uncovered even in the AdWords tool. Or sometimes you could just start with the regular Google search to start identifying some keywords that don't have tons of competition, because like pet supplies, that's tough to rank for. But you start doing things like like pet feeders, and you're going to start seeing, okay, that's getting a little more narrow. And then you start doing things like automatic pet feeders. And this is a site that I'm a very small owner on, but you'll notice here, we compete. There's sites, Amazon, some other big sites that are trying to compete for that, eBay, and a few others, out there that are trying to go for these different keyword phrases. And that's all just because of powerful SEO strategies. And so let's just jump right back in here. And another thing, you can do the same thing I just showed you with Google using the MSN Live search. You can just go to msn.com or live.com, L-I-V-E, and run a search on their search engine. And on the right-hand side, as it is right now, they have what I just showed you in Google at the bottom. They give you related searches. Google Insights, that's another really powerful tool. And I'll show you that real fast, and then we'll jump back to a little more content here. The Google Insights tool is another fabulous tool for you to use in your arsenal. And so let's just pull that tool up here. And you're going to see here where it says all search terms. Or excuse me, it says search terms. And so you want to add your search terms. So it might be, let's say tennis is your search term, because that's kind of your broad niche. And I want to identify what I'm doing here. So you want to put in kind of your broad niche here, because you kind of want to see what's been going on with your niche over time. And you're going to notice here that there's a variety of different elements that you can gather from just typing in tennis or your main niche here. You'll notice here, this is the interest over time, dating back to January 2004. And you notice how it fluctuates and kind of goes up and down. Notice how it might be going down slightly. It's on its way back up. You can also notice, look at this. There is a big interest for tennis in Australia. There is a huge interest in France and Switzerland, and the United States is clear down at number 8 for tennis. You would also notice, as you keep going, that top searches are table tennis, believe it or not. Gets more searches than US Open tennis or tennis games or other tennis shoes even, or something of that. Those are other hot keyword phrases that you could consider, because you could create a whole niche around table tennis, because you see In the tennis niche, that actually gets more searches than regular tennis. Rising searches, you're going to notice here, Wii Tennis. Virtua Tennis 3, it's like a game. Tennis Warehouse. So if you had a site in that niche, you could find keyword phrases because it's telling you they're trending. It gives you an insight into what the market's doing. Here's another example. Let me just show you one more example here, and then we'll move on. Type in weight loss as an example. And not every keyword phrase will actually come up here, but most will. So you're going to notice here weight loss. In the United States, it's more popular. It's the most popular keyword phrase of all the countries. Weight loss diet is a top search term. Lose weight, weight loss pills. And so you can use this tool synergistically together with the Google AdWords keyword tool. I'll show you one more time what I'm talking about. Do a Google Insights search, look up weight loss diet. So you do search for weight loss diet right here because Google Insights tells you that's a top search with the term weight loss in it. So weight loss diet. I jump right over here to the AdWords keyword tool. I click on this. I follow through their little steps. And I pull up a whole list of keywords just with weight loss diet within those keyword phrases. Now I've got, another 100 or 70 or so keywords just around weight loss diet. Every single one of these keywords could be an additional article for you to submit through an article directory. It could be an additional an additional article to put on your website. And all this stuff's going to work together to increase your traffic because you're having more content. You're going to notice, Ally weight loss, that's a breakout. That means tons of people are looking for it. Biggest Loser, that's a TV show. These are all additional keywords that if you had a site around weight loss, you could focus on. Or you could even develop an entire niche around these. So it's also kind of a great tool for niche research. I'll show you, I said one more result, but I'm going to show you one more here for a local market. Like let's say Chicago dentist, for example. And we'll see if it even shows up here. And it does. It does actually show up some results here. And you'll notice here that it's pretty stable. People are looking for Chicago dentist. Not surprising, most of them are in the U.S. when they're looking for that. And it will tell you their top searches. Dentist in Chicago, Chicago Dental, Dentist Chicago IL, Illinois, Dentist in Chicago, Cosmetic Dentist Chicago. So it tells you right here, okay, these are the keywords if you're a dentist that you should be going after. So I hope that this sticks with you and that you use this tool. It's a Google Insights tool and it's very, very powerful. Google Trends, I don't have to show you that. You can just click on that and it will actually show you trending topics, so keyword phrases that are trending. Obviously, you can look at competitor websites, you can look at competing websites, and you can look at their title tags to identify what keyword phrases they are targeting. I'll show you, what I mean here by title tags. So I clicked on here, and let's just go and look up google.com. Oh, what the heck? While I'm over here on Google Trends, why don't I just show you that? It bothers me to not show you this. Here is Google Trends. It will tell you you could type in search a trend, for example. So it could be, let's say, Titleist golf club. Now, I'm not really a golfer. I've got a friend that is, but I'm just using these as an example. But you'll notice here it tells you kind of a trend over time for that keyword phrase, Titleist golf clubs. Notice here how it really drops off, but now it's become stable over the past several years, and it's kind of rising and going around. You might try, Nintendo Wii, and it will give you some examples. And it also, what's interesting with this Google Trends tool that I do want to indicate to you is it tells you what cities are actually doing the most searches on this particular topic. It'll tell you Nintendo Wii, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania happens to be a city where more people are looking for that, according to this tool, than any in the United States. And look at all these United Kingdom sites that are interested in the Nintendo Wii. So, that's just an example. You type in your keyword phrase into Google Trends, and away you go. But if I go here to Google and let's just type in, Nintendo Wii as an example. Let's say Nintendo Wii in stock, a little more narrow keyword phrase. this is the title tag, which I'm going to address here in a moment. This is the title tag, and so you could just type in your main niche, and all your competitors will come up, and you can look at their title tags to identify keywords they are using. The blue clickable part is your title tag. So let's just jump right down here to the presentation. And then you can also go to ezinearticles.com. It's an article directory, and browse through your category and look at the titles of the articles and look at what keyword phrases they're using in the titles. Because most of the time they will have done some of their research. But like I said, you can use the AdWords tool to identify some keyword phrases. So I'm going to keep going. I tried to keep this content down, but there is so much to cover with SEO. So remember plurals and synonyms like auto parts, car parts, automobile parts. Keep in mind merged and hyphenated words. Even misspellings, like I said, plurals and synonyms, like when I was saying car part or car parts, those would be different. Add keyword modifiers to your keywords. So things like buy Nintendo Wii, cheap pet supplies, best price Motorola. Those are all some indicators and examples of modifying keyword phrases. Like buy Nintendo Wii, that means they want a Nintendo Wii. Find Tulsa chiropractor. Find Chicago lawyer. Find Los Angeles realtor. Things like that. Add those keyword modifiers to your keywords, or add them into your keyword research tool and see if there's actually traffic for them. And so let's just jump over here. Looks like this similar slide. Okay, so next we have on-page search engine optimization. So at this point, you should have identified your main keyword phrases that you are going to go after. And I'm going to step you through the on-page process. One very, very important factor is title tags. Another important thing to consider is using your meta tags on your site. And the next very important strategy is your header tags within your site. And then we're going to cover your internal link structure, your URL structure, the links on your site, and the structure of your actual content. So here is the title tags that I'm going to talk about here. Title tags are very important, like I showed you in Google. It's the number one factor. They're the single most important on-page ranking factor out there. You should really, really take this to heart. This part to heart. If you take this into action this week and Google picks up the results you do, just by accident, you'll start seeing an improvement in your search results. A lot of sites make the mistake of having their title tag read very random things like home, or it might say untitled, or their title tag isn't related. Their title tag might even just have their business name, which that doesn't do a business any good to have your title tag up there. You need to have keyword phrase. And a lot of businesses say, but I need that for branding. Well, put it at the end of your title tag, because if they know your business name, you already have them as a customer. You're in business and you're doing SEO to get new customers. So make sure you put your pride aside and go for your keyword phrases in your title tag. You need to have your keyword phrase. I cannot emphasize that. I'm very passionate about title tag part, because you cannot get by with SEO and you will not see an improvement in your search engine rankings if you do not focus on this factor. It's very important. It's near essential. It's a very essential part of search engine optimization. So now when you're looking at the code on your, on a particular page, this is what it's going to look like. And I'll show you here what I'm talking about here. If I were to pull up, let's just say a random site here. So I pull up this website right here as an example, and I go to view and I do page source. So notice I just did the search, view and page source. You will notice here, right here, title, it's got their main keyword phrase, Nintendo Wii Tracker, find Nintendo Wii in stock. So notice they're using the keyword phrase Nintendo Wii Tracker because people were trying to track Nintendo Wiis when they were hard to find. So that was their main keyword phrase. And then Nintendo Wii in stock, that's a secondary keyword phrase they're trying to go for. Nintendo Wii in stock online, that's another long tail keyword phrase. So you notice how they're using their title tag. And this, when you're inside of your web editor, like it might be a standard basic web editor, like there's some free ones called NVU. Some more common ones used are Front Page or Dreamweaver. And you click on the code view section of your website, you are going to see right inside the code view of your website, you will see the title tag. It would be between this wording, title, T-I-T-L-E, with carets on the left and carets on the right, and then there's going to be another set that says title, but this one at the end is going to have a /. And so inside that tag, that's where you write your keyword phrase in there. And oftentimes, by default, they will just call that tag, like untitled one or something like that. So that's something for you to keep in mind. So that is where you go with title tags. You want your keyword-rich title tag to show up right there. Now, if you're using WordPress, your main homepage title tag can be manipulated and changed by simply going inside your WordPress and changing the name of your site under the settings. And then you can also use a plugin called All-in-One SEO. It's just called All-in-One SEO. And you can use that plugin to actually change your title tags on your homepage. And so we're going to be covering WordPress later on in this training, not in this particular call, but in future ones. And we'll show you how to do that in there. But if you have any questions on that, contact me anytime this week regarding WordPress. As far as if you have any questions on changing your title tag, please ask, because it's such an important part. The title tag should contain the exact phrase you are trying to rank for. The exact main keyword phrase should be at the very beginning, because search engines read left to right. When I say SES, that stood for search engines. Search engines read from left to right, just like we read. They will put more importance on your keyword if it's at the left than they would if it's more towards the right. They read left to right. They look at that, and so you want to try to have your main keyword phrase, because that's going to tell them that is most important on that page. That page is going to be relevant, there's that word again, for the keyword phrase that you identified from the previous steps. You should try to repeat the keyword phrase or a plural/singular version of it somewhere in the title tag. That's going to help you get the best benefit possible. Now, I'm not saying that you just say your keyword phrase 3 times in a row or 2 times in a row even. Put it in there if it makes sense, and I'll show you some examples here. So, for example, keep in mind that the singular and plural keyword phrases come up differently in the search engines, like I showed you. And that's why, golf club and golf clubs was 2 totally different search results. So that's why it's important, to go after those. Tulsa chiropractors and Tulsa chiropractor would bring up 2 different search results. Car dealership, car dealerships will bring up 2 different keyword phrases. So for example, laptops and laptop produce totally different results. So you want both of those in your title tag. Here's an example of how that works. Dog collars. Find the best dog collar for your dog. So that would be your title tag. Dog collars is your main keyword phrase with the S. Find the best dog collar for your dog. And what is interesting here is your title tag, it's also, you want to make it kind of salesy almost. Not really salesy, but so it reads well, so it sounds well, so it encourages the click. Because it's one thing to get people to your site, to come up in Google. It's another thing to encourage them to click among all the other options to click that they have on the Google search engine. So you want to make sure you sell the click. So dog collars, find the best dog collar for your dog. Notice I'm using the plural and singular there. Now weight loss, there's really not a plural of weight loss, but I'm trying to incorporate weight loss twice. Weight loss, your source for weight loss tips. Weight loss articles, your source for weight loss article, or weight loss tips or something like that. So you notice how I kind of bring those together. And these again were samples of good title tags. And I'll show you here, I'm going to jump off the page here one more time though, just so you understand again what the title tags are and where I was going with this. So let's just say here, I'm using the Google toolbar in case you're wondering. So you notice here, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors. Notice here inside the title tags, and you guys will probably recognize this little ugly site that I designed just real quick, and I haven't even finished it. But notice I'm on the first page. That proves it right there. You all saw me with this website. But notice this title tag. I'm very proud of this title tag. Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors. Find a Tulsa chiropractor today. So you notice how that's got the keyword phrase. So notice that again is the title tag. That is in the title tag of the website. That's what the search engines picked up. So there you have the title tag. And so there's that as an example. So if you have any questions this week about title tags, let me know, because as you see here, it's the most important factor, because these are all title tags that search engines are looking at. and 4. So let's go right over here to meta tags next. Meta tags and meta description. The meta tags, including the meta keywords and the meta description, they have a very minimal part of ranking, of making you rank high in the search engines, but they should be used. Now you probably say, why on earth would I say that? They have a minimal role. They used to play a big role until people started spamming them like crazy, and putting in keywords like Amazon, when their site was just about, their site was about a totally different subject like golf clubs. They're putting in Amazon or other random high searched for topics just in their meta keywords to try to rank for, because search engines used to rank them that way. Your meta description is especially important because it is what the search engines will typically pull from the search results to actually include below your title tag. So you need to include your main keyword phrase for the page in there and some sort of a call to action. I'll show you what I mean by this. So if we go right over here and let's say, let's just use the Chicago dentist example. So you do a search here for Chicago dentist, and you notice here, web special, $1 exam, x-rays, or free teeth whitening. We accept insurance, dental gentle cleanings, veneers and braces, cosmetic and family dentistry. That's a nice meta description, because a lot of times what will happen is sites will basically, they won't put in anything special into their meta tags. And so what will happen is Google will go in there, kind of formulate their own little meta tag if they don't have one most of the time. Sometimes they'll just do it anyways. But a lot of the times what happens is Google will just formulate their own, so it does not look very exciting for people. So here's one, open 7 days a week. That's really good. Let me find one. These people have done pretty good on this first page, but let's see. Chicago Dentist Guide. Okay, so here's one. This isn't very exciting. Chicago Dentist Guide, 1833 Dentist Chicago, 1833 Dentist Chicago Reviews, Cosmetic Dentist, Endodontitis, Orthodontist, and all these other big words. That's not very exciting to read that in your meta description. That's not very exciting, and so, this is a lot more exciting. Web special, $1 exam and x-rays or free teeth whitening. That makes me want to click. That makes me want to click on their website. Now I want to point out something here so you understand. Look at their title tag. If you're trying to look for a title tag on your website or any website at all, look at the top left-hand corner of your browser. Whether it's Mozilla or Internet Explorer, that keyword phrase will show up there. So notice how they are doing a fabulous job of using Dentist Chicago, Cosmetic Dentist, Orthodontist Chicago. So now they get the keywords Chicago Cosmetic Dentist, Dentist Chicago Cosmetic, Chicago Orthodontist, Orthodontist Chicago. They have all those up in their keyword phrase in their title tag. So here's their little website. It's very clean, very basic. But you notice how they've done that. But they encourage the click because unlike everybody else, these other ones, they actually said web special $1 exam, and I want to find it. Now, here you go, special web offer. That's a great deal to have a $1 exam. I don't understand how that works, so it makes me interested. It gets me intrigued. And so it's kind of interesting to figure out what this is all about, what they're about. But notice how you want to sell people on your click. And so you not only want to be slightly creative in your title tag if you can. If you cannot, don't worry about it. But use your meta description, because that's your opportunity to encourage people. If you do not use it, Google would just pull something at random. Like Google could say something like, they might just pull something that says Chicago Dentist Orthodontics Cosmetic Dentist Chicago. Now they're kind of stuffing keywords up here, but it is working for them. But you notice that's what Google may have pulled if they didn't define an actual meta description. And so that's something for you to keep in mind, and as to why you need to use a meta description and why you want to use a meta description. So the meta tag should be used very carefully, but it should only include the page's main keyword phrase. So if that page on your website is targeting working capital financing, that should be in your meta keyword phrase. If that page is targeting the keyword phrase, wood nutcrackers, like the little dolls at Christmas, wooden nutcrackers, then that's what that page is targeting. If that page is targeting popcorn supplies or popcorn machines, then that's what it's targeting. If it's targeting antique popcorn machines, then that's what your meta tag keyword will say, but you also want to try to use it in your meta description because, and the reason you use it is not as much for the search engine rankings, but it's more for relation. People typed in, you're trying to rank for a keyword phrase, antique popcorn popper, for example. Obviously, if they type that in, that's what they want to find. So if you include that in your enticing sentence, you could say, find the best variety of antique popcorn poppers here. So it gets your keyword phrase in there, but it grabs their attention. Because what will happen is Google will bold that keyword phrase if it's in your meta description. So it helps your listing stand out a little more in Google. Excuse me. So that kind of is, defined with meta descriptions here. And I apologize, I'm going long. I always go longer than I anticipate. There's just so much content here. So examples of good meta descriptions. Get in touch with a Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor that is both trustworthy and reliable. Now, I didn't do a good job proofreading that. I apologize. Working capital financing. What is working capital financing? Working capital financing is the lifeblood of your growing business. So it kind of, that one doesn't as much sell them, but it kind of informs them as to what it's about. And so they say, okay, I'll click for more info on that. Or, this one's more like, get in touch with Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor that's trustworthy and reliable. So you're like, okay, I like trustworthy and reliable people to do business with, so let's find somebody to do business with that's trustworthy and reliable. Or maybe it's something to the effect of, you have a free report on weight loss, 5 tips to losing weight. Maybe it's a free report on being a better bird watcher. Maybe it's a free report on rock climbing secrets. Whatever the case might be, download my free rock climbing shoes shopping guide or whatever. Put that in your meta description if you offer a report, because people like to get stuff for free. They like to be informed. So include those things in your meta description. Here's an example of the meta tag. I know that your eyes might be glazing over right now when you see this, but this is basically what I showed you here. I apologize. What I was showing you on that page when I was doing a file and I did the search for view source code on those pages. This is the kind of result that comes up. This is HTML code, but you can easily edit this code by just typing, replacing these keyword phrases. So when you have your own website, you would just use find and replace, use the view source code option on your web editor, like Microsoft Front Page. Once you're inside there, where it says title, put in your keywords. Where it says keywords and content, you're going to see that option. Type in your one keyword phrase for that page, and then where it says description content, type in your sentence in your meta description. So that's how you use meta tags. Now, header tags are a little bit different. I'm going to go check our time real quick. Make sure. Okay, so we're doing okay on time here. I'm going to try to go another about 30 minutes of content, or 20 or so minutes of content, and then we'll open up the floor for questions and answers. So header tags after title tags are extremely important to your on-page SEO. When I keep talking about on-page SEO, I'm talking about changes you can make to your website so that your website itself comes up higher in the search engines. In the HTML code, like the view source section of your web editor program, your header tags would look like this: H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6 with the little caret symbols. That's what they would look like in your HTML code. For example, the H1 tag typically generates the largest font, so it's the most important one that the search engines look at. They will actually look pretty highly at your H1 tag. The header tags act like headlines on your web page, and so I'm going to show you kind of what that looks like. Your header tags should look natural, and they'd be like subheadlines on your pages. So like a lot of sales pages have subheadlines, and even a lot of articles, like to break up the article, because we all know people have short attention spans online, and they want to get the information that they are there to look for. So you want to try to include that information in those headers, so they kind of draws them in to read more of your copy. But by doing so, you want to try to incorporate your keyword phrases somehow. So, for example, I'm a Washington State Cougar fan. I attended the school, and so here's an example. Your source for WSU Cougars gear. That's my keyword phrase. WSU Cougars gear. That would be like my H1 tag. Notice it's kind of big and it stands out at the top. And you can edit this by simply finding, inside your view source section, inside your content. You can also modify this within WordPress in the code view section, in the code view of WordPress. And again, if you need help with this, that's what we're here. That's what I'm here for. So you guys have access to me through email, and I want you to make sure you're reaching out to me to get your questions answered, because I do not want you to have any stumbling blocks. So your source for WSU Cougars gear. Your article would go here, so there's your article, and you have a short couple paragraphs to start off your article. And then you also hit them with another little subheadline. Buy WSU Cougars gear and save. So it gets the keyword phrase in there one more time, but this time it goes, inside the H2 tag. And so then your article continues there, and you don't have to use all 6 of them. You could only use 1, or you could use 2, or you could use 3, or whatever you want within that article, but it kind of breaks it up. But I'll show you here an example before I jump off here of a great site that does a fabulous job of using this. This is a guy who runs a site that's a phenomenal SEO guy. This site gets a lot of unique visitors each month, and they have some fabulous content, and it's a site that I actually support and do stuff with. It's a Christian website. So this site, they talk about, is the Bible true? They talk about notice how they're using their keyword phrase in their various sub-headlines. And you can actually size your H1 and H2 tags so that they are not the exact same size. And I'm just pulling up this site just so you guys see an example of a fabulous way to use your header tags and how it kind of breaks up the content. So you notice here, that kind of draws people into what they're going to find on each paragraph. So like my WSU Cougars gear example, that, buy WSU Cougars gear would be here. Their keyword phrase on this page is the Bible true? And, that's the only keyword phrase. Notice that in their title tag. Notice that in their URL structure. Notice that right here. That's the only keyword phrase they're trying to focus on, and that gives you the best results possible. So I definitely want to show you that, as an example of what I meant by the header tag example. So you can jump right over here to internal link structure. So your website should be easily spidered by the search engines. If your site is not easily spidered by the search engines, then that means the search engine spiders and the search engines cannot find your site. Because the search engine spiders go out there to find websites, and they have a little, it's a little program, computer program they use that goes out there and picks up your website. You want them to find all your pages, and you do that by offering text-based links within your website. So you want to have text-based links for your website. So a great example here is Patronic.com. This is a site that I used to be a major owner in. I'm a very small part of it now. But it's a site that we get a lot of it, or actually all our traffic right now, basically through SEO traffic, search engine optimization. And you notice here that on the left hand side here we've got our navigation, and it is all text-based links. These are all text links. And you notice how, you click on them and they go right over there. So what happens is the search engine spiders come in here and they will just eat up this content. So they would just come in here and they can follow these links all the way through to the internal pages of content. And they just go through these sites and they can pick up the content. So that's how text-based links are. That's what I'm referring to. These would be considered image links. Now, we are using image links, but that's because in the footer of our website, we also include the similar subject lines that you saw at the top, in the footer here. And so that is where that is showing up here. So you've got, what you want to have is, if you're going to use fancy navigation like using images or using JavaScript or something of that nature, you're going to want to also include it in the footer as a text-based link, because the search engine spiders have the easiest time following text-based links. I'm not saying they can't follow image links, they can't follow JavaScript links, it just makes it more difficult. And they have no problem finding text-based links to find them. And one thing I want to draw your attention to is, notice this clickable part of the link also is the main keyword phrase for that particular page. And what that does, that's called the anchor text. I know you've heard that said before, but anchor text is a very important aspect of search engine optimization, because anchor text is what is the clickable part of the link. It's the clickable text. That's another way to talk about anchor text. And it should be your main key, that page's main keyword phrase should be in that anchor text. So for example, beeper callers. That page right here is all about beeper callers. You're going to notice here beeper colors. That right there, it is actually text-based. That's an H1 tag right there, beeper colors. And then you'll notice here beeper colors, dog beeper colors, dog training. Notice that in the title tag. Notice that in the breadcrumbs, so the search engines can find those breadcrumbs. And also in our URL structure. So it's very, very clean. It kind of just, it's very well optimized. And what happens though when you're doing this is, the actual website itself will rank higher in the search engines when basically it'll help these internal pages of your site rank when you're telling the search engine spiders what to expect. Like they know, because beeper colors is in the anchor text, that if they go through this text, they're going to find beeper colors. So it gives your site, your page, a little relevancy boost, because on this page there's content about beeper colors, because that's what's being sold here. Now you could also have text down here if you wanted to, or other things. But this is a site that just sells products, so it's basically focused more on just products as content. So each one of these beeper colors, if you click on it, it goes even further, and you'll notice Dogtra 2500 T and B 400 yard training and beeper color. That's a brand of color. That's a specific keyword phrase. Dogtra, notice again in my title tag. I just want to keep reiterating these points to you so you understand how the search engine optimization all works together and why you want to have the relevancy. This page is very relevant for this keyword phrase. So that's something very important and essential for you to consider. You need to use anchor text when you link into pages within your site. The keyword should be part of the link. So right here is an example. Let me go right back here. This is what your link would look like. And this says, you could actually copy this down when you watch the recording. But inside your link, where it says your domain, that's your URL, that's your link. And then inside here, where it says Chicago Lawyer, that's like the keyword phrase. So if you are a lawyer in Chicago and you are linking to your website or to a page inside your website, you would want to try to link with the anchor text link, because that gives you a powerful search engine boost. So that's a very important aspect of search engine optimization. You should have no more than 2 links from your home page to your internal pages. So that's something to keep in mind. Now if you're using WordPress, for example, it does a great job already of providing good internal link structure. You want to use a sitemap and an RSS feed if possible, if at all possible with your website. So you do want to use a sitemap and an RSS feed if possible. So you want to include a sitemap, and I'll show you kind of an example. A sitemap will contain all of your links. So even if you don't have all your links in your navigation on your homepage, you want to have a sitemap link in the footer of the website so the search engines can find it. Sitemap links are all text-based links that basically help the search engine spiders come in and pick up all of your content all at once. So they come into that page and they find all that content which links to the pages on your site. So it enables them to find all your pages, because it does you no good to have articles on your site. It doesn't matter how great the articles are. If the search engines can't find the articles, it's not going to give you the benefit that you are seeking. The URL structure in here, let me jump off here and quickly show you an example of an actual sitemap. So let me jump right over here. Here is a site that does a great job. Notice here in the footer, if you were to click on sitemap right here, it would take you into a page that has a sitemap. It's got a link to all their different pages on their website. So you notice here, bad credit business loans. If you clicked on that, this site's actually broken down into several different sitemaps. But basically you get the idea here of how a sitemap works. You can access a sitemap from the footer of the website. That's usually the most convenient place to put it. So it's a text-based link that the search engines will look for and grab, and they will use that. Another thing that will function very similar to how a sitemap will function for you is the RSS feed. And if you're using WordPress, by default, your site will have an RSS feed. Your URLs or links should contain your main keyword in it. So for example, it should be like yourdomainname.com / Miami-pest control. So if you are a pest control service in Miami, or maybe you have a site related to pest control and you're just targeting different, so maybe it's like, floridapestcontrol.com, and then you have subpages related to each different city and the keyword phrase pest control. That's just an example here. So floridapestcontrol.com / Orlando Pest Control. Florida, FloridaPestControl.com / let's just say Jacksonville Pest Control. Different cities in Florida. And then you get the idea, Tampa Bay -pest -control. The reason you want to try to use the dashes within those links is because the search engines will actually look at the dashes as actually spaces, and so it actually will give you another spot where your keyword phrase will show up in the search engines. So for example here, if you had a site about tennis and you have a subpage about Wilson tennis rackets, it'd be like Wilson-tennis-rackets. Just like you saw on that pet site that I was showing you, for example, notice how the keyword phrase, there's a separation there. So the next thing here, I just want to make sure everybody still hears. Okay, so the next thing you do here is you want to make sure that you have your keyword phrase separated by the dash. And if you have WordPress, you want to use the permalinks from WordPress to do this. You want to name your HTML. You also want to name your HTML files in your web editor. And you want to do this on your future pages. So if you're using, let's say you're using Front Page, for example, and you go to File, Save As, because that's how you save your pages when you create them. Just save it as, Miami-pest-control, your-keyword- here, you get the idea. So I'll show you here real quick how to use the permalinks within WordPress. So let me just go right over here to paulcounts.com / go to my administration side of things. And let me actually use a more recent website here. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to quickly use this in WordPress, the permalink structure, and then we're getting to the point of wrapping things up for this particular training. We'll open up for questions and try to have about 30 minutes or so for Q&A time. So what we've got here is if we come right over here to right inside of your WordPress, you're going to see on the left hand side it's going to say Settings, and you want to just click on Settings. And then inside Settings, you want to click on Permalinks. And once you've clicked on Permalinks, it's going to have a default structure right here. You want to select Custom Structure. And inside Custom Structure, you want to type in / and then you want to do the %, which you hit that by doing the Shift and hitting the number 5 key. And then you want to type in the word post name, and then you want to do %, and then /. And what that will do is that will create search engine friendly links for your WordPress. And so by doing so, what it does then is it basically takes and puts the dash in between each of your keyword phrases. So it makes the custom structure show up correctly for your individual keyword phrases. So that's exactly what it does, and that's how you use that. So it's just you log into your WordPress. This is WordPress 2.7. Go under Settings and choose Permalinks, and then choose your custom structure. And then the next thing that you're going to do then is you're going to go right over one other thing inside WordPress that I just want to point out to you real fast while I'm back here. Notice here under the General Settings, General Settings, notice here it says Blog Title. Even if you don't have the all-in-one SEO plugin installed, you can put in your keyword phrase inside the blog title, and that will give your overall site the main keyword phrase. And then usually by default, even just with the default setting, WordPress will actually put your main keyword phrase inside the article titles of your individual post. But if you actually are using the all-in-one SEO plugin, I'll show you how to use that when you're adding new content. So if you're right here and you chose Add New Content, and this is going back to the example, so you write in your article title, you write in your article, and then you scroll down to where it says All-in-One SEO Pack, and that's the plugin you're going to want to write down. It's All-A-L-L-I-N-1-O-N-E SEO Pack. And then where it says title, you could actually put in whatever title tag you want using the examples I showed you from the training. For the description, you put in your nice meta description, because that will enable the search engines to possibly, you can entice people. You can sell the click within the search engines because you can create your meta description that way. And then you can put in your keywords, separate your meta keywords, which in this case is just the main keyword phrase you're trying to go after. So that is how you do, the URL structure. And so the next little bit here, we're almost done here, I promise. So that's how you do your URL structure. You want to try to do dashes to separate things. Now, content structure. This is very important. Your articles on your site should contain your main keywords near the beginning of them. So you want to write your articles so they're unique, so they're relevant, so they have high quality content. But you really, in order to tell the search engines that an article is relevant for a particular keyword phrase, like let's say the article is on Wilson tennis rackets. If you don't mention Wilson tennis rackets in the first paragraph or two, it's not going to look very relevant to Google, nor to the person using it. So you want to look out for your users because they're there to find a Wilson tennis racket. So if your site happens to come up for that keyword phrase because you've used it in your title tag and your URL structure, but you don't talk about Wilson tennis rackets, so paragraph 3, it's not going to do your users any good. So because they may think, well, I didn't, I'm not finding the content I'd hoped to find on this page, for example. So, in your content structure, you would have like the title of your little article on that page be an H1 tag. And in case you're wondering, if you're using WordPress, and I keep talking about it, but WordPress will automatically put the main title, it goes right into an H1 tag by default. So that's something for you to keep in mind. So it's already done for you whenever you create your post. So that's why it's important to try to incorporate your keyword phrase in your article titles within WordPress. And if you're just using standard HTML to do your sites, that's not a problem at all. Just go ahead and put in your main keyword phrase in there. And so you want to try to have your main keywords, your main keyword phrase. So if it's Wilson tennis racket, you want to try to mention it at least one time or so in that first paragraph. Now, there's nothing. Articles should be broken apart with the header tags in between, if possible. Not only will that help your readers, because it will actually, kind of break things up, because it's really hard on websites. People don't want to sit there and read, 500 words at once. They like to have little subheadings and things. So try to break it up when you're doing your articles on your site. You should try to include your main keyword once or twice in the first paragraph, and place it anywhere that makes sense in the next paragraphs. And that's an important statement I'm making. It needs to make sense. You do not want to write content that doesn't flow and that doesn't make sense. So, I would not sit there and talk all about, let's say Tulsa chiropractors. I wouldn't say, find the best Tulsa chiropractors. Tulsa chiropractors are the bomb. Tulsa chiropractors are trustworthy. Tulsa chiropractors this. Tulsa chiropractors that. That doesn't flow well. So you do not want to stuff with keywords. Not only will that, a little red flag to the search engines that you're trying too hard to optimize, but it's also going to send a red flag to your readers that you don't care enough about them to write good content. So you need to write good, solid content that they're going to read, actually. That's very important. So it needs to be search engine friendly, solid content. Try to include your main keyword in the last paragraph of the article if possible to kind of close it out. That's just kind of well-rounded approach to getting that content on there. So you want to include one or two times in the first paragraph, where it makes sense in the middle paragraphs, and then try to close out with that keyword phrase. And that's going to kind of give you that nice balance of relevancy, and only include it at the end if it makes sense. If it flows in your close, put it in there. If not, don't use it. Don't say, well, Paul said I need to have it, so you write it in there. Just do it if it makes sense. That's the important thing, is use your keyword as it makes sense, but use it. A lot of times people, well, they may not try to use it. So it's important to try to incorporate your keyword phrase in your content, but don't overuse it. Don't abuse it. Use it, but don't abuse it. Oh, that kind of rhymed. Perfect keyword density is an absolute myth. I know a lot of SEO people might be seeing that going, hey, but it's a myth. There's no such thing as perfect keyword density. Not only will it waste your time because you're going to be sitting there calculating, according to my calculations, or whatever, I've got 500 words of content and I've got the keyword 20 times, and so I need to have a keyword density of 0.113 or whatever. There's no such thing. Don't bother with that. Don't worry about a percentage. There's really no set percentage. If your article makes sense to you, if you can read it out loud, or if you can read your own article and it makes sense, if it reads like you speak, then it's good enough to go. If it reads like you speak and it really gives good content, good information, then it's good. You just want to try to include your keyword phrase because it makes sense. Because if your article is relevant about a subject, obviously it's going to include your keyword phrase. So really, there's no science behind that part of it, or really any of this SEO that I'm showing you. It's just a matter of putting things in good locations. And so don't worry about perfect keyword density. Just write good, solid content. You could write 5 articles in the time it'd take you to sit there and calculate keyword density of one. So sit there and write those 5 articles, because that's going to do better for you. And then read your content and make sure it flows and makes sense. Just, don't insert keywords because you think you have to. Don't abuse keywords, though. Don't overuse them. If you have to, err on the low side of using them, but still use them. I can't stress that part enough. Make sure they're in there because it makes sense. Don't get caught up with it at all. Write for humans and not for search engines, and the search engines will appreciate your content. Like I said at the beginning, the search engines are there. They want to partner with you. They want to show your content to their visitors, believe it or not. And it's not that they want you to succeed, but basically if you succeed, they will succeed, because as you come up there, you're going to write more good content. They want to show your site. And I'm not saying that, they're going to signal you out and pick just your site, because there's tons of competing sites. But it will by default signal you out, because a lot of sites are not focusing on basic SEO principles. They want to provide their users with good results and good information. So if you send people to a site with good information, high value content that's search engine friendly, then you will be just fine. And yes, it does take a little bit of work for SEO, but it's not all that bad, as I hope you saw here. Try to write unique and relevant articles for your individual website. That's very important. Target 1 keyword phrase per article. So don't try to target every single keyword phrase that you saw on that list, within your title tags and things. If you have a list of 30 different keyword phrases and they're all in a similar niche, maybe it's all about rock climbing shoes, and you have 20 different keyword phrases that you could go after. Try to write 20 different articles on rock climbing shoe, the variations of those keyword phrases. If you can. I mean, if you can write good content on only 5 of those 20 keyword phrases, then only use 5 of those, because you can write, because there's no sense in writing, having 20 spammy articles on your site, if they're all real short, low value content. But if, let's say you have 20 keyword phrases related to rock climbing shoes, and you could easily pull out of 20 keyword phrases 5 solid articles, and then target each one around 1 or 2, one mainly specific keyword phrase that you use in your title tag, that you use in your URL link, that you use in your headings, and that you try to use inside your content. And you do those things, you're going to be just fine. And then you link to those, when you're doing WordPress, it will automatically add your content to an RSS feed and a sitemap for you using the Google Sitemap plugin, so it will be found. If you're using a static HTML site, just put the link, in the sitemap, and make sure you have a sitemap on your footer. And then the search engines will help find that new content. And if you want to, and you're using a static HTML site, use the content we talked about in that first video that has been uploaded for you, where it talks about using Pingamatic.com or another site.
This is session 3 of your traffic and SEO training. In this session, we're going to go over article marketing and keyword research for more traffic and more profits. You want to write informative articles that help build credibility and that drive targeted traffic and increase your search engine ranking. So that's very, very important. The next thing is to keep in mind, articles increase your online exposure by placing your articles on high traffic, high authority websites. And I want to make sure that I made the screen active, so I'm going to just double check on that. Okay, good. So you guys are seeing the screen. I just want to verify that. So let's go back right here. Okay, so obviously you want to be writing informative articles using that keyword research that we just went over. So when you're writing these informative articles, they will help you build credibility, drive targeted traffic, and increase search engine rankings. People will help see you as an expert, and that's why article marketing is so important to your business. Articles increase your online exposure by placing your articles on high traffic, high authority websites. You're simply providing information that people are seeking, and that's where you come up, and that's why you want to provide the information that people are seeking using those keyword research tools that I just went over briefly. And then at the end of the articles, you want to include a link to your websites. You want to include a call to action so that people will go right back to your websites. You want to have some sort of a call to action within that. So here's a little brief overview of how to write articles. You want to include a catchy, keyword-rich title for the article, and you want to try to write at least 3 and around 5 short paragraphs for your article. So shorter paragraphs will increase the chances of the article being read. It's really difficult to read articles, you've probably seen them that have 150, 200 some words in just one little article,
it can be difficult here in one paragraph. It can be very difficult to follow along, and that's why a lot of sales pages and things like that you see online are broken down into a little more easier to manage bite-sized chunks. So you can even try to include some subheadings within your articles as well. So you want to include a catchy keyword-rich title for the article, and the keyword-rich title would be exactly what we just researched. And when I'm talking about keyword-rich title, you want to include your keyword somewhere in the article title, preferably at as far to the left, the beginning of it as possible. But if you can't include it to where it makes sense and it's catchy, you want to include it somewhere in there. Things like step by step, 5 steps to dog leash training success. That would be a great article title. 5 steps to dog leash training success. 5 steps to putting success. Things like that. Those would be huge for you. You want to provide good, solid content within your articles, within those 3 to 5 paragraphs or more of your article. Provide good, solid content to the readers, because by providing good content, people are going to want to purchase something from you. They're going to want to click to learn more, because they're going to say, wow, he's providing this kind of content for free. What's he got to offer me on his website? Does he have more of this great content? That kind of thing. People will respect you if you provide good, solid, and informative content. Some good subjects here, articles that do really well. How-to articles, I talked about that. Bulleted points, so articles with like 5 bullet points, 5 step-by-step plans, things like that. They do really well as far as getting people interested, in reading the articles and getting them to like draw their attention in. Article subjects, like I said, 5 steps to dog leash training success. That'd be huge, because people say, okay, I don't really have time to read a big, article that, sometimes they think of articles, they think of long, big, educational type articles that people write out a bunch, 5,000 word articles. These are just short, to the point, step-by-step articles. So they're like, okay, I can take 5 little steps, and each little step might be, a little paragraph or a little bullet point or something like that. So, dog leash training, 5 steps to success. And you could actually take that title I just said right here and apply it to your niche, weight loss secrets, 5 steps to success. Weight loss tips, 5 steps to success. Bird watching, bird watching success, or whatever. Bird watching, 5 steps to success. You get the idea. Mortgage, 5 steps to success. So there's a basic on how to write some articles, what you're trying to accomplish when you're writing articles. At the end of the articles, make sure you include an about the author, a bio, an about the author bio or biography, which also is also called a resource box from time to time. And it should be around 200 characters or 1 or 2 sentences, or even 150 characters, whatever it is. You don't really need to sit there and write out the characters. Try to keep it under 200 characters, because some article directories won't allow you to submit more than that. I know Easing Articles let you submit a little more than that, but I try to keep it around that level just to make sure that I get as many pickups on my articles as possible. Or a good rule of thumb, like I said, is 1 or 2 sentences. Inside your resource box, you want to include an offer or an enticing reason for them to visit your website. And you want to include an anchor text link going back to your website for maximum SEO benefit. Now, for those that maybe haven't watched week 2 video, or you missed last week, we talked about how important backlinks are and anchor text links. And that's actually another whole subject too. We're going to go more into backlinking, because it's so huge for your success with search engine optimization and traffic. And getting backlinks to your site is really important if you're using anchor text link. When I talk about anchor text link, I mean the clickable part of the link. And hopefully in this example here, you can kind of see what I'm referring to. So you see here in my example of a good resource box, a decent one. This is my name. Paul Counts is an internet marketing consultant, small business coach. Discover how you can make money online as quickly as today by visiting fastcashaccounts.com, where you can download the free step-by-step video training series now. So what you've got here is, with Make Money Online, that is my anchor text, or sometimes referred to as clickable text. That anchor text, Make Money Online, links to my blog, paulcounts.com. Oops, didn't mean to click on that, but there it is. So it links right over to my blog. And that anchor text tells the search engines what to expect on my website. And search engines love anchor text, search engine friendly links. And I show you here how to actually create that, so you know the code that I use to make a link like that. And that's very important that you're using this, because not only do you want to use these articles to get traffic and interest in your site, but you want to use these articles so that people are coming to your site, and also search engines scour these article directories. They pick up the article directories, and then they'll follow the link to your site. And the more links to your site, the more votes your site has, so to speak, in search engines, and the more votes your site has, the higher your site ranks. So I hope you can see how they work together. Not only do the articles drive traffic, they also drive and improve your search engine rankings, which, when working together will help you increase your overall traffic. Now, article directories, just so I'm clear on that, it's not the only source of link building you're going to want to do. Article directories don't have as much authority as far as increased search engine rankings as they used to, but they still benefit you. So there's other link building alternatives for SEO link building that we talk about, again, more in depth. There's so many things to cover in this traffic course. But basically, as quickly as today, you can just go to fastcashcounts.com, so basically this is my call to action. I have another site I'm directing them to. So I'm getting links into this site. It's just not an anchor text link. And the reason I didn't do an anchor text link on that is because you want to try to limit your resource box, this is really important, to one anchor text link, because you don't want to have too many of them, because the search engines, it'll kind of discount it. So I try to just focus on having one anchor text link, within the actual resource box. So that's what I try to focus on, just so they have a focus there. And then the website right there, I want to try to build up that brand name when I put in the website. So these could be the same website if you want them to. I just chose to make them separate. And, so as quickly as today, visiting, fastcashcounts.com, and also do that too so it flows, because, it doesn't look right to say as quickly as today by visiting, Make Money Online. That won't flow. So you have to have your URL in there. But you want to try to use your anchor text before you give them the call to action on your URL, if that makes sense. So basically structure it very similar to how I've structured this resource box, and you'll be set to go. You obviously can see how you can include your name, so it builds your name's your credibility, and then your niche, whatever niche you is, whatever it is that you do, try to build up who you are and what you do, and then give them a reason to visit your site. Like I say, discover how you can make money online as quickly as today, and I have a 7-part video series where I teach people how they can start making money online as fast as today using, Google Hot Trends, and I have a nice little 7-part training series, so I get them on my list. And, so that gets them a reason to say, okay, he's got a great article here, so, wow, this is really interesting. Where, I want to download this free series. So basically they go right over and they'll click right on that resource box. And that's how you want your resource box structured. You want to give them a reason to go to your site. You want to give them a nice anchor text link so you get some search engine benefit, so you get some backlinking benefit from it. But again, I want to reiterate on the search engine linking part, don't just rely solely on article marketing when you're doing link building. Rely on some of the other things we've talked about so far and that we will talk about here in the future or in the next training. So keep that in mind. Now, article resource box, here's the HTML version of the resource box I use. Now, when I say HTML, that means the hypertext markup language, which is basically HTML is the coding. You're probably familiar with that, obviously by now, that sites are run on. And most of these sites, a lot of article directories have an HTML about the author section, and they also have one that's non-HTML. And the non-HTML one only allows you to have a link to your site, like this link right here, http fastcashcounts.com. I chose to capitalize the different words in my name just because it kind of helps. It helps kind of stick out in people's mind. It doesn't affect your URL at all. You can type in caps or no caps in your main URL, and it'll go where you want. And so basically, discover how you can make money online. And notice this is the code that I use. So this / you want to write down this one here at the bottom, right here. Whoops. The one that has a caret to the left, and then it's got the A space href $, and then a quote, first quote mark, and then put in your URL. So that would be the link to your website that you want to get the benefit. That could either be a link to your website, a link to an article page on your site. It doesn't have to be to your home page. You can deep link is what it's called. And deep linking can really help you with search engine optimization, and we cover that in the future as well. But with deep linking, you send them a link. So you pull up your website, your article, maybe it's an article on your site, and you want to send traffic just to that particular page on that article. That would be, obviously your URL, that's where that goes. The link text, that's your main keyword phrase, is your link text. That's where your main keyword phrase is. That is the link text. That is the text that you want your anchor text. That's your clickable text. So that's like, in this case, make money online. And it has to be in between these two little, I call them little carrots, you call them whatever you want. So there's the caret to the right. Some people call them less than or greater than, like the math symbol. So you choose however you want to call them, but it must go between those, the link text, and then it must end with this, you've got a little arrow to the left, / the letter A, arrow to the right. Now don't ask me what all that stuff means. All I know is that it makes a link look how it does. I'm not an HTML guru or expert. But this is the little link code you're going to want to write down, because you want to use this when creating your anchor text links. And you'll want to refer to this in the future too, for when you're doing press release marketing and other forms of marketing on your site as well, to generate anchor text, search engine friendly backlinks that we have discussed before. So article topic ideas, like I mentioned, that keyword research is some ideas, and here's a few more. You can research other article directories and browse the top performing articles for ideas on content to write about. So basically, so you could research these other article directories and research other article directories and browse the top performing ones and come up with some ideas. So you can go to for example, you can go right over to ezinearticles.com, and let's just pull that up, www.ezinearticles.com. And if you go and let's say we narrow down to a particular niche, like let's just say health and fitness, and let's pull down acne as another niche within a niche, and you would see here at the top of all eZine Articles pages, they have a little page up here that says Top Authors in Health and Fitness. And you could click in here and get some ideas for what these top authors in this category. Now, I'm not saying to copy I'm saying to come up with some ideas for article subjects. I'm not saying to go in and copy their articles by any means. I'm talking about coming in there and helping yourself brainstorm some subject ideas that they have used for success, because they're considered a top author in their field. And you can also utilize this to get ideas for how you can structure your article titles using the keywords that you have researched. So as you will recall, the keyword research we already went through in depth. This is how you can go in and actually start going through the process. So cures for pimples. Cures for pimples would be his main keywords. Get rid of those ugly pimples and get your clear skin and beautiful skin back. So there's a little subject. Home remedies for acne. That's his keyword. Space. Use these remedies to get your clear and beautiful skin back. So notice in the title, he does a fabulous job. Now I haven't looked at this stuff yet. I'm just showing you guys this as an example. They do a great job of including their keywords as far to the left. And then they do a great job of trying to sell people on reading that article. So you see here they've got their main keyword, space, and that could be probably the best way to format some of your articles, because it's easy to read. It's got the information they want. If your article title is on, comes up on the first page, not only is it going to interest people because your actual article, not only is it going to interest them because of your article itself, but it's actually going to interest people because it's what they searched for. It's what they actually searched for, so it's going to match up, obviously, and that's why it's ranking, but it's going to match up with what they looked for. Dog leash training, they are looking for dog leash training. They're not looking for, dog training overall. They're particular about dog leash training. So if you give them the article related to dog leash training, they're going to click on it. If you include that in your subject line with something enticing like 5 steps to success, they're going to be really interested in clicking. They'll see like, wow, this looks like a great resource. And then they read through your article, they see your bio box, they happen to click through to your site, maybe they sign up for your list, maybe they click on the affiliate link you have on your site that takes them over to like ClickBank, and it takes them right on over to the affiliate site, and then maybe they sign up and they buy the ebook you're promoting, or maybe they buy your ebook, or maybe they maybe they buy a dog training collar from you, or leash or something like that, for their dog, or maybe they sign up for your dog social networking site. You get the idea. Now all of a sudden you've given people what they want because you did a good job doing your research and applying these principles, and you will be rewarded for that, because not only will Google reward you by ranking the various articles up there because you've matched up with what people want, you have good content, but the people will appreciate the good content, and then you see how this can really grow. Obviously, use the keyword research, and then use the idea mentioned above. Work them in tandem. Okay, here's some keywords. Now, how could I? Let's look up some ideas of how successful authors on EasyArticles.com has formulated their articles. So use that as a guide or as some examples. Obviously, do not copy titles. Try to not copy article titles. That's not a good thing to do. Sometimes, obviously, there's some article subjects that you may have to have very similar subject titles. And that's just a hard fact because there's search engine search engine optimization. There's only so many ways you can say the word search engine optimization. So I could do an article, search engine optimization, 5 steps to success. And somebody else might have an article, search engine optimization, 3 steps to success, or successful search engine optimization tips. Well, obviously I'm not copying the content. I'm writing my own content. But if the article title is similar, don't fret about it. Just don't blatantly go out there and try to copy them if you can help it. And obviously, do not copy the content that they have within their articles. Create your own content. Be original. You can write 1 article per keyword phrase most of the time. So as we identified using the AdWords keyword tool, we were able to identify a lot of keyword phrases that we could go after. So creating content for your articles, research other websites, books, and magazines in your niche. Now, books and magazines, that might be slightly extreme. But if you really want to get serious and write some good contents, go to the library or buy a book on your niche, or library is your best bet because it's free. Compile some research. Make sure you give, if you take some credit, if you're taking exact points from, exact written text from books and stuff, try to, put together a little resource sheet if you can help it, so you can say things like, according to this book by this author, blah, blah, blah is true about dog leash training, So I hope you guys get that idea there. So don't obviously plagiarize from books. I'm not encouraging that. Use it like you're writing a paper for college, Come up with some ideas, some subjects, things like that. Reference them in your article. It'll help give you some credibility, too. It's kind of using that, what we call borrowed credibility in this industry, They're like, wow, look at that. They're kind of writing an article, that this successful author's written. Wow, this must be good information, that kind of stuff. Plus, it helps that, it helps that author out because they helped you. It's just, good karma to do that. Take things from magazines. According to Dog Training Journal, dog leash training can take, 5 weeks to be successful at, or something like that, So you get the idea. Use books, magazines, other websites, within your research, and obviously if you just take stats from these different sites, you don't really need to reference them. If you pull some data or stats that may not be proprietary to them, meaning that's their only source of content, then by all means, use that content, just formulate your own wording around it. But just be careful there. Obviously, I'm not teaching anybody to go plagiarize and copy. I'm going to be very careful about saying that. Don't want anybody to get upset here. But you do need to do research if you're going to have good, solid articles. You need to research your niche market. You can use software to help you find the information you're looking for. And so this is a perfect segue to go right into the software that I am providing for you guys as a free little bonus. So this is a free bonus. It's an article ideas software, and it will help you really write articles really, really quick. So for example, how this little software works, and you guys get a copy of this. It will be available sometime in the next 24 to 48 hours on the same page where I post, all the articles on. You're going to, get a main topic. So you can just click here where it says main topic, and main topic you type in your keyword phrase. So for example, dog leash training, and just choose go. And then what the software is going to do, it's going out to various websites, and it's actually pulling down some information from these websites. It's grabbing just some basic research information. So obviously you're not going to want to just go out there and swipe this content directly. It's so you don't want to just copy it verbatim, but you can take some of this wording, reword it for yourself, or you can go to these sites and find some more research. So notice how really pretty quickly, I got several sites that I could consider. So let me drag this down here. And there weren't a ton of sites for this particular niche keyword phrase, but you could use it for some more broad terms pretty quickly, to get some more ideas. But if I click here, pets, animals, oops. So that's a bad example. Okay, so you could actually click here and copy. Oop. You can open that link. and then you could go and read, here's a nice little article. You might be able to pull some ideas. You might be able to even, reference this person, the author of this article. They didn't really include a name in their author section, but you could go here and, okay, so that's a good source for, dog leash training. So I could go there and write up some information about it. You could take here and put in, keywords such as weight loss as an example. And notice weight loss and some broader niches will actually start pulling the results that I was hoping that would actually pull from. And you kind of get some ideas here. Now some of it, is kind of junky, but some of it is workable. So if I just stop that. Okay, and then notice here you can go right over here to the plain text view, and you could actually just take these various little segments and copy, like you could take this whole thing, copy to clipboard, and then you could open up a little notepad file, paste it right in there, format, word wrap, and then you could just go ahead and just start, clean out the junk that maybe comes in. But just, you've got right at your hand some research that you could start doing. Weight loss is about knowing which foods are healthy and eating more of the healthy foods. Okay, that's a good little sentence. So let me go and take another one, and so you go grab a few more sentences, and then you take them and just start, rewording that. So really quickly here, you get your research done for you. So I'll give you guys access to the software. You can play around with it. I was pretty excited when I found out I was able to give this to you guys. So I'm going to enable you guys to use that software. It might help you guys some in your article writing. So you can use some software tools. You can also do your own research on Google itself. That's some other ideas. Google dog leash training and look up some other articles. dogleashtraining.net, and pull some data, information, or get some ideas. Have a little notepad next to you, or a little notepad text file, and write out, okay, maybe I should comment on, write something about this, or read the comments on these various articles and see if people had questions related to that. You can go into website forums, so like, dog training forums, and you could see big questions that people have about dog trainings, so, like there's inside this dog forum that I'm just clicking on, here's a dog behavior training section, or some articles on dog behavior training, so you could pull some more ideas within these forums. And there's just a lot of data that you could pull from. So here's like an individual dog training forum, and you could go through here and identify questions that people have, so then you could answer these questions that people have related to dog training. Another tool example, another tool slash freebie thing that you can use is Yahoo Answers. So you can just go right in here to Yahoo Answers and go ahead and do a quick search for your question. So let's say dog leash training. See if anybody has any questions about it. Where can I find a dog leash or dog training leash? Does dog leash training or dog leash training, how long should it take? So there's an example of a good article. Somebody's saying, okay, dog leash training, how long should it take? I'm going to train my dog. How long should I take for each session? And then you could research that answer, come up with an article, and respond to them with a link to your e-zine articles that you created. Plus, you're creating content for yourself with that main keyword phrase. So definitely use Yahoo Answers as another research tool to utilize. So again, we talked about using software. You can rewrite private label rights articles, and I encourage you to rewrite them because you want to have good, unique content. You want to ensure that your articles are picked up. So if you rewrite them, it's basically reordering the content, adding content to them, taking out words, coming up using a thesaurus, which is basically it's a tool that gives you kind of like a dictionary, but it gives you synonyms, keywords or words that are similar to different keywords within that. So you might use additional keywords like dog leash training, dog obedience training, or something. You might tie those kind of words in. Leash, collars, those kind of run together. You can try to use those inside within your article. Come up with some ideas, just some various things that might make sense, some core keyword phrases. You could change them to different keywords as long as they mean the same thing. rewrite the article, basically take the content and say, okay, this is good research, but I'm going to rewrite it myself. The great thing with that PLR content, when you're rewriting it, you don't need to worry about referencing, the PLR content, because you have the rights to it to do whatever you want with, pretty much. So you don't need to be sitting there and referencing people. It gives you some abilities, and you can find private label rights articles by just going to Google and typing in, dog training private label rights, dog leash training private label rights. You might find articles on even the most niche keyword phrases, but usually you're going to find it for broad keywords. But if you have private label rights articles and they already have good subjects that are already getting traffic, you could actually use those as subjects to start with. So a lot of times we get private label rights. Maybe you have 100 articles, PLR articles on the weight loss niche. Well, now all of a sudden you've got 100 articles that potentially have search volume that you could go in and rewrite or combine it. You could even take bits and pieces from private label rights articles, combine them to an original article that you're writing, or take half of a PLR article and combine it with half of an article you wrote. And there you go. You've got yourself some good unique content. Use PLR ebooks that give you the rights to use as articles, because some private label rights ebooks, and I'm not talking about articles, I'm talking about ebooks, so you don't think I'm repeating myself. But private label rights ebooks, typically, an ebook is like 50 or so pages of content, and you could actually take a private label rights ebook. So let's say an ebook's got 50 pages of content, then each one of those pages could be around 50 articles for you. And what I like about using ebooks for is because it gives you a chance to kind of have a slightly more unique content, because most of the people that get private label rights ebooks, they just think about selling the ebook if they do anything with it. Most of the time they won't even do anything with it. But if they don't worry about, most of the time they're just worried about using it as an entire ebook. They're not really thinking about using it as an article now, and so it gives you a little chance to actually, have some good unique content pretty quick. And, to make sure it's even more unique, maybe take one page of content, cut it in half, combine it with maybe something you found on page 3 that was interesting, and, maybe add in your own first paragraph. So you get the idea is that you don't need to write all this content up front. You can also obviously outsource article writing if you want to. You can go to elance.com and put up an article writing project, but outsourcing for traffic, that's going to be, again, another topic that we have to go over. But creating content for articles is something you can do on your own. You could have somebody else do for you. You can pay about $5 an article and have them written for you, or you can take one PLR ebook and turn those into articles. And so you get the ideas of some things you can do. Some other great ideas for creating content for your articles is record yourself creating your articles using a free program like Audacity, and then transcribe the free content. So you can go download a tool, type into Google Audacity, hook it up to your USB headset, and then what you're going to do is go ahead and read the, talk about your article. You can speak faster than you can type. And, so you could basically take the research that you found on your niche, or even what you know off the top of your head, because most of you have expertise within your niche. Take what you know on top of your head after you've done some keyword research and say, okay, I'm doing this example on golf ball training. I'm doing this, or golf ball driving. Be a better driving a golf ball further. So you say, okay, that's my subject. Golf ball driving, and then you go sit there and you just start spouting off everything you know about being a better driver, driving the golf ball further, faster, whatever it is you're trying to do with it more accurately, curing your slice in your golf swing, so you're talking about curing your golf swing slice. You give some tips. You're just speaking it, and Audacity's recording yourself. And what's great about it is you're going to be able to apply it to podcasting, some other marketing forms, video marketing, the MP3 that you get after this. And so you can actually take that file that's created, so you're actually kind of doing dual purpose marketing there. And you can speak faster and you can type, as I mentioned. And a good tip also, if you want to have unique PLR articles, is to take private label rights articles and then read them in your own words. So read the PLR articles in your very own words into Audacity. And then once you have have done this in Audacity, just stop the recording and then go ahead and save it to your computer.
and then open it up in like Windows Media Player, open up the file, and then sit there and actually, type out the articles. You can transcribe it yourself. If, a lot of times people are on a budget when they're doing their marketing, or they just find it's easier to just do it themselves, or they have a spouse or a family member or something that could transcribe, the audio. So you just basically take the audio and you just type out, what you're doing as you speak, and all of a sudden now you've written an article, and you'll find that in a very short amount of time, just literally like a few minutes, you've said enough to actually create an article or two even. Sometimes within 10 minutes you could actually write 5 or 6 articles, 4 or 5 articles in just a short time by speaking it. And then obviously you have to go back in and transcribe it, which takes a little bit of time, and then edit it, but it really will speed up the content creation part and make your life much easier. And transcribing audios is something else that you can outsource. And you could outsource it to relatives, spouse, whatever it is, children, whoever you're outsourcing stuff to, outsource to freelance sites like elance.com, guru.com, getafreelancer.com. Use those sites to outsource transcribing of the content for. And that's how you can, start creating some content really quick. You could also use a text-to-speech program called Dragon Naturally Speaking that will actually type what you say. And one thing to use in tandem with it is Audacity, because as you're actually saying what you want to say, it's actually recording that into an audio file, which again you can use for video and podcast marketing, which is a whole nother trainings that we will be covering again as well. So we've got a lot of things in store again. The Dragon Naturally Speaking, basically it will type what you say. Now it sometimes is inaccurate. I find that it won't work as great all the time, but it gives you a rough idea of what you're trying to say. And, and basically before you start reading these articles, write down a few bullet points, jot down a few notes to yourself like, I'm going to write on these 4 bullet points today, or I'm going to talk about these. These are my main points. Or if you know your niche on top of your head, don't worry about writing down bullet points. Just speak, speak in there. And it'll help you create some good, solid, unique content. Make sure you go back to edit your articles after you use them in Dragon Naturally Speaking. It's a program you can just type into Google. You can buy it. I think Amazon even sells it, but you'll find their website too. It costs, I believe the last cost I saw was like $99. Staples, Office Depot, Best Buy, some of those kind of stores, electronics, office type stores, Office Max, things like that, they sell. They usually sell Dragon Naturally Speaking software. It's about a $100 software program, but with a good USB headset, it can actually really save you a lot of time. As far as outsourcing, the articles, you get content that's really in your voice. For sure it's in your voice. It really speeds up the process to do a lot of things. But you just need to make sure you go back and edit the content. But you can write some article content really, really quick. So those are some strategies to really start ramping up the process on top of using private label rights content. So again, you don't need to worry about, if you are scared to sit down and type in front of your computer and that you get writer's block by looking at the blank screen, don't let that hold you back, because it's all about creating as much content and information as possible. So that's really what it's all about. So we're going to just continue on here and talk a little bit about maximizing your traffic opportunities. So you want to create as many articles as possible when you're doing article marketing. Basically, the more articles you can create and distribute, the more traffic you can start to see. Now, I know that might seem like, well, that's a no-brainer. Why did I just pay Paul to tell me that? Well, it's because you need to be reminded that it takes effort, and it takes, a little bit of time, but effort. And that's when you're going to start seeing results. Your efforts going to start coming up to match a reward. So the more articles you can create and distribute, the better you're going to be. If you can write 50 articles to distribute, you're going to be that much better than if you had just written one article on one core keyword, because now all of a sudden you're targeting 50 various keyword phrases. And ensure you have keyword-rich titles that have been researched so you know that there's an interest in those topics. That's how you can really maximize article marketing. Like I said before, when we were doing that keyword research using Google Insights, using Google AdWords tool, using all those things together to generate as much good keyword research as possible, you want to know that those topics are being searched for. You want to know that they are hot topics. And then you want to have a good resource box, because it does you no good if you don't have a resource box, or if you have a resource box that's kind of boring, or
basically you want to give them an incentive to click on it, whether it's your free report, whether it's more fabulous content, whether it's more of you, whatever it is that gets them excited to go to your site. You want to have a good resource box, whatever, maybe you're having coupons, promotions, whatever it is, give them an incentive within your resource box to click on your links in your resource. And in most article directories won't let you do more than 2 links, so you want to try to limit it to the 2 links I showed before, which is your anchor text link, which helps for search engine optimization, and a direct link to maybe your offer page, your website, or whatever it is. But you want to make sure they're linking directly to your website. That may seem like a no-brainer, but it's very, very important. So to maximize your traffic opportunities with article marketing, there's just 3 really core things. Create as many articles as possible, and ensure you're using keyword-rich titles that you've done some research on, there's an interest, and then have a good resource box. It takes a little bit of work, but I hope you saw in the previous steps that I went over some methods for generating content quickly without having to worry about writing as much. So I hope that encourages you to do more article marketing. Distributing your articles. You can distribute them through article directories. And we'll cover a few good article directories to use. You can go to Google and even type in article directories to find some good ones to submit to. Article directories, Easing Articles is one I talk about, goarticles.com, and I'll have a slide with those on there. But those websites, they're high authority sites. Google still ranks them high. They're great sites as far as getting good traffic from them. They have huge amounts of traffic. People not only finding them from the search engines, but also within the websites, people are actually finding the information useful, so they're inside the site, typing in things like, weight loss or dog leash training or dog obedience to find more articles on their subjects. If they stumble across your article and you have a good resource box, they get, they'll click through. It's all about getting as much traffic as possible to your article. So, article directories are really important to submit to still. Very important. You don't want to use it as your sole link building strategy, but it can help you. It can really help you not only rank in the search engines by an improved amount of link building ability and having an increase in the number of various ways that you're doing link building, but it also is going to help you just from a sheer traffic standpoint. Some other strategies is to offer to write articles for blogs and websites in your niche. Now, I know this might seem weird, like, why do I want to create content for somebody in my niche or something else? Well, find a site that is an information type portal or a hub in your niche market, and make posts on forums in your niche. So like the Warrior Forum if you were in internet marketing, or maybe it's a weight loss forum, and find forums in your niche and tell them that you would like to write a few unique articles. So inside these posts, you want to make posts telling people that maybe it's in the joint venture section or about me section inside the forum or something like that, or come up with an area. Maybe they have a free section or a networking section or something like that. But basically say that you'd like to write a few unique articles, so articles that are only going to be used for those one websites. But in exchange for you writing a unique article for them for free, you want to include an anchor text link to your website. What's going to happen though is that a lot of these sites, they're good authority sites. They have good traffic to their sites. You'll get good traffic from the sites, but more importantly, you're getting a good anchor text search engine friendly link going to your website, and that's a good advanced little SEO link building tactic. And you could also, just do straight emails to website owners. Use domaintools.com, DOMAIN, domaintools.com. Type in the website that you're interested in, and it should bring up the contact information for that website owner. Now, they may not have, all their information public, so if they don't, just move on to the next one, or try to find their information if you really want them. Submit the contact us form on their site, or sign up for their list and email them that way. Come up with a way to kind of try to get in touch with them. Hit their support desk up. I had somebody just do this, for me. They offered to write me 2 articles for my blog, and they were, in exchange, they're doing anchor text links. I knew exactly what they're doing, but I still took them up on the offer because and the articles look great. I'll take 2 fresh, unique, solid articles in exchange. All I'm doing is linking out to their site. They have relevant sites. I obviously looked at their sites before I approved the articles to make sure they were sites that my users would benefit from and that were beneficial, so it wouldn't hurt me by linking out to them. So, obviously you're not going to link out to a Viagra site or something like that, when you're in the pet niche, or something like that, or some other, casino site or a site, that's got a bad website. You don't want to be linking off to bad websites. You want to link off to sites within your niche. You don't want to be in the dog training niche linking off to internet marketing, type website either. So keep that in mind as well. So make sure when you're when they're doing this for you, if you have your own site and somebody offers this for you, or if you offer it for somebody else, make sure it's relevant, because it's going to benefit them if it's relevant too. Google will frown on sites that are linking out just, to link out to other sites. And what's great though is you get a good one-way link, and search engines like one-way links, especially links that have text, surrounded by text related to that subject. So that's going to be huge. So you could offer to write a unique article. That's important. You cannot write this article and then distribute it to article directories, because they did not ask you to do that. That's not, you'd be lying if you did that. So you want to only take the article and use it only on their website one time. And yes, it might take you some time, and you might say, well, why do I want to do this again? But it's all about getting that good anchor text, search engine friendly backlink to your site. And make sure that they keep the site, keep it live on there. Maybe just tell them, but usually by default they're going to put it up there, set and forget it, and it's going to be live there. So another thing to use is use an article software service to submit your articles. Articlemarketer.com is a great one that I use as well. It's tremendous. It actually takes your article and will blast it. It does cost money, so it does cost a little bit of money, but it will take your articles and blast it out there to several sites at once, several sources at one time. It will take it and submit it to a lot of article directories with one fell swoop. So that's a good service to look into. So you might try articlemarketer.com for that, or you might try other software services. I have another one I'm going to tell you here in a second. Some other ideas is research websites that want content in your niche, because not only, this is not talking about finding articles that you don't know if they want your content or not, which usually they will. They like unique content because it helps them. Like the guy that's writing articles for me, he wrote some good articles. It's going to help me rank higher in the search engines. And so, yeah, I'll put unique content because Google likes good content. It gives me an additional page of content because, my blog, he's got one measly link to his site, but on my blog, I've got my opt-in page and other things like that, but the main benefit for him is the anchor text search engine friendly link he's going to get from me. But you could do searches for golf. Like golf, I'm just talking about your niche, so bird watching, golf, dog training, dogs, cats, pets, whatever it is, how to, golf how to. So this would be sites related to how to information on golf. Typically, they're how to type sites, so they want user generated content. You could do a Google search for your niche, and then the word submit article. So that would that's beyond just article directories. That's finding directories that are just niche specific. So niches, article directories just related to pet websites or pet owners, or niche article directories just related to golfing or bird watchers or things like that. There's a lot of blogs out there that want people to submit articles for them. So doing searches like that will help you identify some other blogs within your niche you can get links from. Type in words like your niche information, so golf information, golf and submit content. Same concept as when you're writing and submit article. That will bring up some other sources you can use to leverage article marketing. Sites that may want your article. Some of them may not even make you do the article exclusively. They may just want the article just to have more content, and then you can also distribute it. But if you find some good high authority sites that get some decent traffic, not only will you get benefit from the traffic, but again, that search engine friendly link on those other sites is going to be huge, because now I talked about article directory links not having as much weight with search engines, but they still carry some good weight for you as far as links go. But if you're getting links from other websites in general, not just article directories, but other websites, it's really going to actually benefit you, because you're getting little votes and links going into your site from other pages. So if you're using a good anchor text link, or even just a link itself, but anchor text is the preference, you're going to notice and see a good improvement in your overall search engine rankings, which search engine rankings we know give you excellent targeted free traffic to your website. Another great service to use is article marketing automation. Now, I know you're like, wow, Paul, that is very blatant that you're using an affiliate redirect link, and yes, I am. I'm going to be honest about that. It is a tremendous service. I've just researched it, and I'm amazed. I actually got some reviews from some other people that have used it. I've contacted their support desk to make sure it's doing everything they're saying. I'm going to actually start using this tool. It is incredible. It will actually take your article. They have a network of blogs, and I'm not just hyping it up because I'm promoting it too. It's a really cool tool to have in your arsenal. Basically, it works. It'll blast your articles out there to not article directories, but actually blast you out to unique blogs and niches. So various blogs and things that they have in their network. So there's a lot of people, and you can actually sign up for a free account with them. And what you can do is you can actually submit your own you could create your own little website and then only take articles from Article Marketing users that are good, solid articles related to whatever niche you're in. So you could have a site related to weight loss and get a steady flow of good, solid weight loss content that's not blasted out to a whole ton of article directories, but that's just pretty much focused within that network. And it will really help you get some good solid content on your own site. So there's a lot of website owners that have little content sites that they're making money through AdSense or other things. And these are sites that have page rank on them. They have good page ranks, very clean looking sites. They have several thousand in their network that they could potentially distribute your site to. They do it in a natural way, so it doesn't look bad for search engines. And what I like about their service is anywhere within the article you can provide an anchor text search engine friendly link to your offer, to your website, whatever it is. That's more beneficial a lot of times than just the article directories, which make you only put it in the resource box, which is typically found at the bottom. Sometimes it's buried below an advertisement, so it's harder for people to find it. And so with this, you can just put that link right there. Right now, it's only $47 a month, which is quite inexpensive for being able to submit unlimited articles to their service. And I found it to be an absolutely amazing service. I'm signing up and going to start really using it hard. But before I recommended it, I did check around and see what other people thought. I did actually, I have been recommended this from some other very good marketers, respected marketers, and I have actually contacted their support desk to find out some things too, to make sure I was on the right track. And what's great too is they let you submit to unlimited niche markets too, because like if you have a site on babies and you also have a site on weight loss, they will distribute your content to sites in the baby niche and then sites only in the weight loss niche. You're getting your content posted on relevant websites that will, they're only niche specific type sites, so you can, and they let you submit unlimited articles for unlimited niches, and that's a really low cost that they offer. So you can just get it at seocounts.com/AMA, or you can just go to Article Marketing Automation if you'd like to in Google if you don't want to go through my link. But there it is, my link, seocounts.com/AMA. It's a great service. Submit to Web 2.0 properties. Web 2.0 properties in itself is a whole nother video that I talked about and that we promised that we're doing. You're probably like, man, there's still a lot of ground to cover. Well, we're only on video 3 of our 3 of 8 part series. So this is a huge series, and it's becoming quite the course. But you can submit to Web 2.0 properties, submit your article to them. Same ones you're submitting to article directories to Squidoo.com, HubPages.com, and Weebly.com. And so obviously these are some great sources for submitting your content and your articles. Now here's a list of some top article directories. I've been talking about EasingArticles.com. I'm sure you've heard about it by now, but it's huge. There's really no reason for me not to mention it. It really gives you great benefit, great traffic. It ranks high in the search engines. It's just a huge article directory. You can't go wrong submitting to them. Really, as long as you're submitting good content and you write. You submit good content, you submit good content often, and you have a good keyword-rich title, you're going to be in great shape submitting to any of these article directories. But GoArticles.com, ArticleDashboard.com, ArticlesBase.com, ArticlesAlley.com, iSnare.com is another one. They have a little paid service. It's like $1 or $2 per article, depending on what little option you choose. So you may not want to submit tons and tons of articles to them, but they also have a similar service to Article Marketer, where they'll take your article and distribute it to a bunch of different websites. And I actually find that they submit to a few different places than Article Marketer does, because they also submit your article to list owners, believe it or not, Easing article owners, and sometimes they will actually take the good content articles and post it inside their list, so, and their list will actually start funneling traffic to you, or they'll post it on their websites and things like that, for content. Helium.com is another site to consider. They have a profile page where you can actually set up links into your website. So you don't get a direct link in the resource box. What's great about Helium is it does rank high, and you actually can make some money from just writing good content. The problem with them is the content needs to be more unique just for their site, but they are a pretty high authority website. They're a site you could leverage for some good traffic potentially. And then just make sure you set up your profile correct with backlinks going to your site inside your profile page, because they'll link in they don't really have a resource box where they say this article is written by and they put like your username. So your username, you could just make your name and it's clickable and it goes right into the profile page, and that would be a nice way for people to say, wow, I'm going to check out this guy, and then there's a link to your website inside there. So, use your profile page if you use a site like Helium. I definitely recommend the other 6 for sure. Great article directories. If you don't want to pay anything, obviously, and you want to just write one article, don't want to write 2, don't use Helium then. Use the other 5 that I talk about here, and do a Google search for article directories again to find some more article directories. Here's a brief little how-to of distributing to article directories. You want to use a TextPad file to copy from when you are distributing articles. So you want to include your title in the little TextPad document. You want to create a list of keywords related to your article. And you want to create a summary for your article which will entice people to read it. Usually the first sentence of the article will do just fine. So it's the first sentence of the article. It will work just great for you usually as far as the summary. Now, sometimes if you can be creative with it, if you want to give them, discover the 5 keys to dog leash training success, and that'll kind of be kind of an enticing 1 or 2 sentences that you could put together. And that summary sometimes will kind of be the summary that displays on the article sites itself, when people are inside the article directories. And so, but most of your traffic when you're doing keyword research will come just from the search engines themselves. But I like to, I write my articles in a Word document, or you could use like, Open Office Writer as another option. So I write them out in that document, and then I'll take them and I'll copy them into a TextPad file or a Notepad file, which is free on all computers. And you just take the Notepad file, paste it in there, and then you can actually copy the content from your Notepad file, and then move that content when you're just copy and paste from that Notepad file to the article directories, because that's going to give you the cleanest result inside the article directories. Because what happens when you're copying and pasting from Microsoft Word is sometimes you get some bad formatting with the articles, so it's really important that you use TextPad documents, and that bad formatting will make your articles look bad, that may cause them to not be approved, all these different things. So you want to include your About the Author section in there as well, which would include the full HTML resource box that I showed you how to set up. And then again, copy from the Notepad file when distributing. I said that again on purpose because I want to make sure you are taking your article from your Word document to your Notepad file. There's nothing saying you can't write it in Notepad file. It's just preference. If you prefer to just type it out your article in your Notepad file, just make sure when you're writing articles or however you're doing your article creation that you are saving on a every once in a while, and make sure you're saving the articles because you do not want to lose those articles. And then just copy from the Notepad file when distributing them, because that's going to give you the cleanest results. Now, marketing your articles, you can ping each of your articles with pingomatic.com. And so just go over to pingomatic.com and you could just ping it after you distribute it. And then you can bookmark each of your articles that you distribute using socialmarketing.com or onlywire.com. Onlywire is a tool we talked about in the first video, and we're going to talk about it in our social bookmarking lessons as well. And so you can just go through these phases, and we go way more in depth on some of these methods, but what this is going to do, it's going to help the search engines pick up your article after you've distributed it and created it, and it's going to really help them start indexing that content, because you want that content indexed quickly so you can start seeing some traffic benefits from the content. So this method right here, using those 2 things of bookmarking and pinging it, will increase the effectiveness of your article marketing tremendously, because it's going to get more people, more targeted, focused people to your sites, to your articles, which translates to more visitors for your website. And here's, in closing, a weekly article marketing plan of action. So the first one is to research keywords and subjects for your articles using the keyword research that I identified at the beginning of this video. You're going to want to make a list of 25 potential article titles. And because the key here is, if you can do this on a weekly basis, you are going to be in a great shape within your niche market, or whatever niche you're in. But if you can create 25 articles per week, that's going to translate to about 100 articles per month, and in exchange about 1,200 articles per year that you are working on creating and distributing. And really, though, don't worry about like, wow, I got to do 25 articles. This isn't really your homework, but this is really a plan of action to really kickstart your traffic through article marketing. And you really, if you break it down, it's really just 3 or 4 It's just 3 or 4 articles per day. So you see here, 25 articles spread out over 7 weeks. That's 3 to 4 articles per day. So it's not too bad. So if you can set aside, say it takes you 10, 15, 20 minutes per article. Let's say it takes you a while when you're first starting out, up to 20 minutes. That's an hour a day. We all have an hour a day, so you spend an hour a day that you could be spending on this instead of maybe watching TV or something else. To just focus on doing some traffic generation methods. Maybe go home an hour late, whatever it is. Come up with a way to kind of fit in an hour extra a day, and just go through it and start coming up with 25 articles. Maybe it's just the weekend you have time for it. Saturday, Sunday, rip out 12 or 13 articles in one day. Focus on it for a couple hours, do something else, come back, focus on it again. But you want to make a list of 25 article titles, so you can try to do about 25 articles. And if that discourages you, do 1 article a day. Do 7 articles for the week. If that discourages you, do 1 every 3 days. Have 2 articles that you come up with over the course of a week. But the more you do, the better you're going to be, and that would include make sure it has good keyword-rich title tags. Again, the next step after you've chosen your titles and selected them, start writing your articles. If you have PLR, use it. If you have that keyword research software, if you have the Audacity software, or that software I'm going to give you guys to research, the Audacity program to just read your articles quickly, or come up with the articles, use those tools as well. And then submit the articles to article directories after you've created them. So you could do a thing like, say you write 5 articles, you distribute 5 articles. You write 5 more articles, you distribute another 5 articles. And you just go from there. And then you work on pinging each and every one of your articles after you distribute them on the various websites so that they get picked up. And then you'll want to try to bookmark your articles. I know this may seem like a lot of work, but a lot of work is really what separates those that succeed with traffic generation and those that don't. And the reason you're in this course is because you guys want to get more traffic, because you understand that without traffic, your business online really won't do anything, because it doesn't matter how you're getting your traffic, whether it's even through joint venture partners, through emails or whatever. Without any eyeballs to a website, nobody's going to nobody can take you up on your offer. So it's a matter of, looking at it like, this is my livelihood, this is what I want to do, and then just going after it and hitting it hard that way and working your tail off. And not necessarily working your tail off, because sometimes it can be fun, to do this stuff. I thoroughly enjoy what I do, and I hope you guys do too. It's fun to make extra income. It's fun to make a full-time living doing this. Depending on whatever it is, it's, your business. You're in your business because you think it's fun, hopefully, and enjoyable, and whatever the case might be. But go through this weekly plan of action, and the final step is repeat these steps above each week if you can, because it's all about consistency, and consistent action will lead to some consistently great results. And somebody else before me may have said that. I just came up with that little slogan together. But consistent action will create consistently good results. And basically just take these steps, repeat the steps above each and every week, and you'll succeed greatly with article marketing above your competition. Because if you look at it, by the end of the year, you could technically have 1,200 articles 1,200 articles themselves that could be out on the internet, and that's just on Ezine articles. Now, if you distributed each one to 5 places, that's all of a sudden 6,000 new exposures for your business. If you submitted them through article marketing automation, and say they go out to 50 to 100 sites at once with that service, that's now, let's see, 50 times 1,200. We're talking like 60 to 100,000 exposures. So I hope you start to see how big this can get, because it's all about massive action, massive exposure, massive traffic, and massive profits. So
this is session 4 of your traffic and SEO training. In this session, you're going to learn about press release marketing and also WordPress SEO, so you can have a fully optimized WordPress blog.
So the first thing I'm going to touch on is online publicity benefits. So basically, publicity, it's an inexpensive way to promote your website and build your credibility. And, that's one of the important factors that I love so much about press releases. It actually really builds up your business's credibility, because a lot of people look at press releases as, kind of an authoritative thing, because they think that big businesses, are in the news, that kind of thing. It enables you, when you're doing this kind of online PR, to actually set yourself up as an authority type website. And, gives you an authority, helps you build backlinks, which we'll touch on here in a bit. But press releases serve a lot of different purposes for you. And it's one of these, I guess you could consider it almost an offline marketing technique, but we're actually going to be focusing on online. But using some of these strategies I'm sharing you with press releases, I've actually been featured in newspapers a couple different times, in newspapers and radio shows for just a standard affiliate website, believe it or not, because of the way you can spin the press release to your media, and you can get some great traffic that way through newspapers. Press releases can really increase your sales, give your website more exposure, and help your website get traffic for many years down the road, and it will really enhance the image of your business. Just like I was saying, a lot of big businesses use press releases, and so, you're on these high authority sites, you're on sites, even like Google News and sites like that. Your business can appear on those by utilizing these strategies. And one thing, I mentioned your site can get traffic for years down the road. A lot of these sites that I'm going to talk about submitting your press release to, they will stay out there for, 5-6 years. I've got press releases I submitted for some of my very first clients when I was first doing work for people 6-7 years ago that are still starting to show up, that are still on the internet for their business name, that are still actually driving traffic to their website. And, that's over, we're going on 6+ years now there. And that's just for work you did one time. So just like all the other things I teach here, it's so much better than regular advertising, because it's not like every month for the last 6 years that business has had to renew their press release or something. Basically you submit it and it's going to be out there, and so it's going to help you grow exponentially, because the more of these you can get out there, it's all about quantity and quality, but getting some a large amount of these press releases out here. And I'll show you how to spin things so that you can write a bunch of different press releases for one website. So the internet is where people are going for their information, so you definitely want to leverage that. And so that's why we're going to basically, all I'm focusing on here is online publicity instead of offline, because anyhow, people access their news online now anyways. And so, basically that's what you want to, that's the key component right there. So press releases and website traffic. Press releases can help build backlinks to your business, which helps with SEO. And as you guys will recall, in one of the first trainings where I talked about search engine optimization, I talked about backlinks. And basically the importance of backlinks is that they kind of act as votes for your website. And so the more votes that you get for your website, the more authority your site's going to look in the eyes of Google, because they look at that as a factor, and the better your site's going to rank overall. And so submitting press releases using the strategies I'm laying out here is going to help you build backlinks, and on top of that, it's going to build exposure, build up credibility. All these things are going to be working synergistically in your favor to improve your business. And so press releases are a big component of your marketing campaign. It doesn't matter if it's just an affiliate site, if it's a site selling physical products. It doesn't matter if you're a chiropractor in Tulsa, Oklahoma, trying to get traffic to your website or to your business. It really doesn't matter what kind of website business you're running, what kind of business you're running. You can leverage press releases on the internet to really get some good traffic going. One other thing, I touched on that helps really get you some website exposure on these high traffic sites, and these sites already have a captive audience. And what's interesting with some of these sites I'm going to share with you is there's actually news agencies that do browse these sites. There's actually journalists and such looking for stories that will actually appear on some of these sites and may get in touch with you, and you may end up running your site somewhere. But the main reason you're doing it is, it's a great thing if some news agency picks it up, but really the key component here is you want to use these press release sites to get high rankings in the search engines from the backlinks, get more exposure, and as I'll touch on, I have a final point that I'll touch on that. Press release sites are read by bloggers and other people looking for story ideas as well. So I talked about, journalists and things like that, but also, just your average bloggers in your niche, people, wanting story ideas for their website will look at press release sites as well. So if they like what you have to offer, they might get in touch with you, and it might be another opportunity to, build exposure for your business. They might even take the press release and copy and paste it on their own site, which is allowed with a lot of these sites because they're just like the article sites. So that's certainly a component there that you want to consider. The press releases themselves can even rank high in the search engines for really good niche keyword phrases. So you can actually, using the keywords in the title of your press release, and I'm going to touch on that in the following slides, you can actually see an improvement in your rankings by actually having the press release itself rank in the search engines. And so it's just one other factor you can use to kind of help get more traffic through the search engines onto your press release, which then builds up your credibility, is what the press release does, which then again encourages them to click. Kind of like we talked about with article marketing. Search engines, can pick up these article directories and pages very well, and so people go in, they read your article, they see you're an authority on the subject, they like what you're talking about, they click on your resource box, I haven't even had a chance yet to talk about social bookmarking, video marketing, and podcasting, but they're all the same concept as well, and those are later topics. And the same thing, applies as if they were to find your website through the search engine, if they find your press release. And so I hope you guys are starting to see how this all kind of works together for you in a good circle. So what is a press release? A press release is an announcement of an event, performance, or other newsworthy item that is issued publicly. So basically, it's a way, and I grabbed this, canned response online, just so you guys know. So basically it's an announcement of an event, performance, or other newsworthy item. That's really the best way to sum up a press release. I was trying to think of a better way to say it, and that pretty much sums it up right there. So that, hope kind of gives you an idea as to what we're talking about. So it's basically a short write-up talking about your company, website, and or services, again, talking about what you offer. It might even be something as far as talking about something within your niche. So let's say that you are in the pet supplies niche and you want to talk about, a new type of automatic pet feeder that's becoming popular among pet owners. And so you want to do a press release on that, or maybe it's maybe you're a golfer and you want to talk about a new brand of putter, that's coming into the industry. And so it gives you an excuse to write a press release to kind of, bring up a newsworthy topic. Maybe it's something that's actually going on in the news right now, and it's somewhat related to your niche, and you can write up about it. We've got a lot of talks about, poor economy, this, bad investments, blah, blah. You could come up with, my affiliate marketing business is thriving in tough economy, whatever. So you kind of get the idea. You can spin news angles as well. So some ideas, for a press release. Let's say you just redesign your website, you even redesign your logo. Believe it or not, that could warrant a press release. Now, I'm not saying you're going to go take these press releases and you want to blast them out to your local newspaper, because they could really care less, honestly, about your new logo. But the reason I'm telling you to use these kind of deals is because these press release sites will pick it up, and it's just another excuse for you to get yourself out there with the press release, to get yourself a little more exposure. So the more of these you can do, and I'm not saying just spit out a bunch of junk, but I mean literally the more of these press releases you can get out there based on your niche, it's going to help you. It's going to help build backlinks, but also that authority, get you that exposure. And that's really what it's about. It's all about exposure and getting as much content in as many places as possible, and that's really what traffic's about. It could be, that you just posted a new product review. I've done press releases where I actually was reviewing an affiliate product, and it worked quite well for me. And basically, I just basically said, name of the product review reveals interesting findings. That was like my title of my press release. So so depending on the product you're promoting, let's say it's the West program. West program review reveals incredible findings. Or Instant Form Pro reveals amazing findings. Traffic generation blueprint system review uncovers amazing secrets. Something like that, and that could be used as like a as your product review. If you're doing a press release on that and you wrote up a product review. And, basically, you just position yourself as an expert. And this is kind of a nice little subtopic here for you guys to chew on. And that's basically, leverage yourself and say that you are an expert, or your company or you yourself are an expert in reviewing digital products. People don't know. Just tell them that. That's, in the press release. That's what I put. I put Paul Counts is the owner of Count on Us LLC, which is an expert, in internet marketing and reviewing internet marketing products, And so I built up the authority in the press release. I talked a little bit about the product and why it was so great in my quote section of the press release, and I'll talk about some of these things here in a bit. And basically just talked about why why this was a great product, and then said that on my website I give a detailed review and to go check out my site, and that got me a lot of traffic. So those are some ideas you can do. Maybe you made a new blog post. Now, I'm not saying do this on every blog post, but maybe you spent a lot of time on a really good blog post. Maybe it was like the top 10. Maybe you spent a lot of time on 50 ways to promote your website. Maybe you put a lot of effort into that, and so you launch a press release that you put out an article or a free blog about 50 ways to increase website traffic. So that might be something that I could do to get more people into my program, for example. Something you could do, maybe it's, maybe you have a pet website again, so you're going to talk about, 25 ways to, to comb your dog's hair, whatever it is that you decide to write on. You could do a press release, whatever.com announces or launches an article, or hot article on 25 ways to groom your dog, whatever it is. You could even angle that article into a press release, basically, is where I'm getting at. And then it might be just an opinion you have, so it might be kind of what you're feeling. You kind of put out some quotes out there, so I could do something like, people are, Paul Count says economists are crazy, that might get people some attention. And then I talk about how, people are still buying things online and people are still spending money online. I don't know what they're talking about. And I could talk in that manner, so I kind of give an opinion about, something big in the news like I talked about, but spin it for your niche, that kind of thing. So kind of be like a kind of a rebel, but, don't, obviously say something stupid, but, just kind of be kind of a rebel in a way if you want to, kind of stand out from the crowd, because they're going to be like, well, that's interesting. This guy says economists are crazy. Why does he say that? Why does he think that? And, give your opinions that way. So there's some ideas for press release topics, very basic. I mean, really, you can spin just about anything into a press release. So keep that in mind. And a press release, all it just needs is to have an angle. So it just needs an angle of some sort. And an angle is basically the direction that you're writing your press release. So it's the purpose for your press release, so to speak. So how do you write a press release? So first thing I talked about is you want to develop your angle first. So basically the angle is going to be the topic of your story. So before you start writing your press release, you need to come up with, okay, what is the subject that I'm going to write about concerning my niche? And since most of you, this will be the first time you're writing a press release, your first press release is typically going to be something about, announcing your website. Maybe it's announcing your free report. Like every time you set up a squeeze page and you give somebody something free, that could warrant a press release. Almost every time you make an informative blog post, that could be another press release for you. So when it's your first time, it's usually going to be announcing your website to the public. You're just going to be publicly announcing your website. And so your angle is going to be around your website and around your niche. So that's an example of your angle. So you want to create a newsworthy title for your press release that includes your keywords. And the reason I say kind of a newsworthy title, and it doesn't mean it needs to be newsworthy as far as the Wall Street Journal is going to pick it up or New York Times, but it needs to be newsworthy to the effect of, of something, to the effect of let's just say, I designed my new website. So a press release is not an article. So that's the point I'm trying to get across there. And so, your press release and article are going to be a little bit different, in how they're structured, and I hope you're going to see that here. So that's something to keep in mind. So your regular old article title may not work as well as, for a press release. So keep that in mind. So that's why you kind of want to have some sort of an angle to position it and spin it so that it can come off as kind of a news story. And some of these press release sites will actually delete your press release if they don't feel it's newsworthy. They've actually had that happen before. So it's, so then I learned real fast that you need to just create newsworthy titles for your releases. And when I say include your keywords, I'm going to give you guys some examples here in a bit of a good press release title, but you want to include your keywords, and if you can, include it the first part of your press release, but at least try to include it somewhere in your press release. So, if your press release is how to refinance a mortgage, that's your niche, so you could come up with your website, mortgagesecretsinside.com, whatever the domain name is, announces, how to refinance a mortgage, ebook or something like that. So you get your keyword in there. It's kind of slightly newsworthy because you're announcing the launch of a free ebook or your ebook, whatever it is. And, that gets you started in your title. The next thing is you want to write an introductory paragraph that lays out your press release's point. And so, that's going to be your first sentence. Your first paragraph will be 2 or 3 sentences made up of just you simply talking about what your press release is about, why you're writing your press release, the purpose of it, whatever your angle is, you're going to address that in this first paragraph. So whether the angle is I am, launching a new website, then go ahead and put that in there. So that would be like the angle of your press release, so-and-so, Paul Counts, or your business name, if you've, turned your business into a corporation, is announcing the launch of their new website, www. Whatever, and then, basically give like a feature of this website. This website's main objective is to help people learn how to do this, this, and this with this free report that they're giving away on their homepage, that kind of thing. Write 2 to 4 paragraphs for the body of the release as well. So the body of the release is very similar to the body of the article. It's just basically some information. And when I say put quotes in there, I mean, quote yourself. And I'm actually going to read a press release that I wrote here in a second. But basically, you want to quote yourself. So come up with some quotes that you, as the owner of the website, could be making related to your niche. Build up your credibility as well by putting your name in there. So, so it says John Smith, owner of www.thiscoolwebsite.com. And then so maybe say a quote or find a statistic about your niche and quote that statistic or something. And and basically say, we're striving to be customer oriented with our great review website. Says John Smith, owner of coolwebsitereviews.com. John added, there's a big need in the golf niche to have great golf review, ebook review websites. Just come up with some quotes for yourself. Use that to kind of excite people about going to your site. So maybe talk about your free report, because what's interesting with press releases that I found, and this is an important point I'm about to make, is that with press releases, they don't want you just to be advertising your business based. Yes, you are kind of advertising your business. That is kind of the purpose. Let me rephrase that. But they don't want you to be pitching throughout your press release, because that's not a good press release anyways. But in the quote part, I found that it's a great way that you can actually pitch what your ideas and feelings are, because a quote is different than like just the written part of the press release. The press release has got the core details, the who, what, why, and where. And those are important things to know. Who, what, why, and where. Kind of the main keys of journalism. And who, what, why, where, and I think I said why. Yeah, sorry. So basically, those would be the kind of the written part of it, or the text based, the article, almost the article style of it, so to speak, where you have the details, the detail area. And then the quote part, where you're quoting yourself, that's where you really sell people on why your site's the best, why you have a great review site, why you created your site, why you have a passion behind your business, or whatever it is. And encourage people to check out your site in there, and because that's perfectly okay. And I found right there, the press release sites have no issues with you when you're quoting, kind of the sales pitch part, so to speak, the call to action almost. So there's no issues there. And so definitely want to put quotes in there, because it'll build your credibility, give you a chance to maybe pitch a little bit more about your business. And not that you should just, tell people your site's the best around, but just tell people, different components you have that kind of set you apart from the competition, maybe, that makes your site better in a way, so don't just say my site's cool, but add some value in there about why your site's better, or why you did what you did with your site, and kind of use that in the quotes if you can. And I found quotes are a great way to kind of expand a press release, because sometimes the details are kind of small, and you want to try to have around 200, at least 200 and some words. 250 is the best way to go, and if you can get it above 300, you're going to be in really good shape. But above 200 for sure. You want to try to strive for at least 250 if you can. So sometimes if I'm short on words, I can come up with a good couple of quotes that I'm going to say about this website or whatever I'm writing about for my client, and you can really fill in some gaps right there. So that's how you go ahead and write your press release. And then you want to include at the end of it just a short closing paragraph. And in that short closing paragraph, that's where you just say, for further information, call your phone number if you want people to call you, or excuse me, don't put in your email, because then you'll get all sorts of spam deals. But check out my website. Now, I made the mistake once of silly me, but I submitted a press release online with my cell phone number for my pet niche, and you guys are probably gonna all go run out there and find it. But anyways, this in the pet niche I was in, and I had all sorts of phone calls, coming in, like just from customers and just different things, requests, or just even just random calls, and just stuff like basically stuff that my number shouldn't have been used for, kind of thing. And that was a mistake I made. And so so one of the best things you can do if you really want to have a phone number, make sure it's like your office line that you aren't going to always have on you, kind of thing. So but in your closing paragraph, include your phone number, include your website link right in there. It just basically, it's not like you're saying check out the site for great information, because that sounds a little salesy, but just say for further information www. Because that's how most press releases end anyways. Basically, think of your press releases as like a news story, and you're going to be just fine. If read the newspaper. If you don't read the newspaper, then go ahead and go online and look at like usatoday.com or something like that, and see how they structure their news articles. And that's kind of how you should write and position your press releases. And it's also not a bad idea to check out the news sites, because you can see what kind of topics they're writing about, and you might be able to spin a lot of those topics for your niche. So keep that in mind as you go about writing your press release. So here I'm going to go ahead and show you guys real fast a press release that I wrote. Alright, so here on the screen here I've got a press release that I have written, and this press release is about Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, because as you will recall, that's the little website that I'm promoting for this example, which this site still ranks on the first page, even though I have what's funny about it, and I don't recommend you do this, but I launched the site without any relevant content, but it's still on the first page for its keyword phrase, so it shows you how easy it is to rank for a lot of these local terms. And this site's like number 2 or something in Google with the site with no content on there. I just launched the site. I have a good domain. I have title tags placed correctly, and we did like a ping on it or something, but that site's still ranking on the first page. But this is a press release I wrote up about this website. I'm going to actually add a few pages of content, because what I'm actually going to do with this website, and this is a model you guys are actually going to learn at the end of this course, but I'm going to actually take this website, once it's got some rankings, I'm going to be contacting some local chiropractors in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and offer them to buy the website for a certain price. And so we'll see how that goes. I'll report back to you, but that's basically the strategy there. Of what I'm doing this for as an example for you guys. But basically, to go back to the press release, this is a short press release that I wrote related to this business. I'm actually going to expand the font a little bit so you guys can read it if you want. This will also be available in the back end of the website, so you guys can actually take it, use it as a swipe file if you want to. Whatever you want to do, take it and submit it yourself with my URL in there. That's fine too, but it'll be there as a swipe file if you guys want it. So basically, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors are hard at work adjusting the city of Tulsa. Notice I kind of used a play on words there, because chiropractors do adjusting, So, if you want to try to be kind of creative, I'm not the most creative marketing artsy kind of guy, but sometimes I get creative. So, but anyways, the website, TulsaOklahomaChiropractors.com, shares information and resources related to finding a good chiropractor for your next back or neck adjustment. And then I go into saying, in a quote right here, our goal with this website is to give website visitors access to a variety of information and resources related to finding and choosing the best chiropractor in Tulsa, Oklahoma, said the owner of the website. We understand that every day more and more people are going online to find information and find chiropractors in Tulsa, so we created this resource for them. The site features a new design that allows for an easy way to find information and resources that will help in finding a reliable chiropractor in the Tulsa area. And I'm almost done. I just want to read you guys so you guys kind of see how this flows. The owner of the website also pointed out that a new article will be coming online soon that discusses the common myths people have with chiropractors. And then I go into saying a quote, rumors and myths about chiropractic care have been floating around for years, and so hopefully this article will help shed some true light on this topic. He mentioned that some of the myths people have are related to the safety of neck adjustments and the fact that people think you have to seek care for the rest of your life if you have a back issue. These concerns and more will be covered in the new article to be posted soon. For further details on finding a good, reliable Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor, you can go online to www.tulsaoklahomachiropractors.com. So there you see, it's very basic, very bland. I mean, this is a very basic website that I'm promoting here. Yet I was still able to spin a press release with my keyword phrase in there. Now, what I did in there that, you guys should do, and that's include your name. I kept saying the owner of the website, and there's a reason I did that for this example, and that's because I do not want the name Paul Counts, in this case, associated with Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, because for one, that's not my niche. 2, I'm not a chiropractor. And 3, I'm going to be selling this business to chiropractors, so I don't want my name. I don't want a fake name. I don't really want any kind of name on this press release unless it's that chiropractor's name. And so that's why I went ahead and did that, just so you guys are aware of the logic there. So if you're going to do this, eventually, like take everything I'm teaching you and set up little mini niche websites for different local businesses to sell, and you're doing the press release, don't really include your name in there, because you're not really going to be the owner of that site for long if your intention is to sell it. So that's why I did not put my name in there. But in your case, wherever I said the owner of the website, that would be right where you would insert, says so-and-so, so-and-so, your name, John Smith, owner of, or John Smith, president and founder of, whatever it is. So there is a brief press release for you to look at. And that will be available in the back end again for everybody that wants to see it. So we're just going to jump back here, and we're going to be talking about writing a good press release title. So how to go about writing a very good press release title. So try starting with your targeted keywords, like I talked about, and you want to also include the angle of your press release, so the topic of your story in the title. So here's some examples of what I think are good press release titles. You guys may not think so, but these are just some ideas that I put together, some good examples that you guys could take from and kind of spin however you want to. So there's that one we just went through, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors adjusting the city. The core keyword there is Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors. Golf training aids website reviews top products. So that's kind of the keyword phrase there was golf training aids, so I included that into the subject line. And if you're wondering if this is Black Hat, this is not Black Hat or anything at all. This is just basically, you're helping the search engines. This is the content they want to give. They want to deliver that content. You're going to put it on these different websites. They rank these websites. So you're just being smart about how you are positioning your press release and your information. Because what a lot of people make the mistake of, and I used to do this a lot, where you put the business name first in the press release, or you put just your business name and you don't have any keywords up there. Well, that doesn't do you much good unless they're looking up your business name. In some cases, you want to have kind of your business name up there because it's a good way to kind of because sometimes as people become more famous in an industry, people there's always a hater for every I've always go by the rule of thumb: a third of the people love you, a third hate you, and a third could care less about you. And that's a philosophy I've gone on, and that's usually true out there. And so the third that hates you sometimes will go out there and say stuff bad about your business or who you are as a person or whatever it is. And so you can kind of cover that up with press releases. So it's a great way to kind of blanket yourself. And another way to brand yourself and use that in a beneficial way, with your name up there, your business name kind of thing. So so basically, with your press release title is put in your core keywords there up there, because the press release sites are, again, considered authority sites and search engines rank them well. And the reason goes right back to title tags. Remember I talked about title tags being so important. I talked about it during the article marketing series, during even the first, where I talked about the 24-hour traffic plan. And in the SEO call, obviously, I talked all about title tags. I'll probably, every single call, probably bring up title tags because they're so important. Well, these press release sites naturally will take your title of your press release, most of them, and they will automatically put that in as their title tag when they publish your press release. And so that's why you want to include your keywords up there, because they're going right up there in your title tags. So here's a few more press release titles for you to look at using, using the title or the keyword in the title. Now, you want to get it as far to the left, the keyword phrase, and the reason is because Google reads left to right, and they'll put authority on it, more authority if it's to the left. But if it won't flow to the left, put it in the middle, put it at the end, whatever the case might be. So bird watching binoculars, that's a keyword phrase that this press release could be targeting. So I just took the subject, best bird watching binoculars revealed online. That's kind of a catchy press release that'll get people to read probably if they're into bird watching. Dogtra training collars on sale today. Your Dogtra training collars, they're a brand of dog collar, so there's the brand name Dogtra training collars. That's the keyword phrase. Weight loss tips website fights back against obesity. So weight loss tips, there's the core keyword phrase in your title of your press release. So hope this kind of gives you guys some ideas, when you're writing about your niche. And use what I've talked about with keyword research tools. I brought them up now, I think on 2 or 3 calls now. The AdWords keyword tool, just the various keyword tools that I keep addressing. There's a reason I keep going back to those. And so I'm not going to cover that in this call because we've covered that 2 or 3 times now. But use those keyword tools to come up with your core keyword phrases to use within the titles of your press release. Here's another one. WeFit in stock online at WeFitAvailability.com. That's my website if you guys want to check it out and buy WeFit. But basically, WeFit in stock, that's the key word. WeFit in stock online, those are 2 actually keyword phrases in one right there. So notice how I got the keyword phrase, plus I was able to brand my domain name. So that's another idea you could do, so you could do bird watching binoculars online at online at birdwatchingbinoculars.com. Whatever the case might be. Golf training aids online at golftrainingaids.com. So you kind of brand your website. So you can kind of see how you can take these options, pause this slide, when you're on it, and just start watching this again so you understand some good titles to use. Here's a good example, of your press release introduction paragraph. I'm going to just let you guys read this again. I'll read it one last time. This is what I actually just read when I addressed the entire press release, but I just want to show you guys for your introduction because it's such an important part, and it's an easy part for you. But basically, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors are hard at work adjusting the city of Tulsa, and a new website has been launched to highlight a Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor. The website, then I give the URL, shows information and resources related to finding a good chiropractor for your next back or next adjustment. Very basic, 2 to 3 sentences will do the trick. You just give them the main points of your press release, the main points of your topic, and you just go to town. So, 2 or 3 sentences, and then you just easily just go in giving details of your website, giving details of maybe, what you have going on. So maybe you're launching an ebook, maybe you're launching a freebie giveaway. Maybe you inserted a product into some special giveaway event, or maybe whatever it is, you can spin a press release about it for your niche. Maybe again it's the blog post idea. So I hope you guys just get the ideas going. Maybe you have a special webinar coming up, or a teleseminar, free training, or whatever it is. You get the idea there. So the next thing we're going to talk about is submitting your press release online. So I'm actually going to go through and submit my press release online to one of these sites. Now, a great one to submit your press release to is prweb.com, but I want to caution you on that one. You probably aren't going to want to submit every press release there unless you have a big budget. They do cost some good money. If you do like their $80 option, and that's kind of like their $80 option is good. They have a $200 option that's really good. It gets you a lot of places, but this site really gets your press release out there. It's a really high authority site. It really gets it out there, I will say, because it will mass distribute it to a whole bunch of other sites that you can't really submit to on your own, that only they can submit to. So they have a good network, but it's really best served for whenever you launch a new, maybe it's a new product or a new training platform, and you want to spend $80 or even up to $200. They even have a $360 option. They'll go out to the Associated Press. And if you're going to do that, I just want to caution you so you guys don't come back and say, and yell at me because you felt like you got ripped off. I'm cautioning you, don't do it unless you have the money, for one. But also, only do this if it's something that's really newsworthy that you're really going to get some benefit from. And by that effect, I'm meaning, if it's you giving an opinion that might become kind of a newsworthy thing that might go viral, submit that. If it's like the launch of your entire training system, maybe that's a good opportunity to submit it. And you probably won't want to do the AP release unless you, the AP release unless you really have something that you feel is newsworthy. Then you would consider that. But it will get you a lot of traffic. I'm not going to lie there. It'll get you a lot of traffic. It's just a matter of a budget thing, So just like, pay-per-click, that'll get you a lot of traffic. But, only use it if you have money, So, but that's prweb.com. I included that one because how could I not include it? Because it's so authoritative as far as press releases go. But all the other ones I'm sharing with you are free. Some of these do have an upgrade option, and you can kind of leave it up to you if you want to choose to upgrade them. I've actually found some of them give you some really good benefits for like a $20 upgrade. You can actually get some really phenomenal benefits that you can get from PRWeb. Not as many distribution points, but still some decent, some decent results from it. So if you have a little tighter budget, maybe consider one of these sites and choosing their upgrade option. Now this site right here, it's the worst domain ever, but it's actually a great site. I've talked about it before. It's got dashes all over the place, but it's a very high authority site. These press releases will rank really high. Like, in fact, this is the one I recommend in the 24-hour traffic plan that we first went over. And the reason I recommend you submit to them is just because they get picked up so fast. I mean, and I'm actually going to submit to them right here. So I'm actually going to go ahead and open up this press release and show you guys how to submit a press release. So we are here on free-press-release.com. Now I want to let you guys know that all press release sites, they all don't look the same, but they look very similar. So what you're going to be looking for when you first get to a site, you're either going to be looking for a register button or a submit press release, submit release option. And most of the ones will have like a submit release or submit option, and it will tell you if you're not logged in, so therefore you know that you need to have an account. So in this case, I'm just going to log in to this particular account. Let's choose a different one. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and log in here. And you're just going to choose on the left side here, submit a press release, and this is just a test account I have. So you've got here a free press release option, or you have a premier release option. Now the premier release, it's only $1, so it's not that bad for you to do, and it gets you exposure on their homepage, so it's not a bad idea. So if you do want to invest some money, you could go with the premier release, plus it will give you an active link to your site. Because I will say though, just because you're submitting a press release, not every single one of these sites will give you a live active backlink. The majority of them will, but it's also more or less just more to get your site more exposure, get your name more exposure, and that's why you still submit to all these press release sites. So for this example's sake, I'm just going to choose the free option. I can upgrade it later if I really want to, and just choose next. And almost every press release site is going to be laid out similar as far as when you submit it. They're going to have a title option, a summary option, and a news body option. So the title option here is, we're just going to take that and plug in, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors adjusting the city. So there's our title. And then the summary, I usually just take the first sentence or so. First 1 or 2 sentences if you want for the summary. You could come up with your own unique summary if you really wanted to. It's not a bad idea to do that, but just for time's sake and ease, I just usually just take the first paragraph. And then the news body. Now, one thing I do with the news body, just like I do sometimes when I'm submitting, if I'm submitting articles manually or if somebody else is, I recommend that you open up a notepad file. So I've got my notepad file up here, and I recommend that you paste that, copy and paste that notepad file, into your notepad file, because what happens is you notice how it kind of all jumbled everything together, so there's no separation for paragraphs, and that's why it's really important that you go ahead and put it into Notepad so you can clean this up really easily, and then that way you don't have to clean it up on every press release site. So I'm just going to go ahead and clean this up really fast. If you really want to be able to see it quickly, just take the word wrap off, and then every one of these lines is going to be a new paragraph for you. So once you have that, just go ahead and keep the word wrap on, and then you just copy it all. I just hit Control A to copy it, and Control C, or you can highlight it all. So by taking the mouse and scrolling over it, I just want to make sure this is easy for you guys, that you highlight it all, you right click, and you choose copy. So again, I right clicked and I chose copy, and I'm going to go right back to the press release website, right click, and choose submit. So what you're going to do after doing that is go ahead and scroll on down here and put in the little verification. Most of them have a verification option. This case they ask for tags. So the tags would be like keyword phrases related to your niche. So mine is Tulsa, Oklahoma, chiropractors, and chiropractic care. Maybe back pain specialist. Whatever it is, you get the idea. So you put in your keywords related to your niche. So every niche is going to be different. The optional option here, they have a website, and it's optional here because I did not do the upgrade. Now some of these sites, they don't care. It's usually just there. They don't care if you pay or not. The website features there. Everyone's going to be slightly different. The industry, most of them have an industry column. So this is where you just use your best guess to find how your website applies and fits in. Every one of them I found has slightly different, industry ways they do their industries, and that's okay. So what you're going to do in this case is, I'm talking about chiropractors, so it's kind of under health, particular, let's see, I believe, yeah, that's the health niche. Lifestyle, health, and fitness, so that's what I'll put that in there. So whatever niche your business is in, pets, choose that niche. So you know the drill there. Contact information, put in your name. There you see that's the fictitious name I'm going under here. So you can just plug that in there if you want to as the author. Now in this case, what's great about these sites, if you were to sell this business, you could go down and edit this information. You don't necessarily have to though, but they will publish some of these details. So if you do want to get your name out from under it, you can. Otherwise, you can just leave it out there. So I'm just going to stick my name in there because I'm going to change it to their name whenever I sell this business. So that's what I'm going to do. So you can just plug in your basic information, your address, and then I like to put my website in down there. So let's just plug in our website again. Let me put in my main address. And you don't have to put in your main address unless they require it, but I just do sometimes because it builds up some credibility. And just plug in your website there. And the reason I'm putting it here instead of up above where it says website is because I didn't upgrade this particular press release, and they'll let you put in that information because they even tell you. So basically just fill out these forms just like, just read through these forms, so they're not rocket science. And when you're done, just choose submit press release. It's going to take just a moment. And notice this site has automatically now been submitted. So here's something that you guys can do right off the bat if you guys want to start getting some results. Now notice, obviously there's going to be ads around here. I was sharing this with somebody once and they were freaking out because there were advertisements around. Well, just like eZine articles, that's how these sites make their money, so don't worry about it. Your main concern is, the content that people are going to read. So here's the press release right here. Now one thing I want to show you guys is take the the actual URL and go over and ping the website. So we're going to just go over to pingomatic.com. And we're just going to ping the website here. Now there's really not much of a need with free press release to ping it because they actually ping this thing so quick. Like they must have it set up with their site to already ping as well. So it's going to pick up this content really, really, really fast. And so I'm just pinging it really fast. And that was just at pingomatic.com. So here's our press release. In probably, sometime tomorrow or so, this will probably be indexed more than likely. It might even be indexed in the next, several hours. That's very common with this site. And I'm going to wager a guess that this press release will rank at the top of the search engines. And so you guys can apply the same exact strategy when you're out there submitting press releases. So I'm going to just return to the show here and show you a few more sites to write down and take a look at. So here's a few more sites. Boy, that was really nice of me. Okay, so here's a few more sites to write down. prlog.org, pagerelease.com. That's a new one I actually just came across today. So it looks really good. i-newswire.com, 888 press release, 1-888pressrelease.com, pressreleasespider.com. Those are all really good press release sites to submit to for you. They're free, all of them except for PR Web, but some of them do have a paid option that you could consider. And you can run a Google search for the following phrases to find more PR sites, and that's really how I come across my list of press release sites. Now I will say I'm going to add in another little deal back there when I stream this video. I'll include for you a list of press release sites so you don't have to bother with going through this mess. So there will be a resource available to you when this video gets posted in the next 24 to 48 hours, just so you guys are aware of that. So type in keywords like free press release distribution, submit press release submission, free press release website, submit press release free. Those kind of keywords are going to give you the best opportunity, to find a great number of free press release sites. And there's a core, 50 really good ones. There's literally hundreds of them out there. There's some good ones. What I usually gauge is if I see them on the first 2 or 3 pages of the search engines, and I know that if they're all competing for kind of the press release site term, they're sometimes the more high traffic ones anyways because they rank at the top. Same thing with like article directories like I shared with you. If you really want to find more article directories, type that in and see what kind of results you get because they're usually the bigger players when they're starting to show up anyways. Those are your big dogs. So same thing with press release sites. And the ones that I gave you on this page over here, those are some good ones for you to consider as well. So we're just going to jump over here to doing WordPress on SEO. I'm going to take a quick break here, take a quick drink, and let you guys kind of settle your brain and settle all that in. While I get my drink, I'm going to pause it on this slide so you guys can actually see, write down this list of press release sites. Okay, so we are ready to go on WordPress SEO, and then after that, we're going to take questions. We're actually doing really good on time. It's here at 9:20 or 10:20 Eastern, so this part won't take as long. But we're just going to cover doing some basic SEO things with your WordPress, so that you can have a search engine friendly WordPress page. Now, I recommend WordPress that you install WordPress for really either as your blog platform or as your main website platform. I really don't do any project without using WordPress in some way, and that's because search engines love it. I personally steer clear of Joomla just for the fact that out of the box it's a mess to deal with. It's basically, I've dealt with client sites that are on Joomla. It makes you go way too many steps to make it search engine friendly. The URLs are nasty as all get out. It's just not a good situation. Joomla just They don't care enough, I guess, about the SEO or anything, but WordPress really does a good job of, out of the box, it actually indexes well, even though it's still not all that search engine friendly, but just out of the box with no changes, it does decent for you. So definitely recommend you use WordPress, and one of the more popular uses of it, is like whenever you launch a product page, for example, and you want to add content to it. A lot of people, they have a sales letter, and that's all on their website. So you want to add in a blog to your website. So you want to have your, let's say, trafficgenerationblueprints.com/blog. That's something that I would do, when I launch this course out there. And, that's the name of it. So trafficgenerationblueprints.com/blog. And that gives me an opportunity to have like a sales/squeeze page, on the front end, and you aren't just stuck on a one-page site. Because remember, as you will recall at the SEO talk, you're only limited to target so many keyword phrases. So I can't type in, video marketing, press release marketing, article marketing, SEO, training, and all this as one title tag. Those would all be separate posts or articles that I would want to write. Well, as far as managing the content, WordPress is great, and it acts as what's called a CMS, or content management system. So I just recommend just using WordPress, attaching it to your sales page, and it's a great way that you can get some good organic traffic to come to your website. And then on the right hand side, just put a banner to your homepage or sales page or squeeze page, whatever it is, and encourage them to go there. So if somebody finds my blog, let's say I do a post on video marketing online or something, that's the keyword phrase, and somebody types in video marketing online, they come through to trafficgenerationblueprint.com/blog. Now that's not up there, so don't rush out and look at it, but that's how I'm going. I do have the domain, so don't try to buy it. But anyhow, since I have the domain, I just put in the /blog on there, and somebody finds my blog that way, and I have a little banner on the right side because I did good SEO, and they find me for video marketing online. It's just another avenue somebody can come to my website, and it will actually help you out with Alexa, as I've seen with another guy on this call. It gives you a lot of benefits there, and so you definitely want to use WordPress in your business somehow. One thing I love WordPress for is just creating niche affiliate type sites. It's easy to do. Any kind of site, any client I have, I recommend they use WordPress somehow in their business, and so I recommend you do the same. So here's how to make WordPress search engine friendly once you get it installed and uploaded. So once you get it, once you get it uploaded, you're going to want to download the following basic SEO plugins for WordPress, and you're going to want to install them. Just so you guys know, so you don't have to sit there and download all these will also be available below the stream, and all these will be up within 24 to 48 hours. So you're going to have the press release little resources plus the SEO plugins I'm talking about here. Now there's a lot more SEO plugins. I know some of you probably all know of some different ones. I know of some different ones, but these are some of the real basic ones, very basic ones that work well for search engine optimization. Because as it is, WordPress does a good job with SEO. All-in-one SEO, that's the name of the plugin. You're, again, going to see that in the back end. But if you do want to, if for some reason you guys want to get these all tonight, because it will take me a little bit of time to stream this video, it's a huge file when they're done. But, go to Google and type in all-in-one SEO plugin. Go to Google, type in Google Sitemap Generator plugin. Go to Google and type in Sociable plugin. And, you'll get the download pages for these. So, but again, I will have the links to these. So download these 3 core plugins. Now, all-in-one SEO is tremendous for SEO because it lets you change your title tags, which, again, I keep talking about title tags again. It lets you have a keyword-rich title tag for every single post you make. You can adjust your own title tag because by default, WordPress will actually make your will make your title tag be your article post of your blog. Now, sometimes that's okay, but not all the times, because sometimes a keyword like top 10 ways to get your ex back, for example, that might not be a search phrase people look for, but it's an interesting subject that would bookmark well, meaning people would find it popular in Web 2.0 portals and come through to your site that way. But it may not be, basically it might not be the best as far as SEO goes, because a lot of times people may not type in top 10 ways to get your X back, but they might type in how to get your X back. So maybe you could, in your title tag, reword it a little bit, so it says how to get your X back, top 10 ways or something, so you're kind of still doing that sales approach I talked about with your title tag before to kind of sell the click. This all-in-one SEO gives you that ability. It gives you the ability to write out your own, your short little meta keywords, the meta description as well. That's so important for SEO. And it has it's just a great plugin to use. The Google Sitemap Generator, this is fabulous. It does a good job of creating the XML sitemap that search engines love, and even Yahoo and MSN look at these .xml search maps. They call it Google Sitemap Generator, but it works for Yahoo and MSN as well. And you could actually submit this to Google Webmaster Tools. So it's just Google Webmaster Tools if you want. I personally don't do a lot with Google Webmaster Tools. I probably could do more, but basically. It doesn't help me get indexed, or not indexed, but the Google Sitemap Generator, having just that sitemap on there will by default help all your pages on your site get indexed, but whether or not you're a member of Google Webmaster Tools, that's not going to impact things or not. But there's multiple uses for it. You can submit this XML sitemap to some different, to MSN's side of things, Yahoo's, Google. Just type in like submit sitemap or submit Yahoo sitemap, submit MSN sitemap or live search sitemap, or submit Google sitemap, something like that, and then submit the generated sitemap they give you. If you aren't even submitting those, at least you're just generating the sitemap using this plugin. It's very easy, and it will basically by default make sure all your posts get indexed, which as it is, WordPress does a great job of making sure your posts are indexed. You usually don't have to worry about it, and WordPress has a really good ping set in there, and I'm actually going to give you guys a ping list as well. Sociable is the other plugin. It's a social Web 2.0 plugin. We have not had a chance yet to really talk much about bookmarking. I've touched on OnlyWire and basically OnlyWire and how to do bookmarking that way, and how to do manual bookmarking with Dig. But Sociable and bookmarking is going to be covered next week as well. But with the Sociable plugin, it basically will enable other users to your website to bookmark your content, or it helps you as you're going through and bookmarking content, whatever the case might be. There's other Web 2.0 plugins out there. I personally like these three. You guys might have your other opinions, and that's fine. I like these just for basic, getting started out of the box SEO. So what I'm going to show you here is how to go about and actually take these plugins and install them correctly. So I'm actually going to take just a moment and pause the screen and then open up a new window for you guys to take a look at. Okay guys, so what I've got up here on my screen is I've got FileZilla open, and FileZilla is called it's FTP client, which stands for File Transfer Protocol. I'm sure many of you are familiar with FTP by now, but if you're not, if you're just starting out, getting into the web stuff, you can do some research on FTP clients. I could give you more of an overview of that, but this is more of a traffic course than technical training at this point. But if you guys do have questions on how to use this, feel free to submit a support desk ticket. But I am going to show you live how to use this tool. It's a free FTP client. FileZilla is. I do almost everything free. I love the free applications. There's no use paying for something. I'd rather spend $70 putting towards a press release on PR Web than I would spending on another FTP client kind of deal. So this one's free. Type in FileZilla into Google, and you will find the download page for it. So once you download FileZilla, you're just going to install it just like you would install Microsoft Word or any other program on your computer. You just download it, click on the executable file, go through the on-screen instructions, and it's set up. And what you're going to do then, once you're inside there, it's going to ask you for your host name, your username, your password, and your port. And all this data is typically going to be provided by your hosting company. I know especially if you have HostGator is hosting your site, or Bluehost or one of them, they do a good job of emailing you your information or making it easily accessible. Typically, it'll be like the password you use to log into your cPanel control panel. If you are hosted with them, you'll know what I mean by cPanel. when you're logged into your cPanel, that's usually the password that works right here. So, but if you need to call them, I know HostGator, Bluehost have 24-hour support. Some other hosting companies have support tickets. You can submit to them and say, I need my FTP information. Can you help me with that? Most of this data could also be found inside your control panel, which most hosting companies should have under the FTP area. So you're just going to put in that information. And you should have downloaded at this point, downloaded the plugins that I actually am going to give you guys or that you found online. You should have downloaded them to your actual computer. And what you're going to do then is they're going to come to you looking kind of like this. They're going to be a zip file with a little zipper on it. And so you can just right click and choose extract all. And again, I just use what my computer gives me. There's no need to have a special extracting program or something. You don't even need WinZip. Contrary to popular demand, you can just right click and extract these files. And that's what I prefer to do because again, it's free and I don't have to install software. So I just right click and choose extract all and it extracts the plugin. So what you're going to do when it extracts them is sometimes it will, depending on where you download the plugin from, but it's going to actually give you the plugin. It might put the plugin to what's called, what I call a subfolder. So for example, like this plugin right here that I just did, notice how if I click here, notice how it brings up another folder, and puts it right there. You're going to want to actually take it out of the subfolder. So you're going to want to take this little folder and move it, so I just like to highlight it and I copy it and I'll just move it out over here to this one, copy and paste it out of there and replace that one. And the reason you do that is because WordPress typically won't read that internal folder. And so, so that's the best bet, especially with these 3 plugins, so that in case you run into that, that's what the issue is. And again, if you have questions on these plugins, just let me know. But once you've extracted the plugins, you're just going to log into your hosting account. So I'm going to go ahead and log in here. And we're going to go right on over to the website that we're working on, the Tulsa, Oklahoma Chiropractor site. So let's just jump right down here. And go ahead and choose WP-content. WP-content, that's the folder you're going to go for your WordPress. So you're going to go to WP-content and you are going to choose plugins. Once you've selected plugins, you're going to notice I've already uploaded these 3 basic ones, but I'll show you the process just so you guys know how it works. Basically, you just take this. You want to just make sure that the files are all there. But you just highlight it. You can right click and choose upload. Or you could take this file and you could actually drag it over here if you wanted to. That's another option. Or you could highlight using the control key, highlight whichever ones you want to upload. So notice how I just did that. Or you could just do control A, and that'll highlight all of them. And then you could right click and upload all of those if you wanted to. So that's an idea. I'm just going to take another one here and just plug it in. Google Analytics is another plugin you need, but as I'll cover next week, we're going to go into that a little more in depth. And you don't necessarily have to have their plugin. I actually find it's just as easy to copy and paste their code on there. But just so you guys see how it uploads, and then it gives you a little status thing down here. But once you've uploaded the plugin, you're ready to go. And the same thing will apply if you happen to download a WordPress theme. Just on kind of a side note, you're going to upload that to the themes folder. Whoops. So you're actually going to upload that to the themes folder by double-clicking on themes. So that's how you go about doing that. And then I just hit that red X to clear out of there. And we're going to minimize the screen. And we're going to just jump right into the website now. So I'm going to go right on over here to the website. So you see on my screen now, I'm in the WP-admin is where I went to. So it's your website, wherever your blog is. So in most cases, it's yourwebsite.com/blog/WP-admin, depending on how you set up your blog. And you're just going to go there and you're just going to log in. Now, I'm using RoboForm. It really helps me speed up the process. It's a tool I recommend you guys get for a lot of this SEO and link building and submission type work. It really will help you out a ton. So go ahead, once you log in here, you're going to be looking for the plugins folder in particular. So in this example, I'm going to be looking for plugins over here on the left hand side. And what you're going to notice here is, let me just deactivate these for you guys so you guys see exactly how it's going to look for you. So okay, so you're over here and yours is going to say, recently active, or it'll just say, your plugin options when you first install them. And you're just going to choose activate your plugin. So just click on activate right there. It's very easy, very basic process. So what you're going to do, you first upload the plugins. If the plugins show up here, it means they were installed correctly. And then you just choose activate the plugins. And so that is that step. So you need to install and activate these 3 core plugins that I'm talking about. So the next step is you're going, and you guys kind of can sneak ahead there. So we're going to go right on to setting up your permalinks. So your permalinks is kind of how your URL structure is going to look, and that's an important search engine optimization factor. So I'm over here on WordPress, and here you can take a look at the back end here at the left side under settings is where you're going to go to do your permalink. So it's the left hand side is where you're going to do everything in WordPress 2.7, and you're going to choose permalinks. So in this case I'm going to just select permalinks down here on the left hand side, and what you're going to choose is actually custom structure. Custom structure, and this is the exact string you're going to type in here. / percentage sign, which you get by hitting shift and the number 5 key at the top of your keyboard. Type in the word post name, shift percentage sign / and then what you're going to do after that is choose save changes, and your permalinks are going to be set up correctly now. So again, it's / it's custom structure, so it's settings on the left hand side, permalinks, custom structure, / percentage sign, post name, percentage sign, /. And what this is going to do for you, it's going to make your links, so it's going to take actually the title of your post, and it's going to actually turn them into what's called a permalink. And it's really a good search engine friendly thing, because by default most of your posts will have your keyword in there, and it's just another thing. It just puts nice little dashes between each word, and it does a tremendous job of making your blog search engine friendly. So at this phase, you should have installed and activated the plugins and should have gone through with your permalink. So we're just going to go on to the next step here. So the next thing that you're going to do in this process is you want to set up what's called a ping list. So you want to set up so that every time you make a post, it will automatically do pinging for you. Now they automatically set up that site Ping-O-Matic.com that I was showing you. They automatically have that actually queued up. So whenever, I'm assuming that Ping-O-Matic's the same way, but WordPress automatically has it queued up to where whenever you make a new post of any sort, it will automatically go out and ping that, ping the website so that it tells those blog and ping places that your site has been updated and modified. So they'll go in and update their little databases. And that helps you get spiders, activities to your site. It helps with indexing. I can make blog posts and with literally hours have that blog index, and sometimes minutes you can have new blog posts indexed using a nice ping list, which I do actually provide for you guys, a ping list. And so I'll show you how to set up your ping list. So what you're going to do right back over here under settings, you're going to choose writing, and then you're going to scroll down under writing to where it says update services, and you're going to see here it's going to say Ping-O-Matic, and you would actually, if you want to, I've got a larger ping list, you could actually just take that ping list and just copy and paste it right in here in the update services area. So that's how another great way you can make WordPress 2.7 and WordPress search engine friendly. More search engine friendly because it helps get spider bots back to your site. It just helps get your, every time you submit, it will ping it to 10 or 12 different pinging sites that will then again ping it out to who knows how many sites. You get a lot of pings, a lot of activity on your site, and there's a list that I will provide for you. That's a great list. All you're going to do with this list is take it and copy and paste it right in here. Over this Ping-O-Matic URL. So you would just highlight this one or just delete it and then paste in whatever I have. And then when you're done with these changes, just choose Save Changes. So again, at this phase now, you should have gone in and set up your permalinks, installed and activated your plugins, and then the next thing you should have done is set up that ping list, fix the permalinks, and then there's one final step I'll show you here in a second. Okay, so the final step, and I'm just going to make you come back here to take a look at it, is to set up your all-in-one SEO plugin. This is and your other plugins. So you want to now set up your other plugins. So downloading them and installing them by uploading them, that's one thing. Now, if you're going to be doing several WordPress sites, I just like creating a folder called like WordPress plugins and themes, just so you know it. So then you can just automatically reference that folder and jump right in there. But basically, you want to set up your all-in-one SEO now. So what you're going to do that is go back to the blog. So I'm just going to head back there. And we're going to go back to the WordPress 2.7 view, and you're going to select under settings. You're actually going to see where it has your different blogs set up. So you're going to see all-in-one SEO right there. And in this case, what it's going to do is give you, it's going to tell you the home title. And this is where you type in your nice search engine friendly title tag, where you include your keywords there. And this is just for your home page. And then it's going to tell you your home description. So you're going to say, find a trusted Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor, and that's like your meta description. And then you plug in your meta keywords. You only need to do this once, or unless you decide to update your title tags, you can go back in here. And, I just keep their default settings where it says post title format. I usually take off where it says blog title. So there's a little dash in the middle, or a up and down line in the middle. I'll take that out and just leave post title. And I'll do the same for page title. And so that means that the post title, or basically whatever's set inside there for the post, is going to be the title tag. Now, basically all-in-one SEO, and I'll show you in a second, whenever you're making posts, will enable you to create your own unique title tags at the bottom of your post. So go ahead and choose update options after that, because I just leave everything else the same, and that's easy enough. Now, still going on about all-in-one SEO, when you're adding your new content to WordPress, what you're going to see back here is back here when you make your post, you type in your post. So we'll just say test post, and you want to just say this is a test. So you put in your post, you copy and paste it, however you do it. Put in your tags for your post. That's a good thing, search engine friendly thing to do. Whatever tags, keywords related to your post, put that in there. And then scroll down until you see, it say all-in-one SEO. Now, one thing you can do with WordPress 2.7 if you want to is you can actually take and grab this, and you could actually drag it up here so it's a little more accessible for you, which I would recommend doing because you're going to use it a lot. And then you just type in your title tag. So, for example, this title tag is test post, but if I wanted to make my title tag keyword rich, for something related to test post, so, this is a test, might be my keyword phrase. And I know that's a really poor example, so let's use something different like, weight loss tips. And so you kind of see the difference. And let's say that your post happens to do with, top 25 weight loss resources. Maybe that's your article. And top 25 type articles, like I mentioned last week, do really well. Top, any kind of top type article does a great job. But, so for example, top 25 weight loss resources may not be a searched for phrase, but weight loss tips might be better searched for. Weight loss resources, weight loss tips, weight loss information. So you guys get the idea. Using the AdWords keyword tool, you can identify the core keywords related to your article, use those in the title, create yourself a nice, solid, unique meta description, sell them on the click in that meta description and include that keyword, and then put in your keyword tag right there. And then that's where you have all-in-one SEO all set up. The final thing you're going to do then is go in and we're just going to navigate away from that page. Go right on over to settings again, and this time you're going to just choose sociable one more time. And inside sociable, you could actually set this up differently if you want to. Like for example, there's some different things inside sociable that people use, a little more frequently, that might relate to your site. So like if you have a business site, you might offer a LinkedIn option on there because that might help build some credibility that way. You might offer a Twitter option, so you just look around here for Tumblr for twit this, so that's one I want to add. So I could just click on that because I want to add it, and then you could choose Save Changes. And notice how it brought that up there. And let's say that I want to get rid of Spin, which that one's actually good. Facebook, Dig. Let's say I want to get rid of Google. Their bookmarking tool isn't that great right now. I decide. So let's just plug that in. And let's say that we want to grab another popular one. Like let's say, let's just use live.com, MSN's logo. Or let's use the LinkedIn logo. And Mr. Wong, he's a good one. There we go. So we'll use Mr. Wong and LinkedIn. Mr. Wong gives you a good, Mr. Wong's a good one to write back, because he does give you a good search engine friendly backlink to your site that they can follow, no problem. So there you go, Dig, Spin, Delicious. And then if you wanted to reorder these, you could certainly do that. So let's say that you want to drag this and reorder these. Excuse me, it is not letting me do that. But you should be able to drag and order those if you want to. But that's how you set up your Sociable. And then the next thing with your Google XML sitemaps, you're just going to go over here to XML sitemap, and you just need to do this once, but it says the sitemap wasn't built yet, and it says click here to build it for the first time. I'm not going to do that because I don't have content on here. But that's how you set up your XML sitemaps. That's in the left-hand side under settings, and you can watch this video as many times as you need to go back through. So
this is session 5 of your traffic and SEO training. In this session, we're going to talk about social bookmarking for more traffic and Web 2.0 properties. The first part talking about Web 2.0 properties.
And let's just jump right into this. And there's actually one other little thing that I'm going to be showing you guys here that I didn't put on the intro slide, and that is how to check your website statistics. I thought this was a good part to kind of teach you how to do this and how to read your web stats, because at this point you could have and should have done some things where you can start seeing some results with your website traffic. So I'm going to give you guys the tools you can use to kind of check your web stats. So the first thing you want to do is here's a list of some programs you can use to check your website stats. The first one is called AW Stats, and Webalizer is another one, and then Google Analytics. And the good news for you is that all of these programs are actually free to use. So it doesn't cost you anything to use these programs. And what's so great about them, AW Stats and Webalizer actually come installed with your hosting account about 90% of the time if you're using a hosting company that's using cPanel, which in most cases your website host will, and that is if your website's hosted with Google, or excuse me, I'm sorry, not Google, with HostGator or Bluehost or something like IX Web Hosting. A lot of the major ones use cPanel. GoDaddy does not, by the way. That's one complaint I have with GoDaddy, is that with their hosting they do make you pay a monthly fee if you want it. So for people on GoDaddy, I'd recommend you use Google Analytics. And if you are using a site or a website hosting company that has cPanel, which has AW Stats and Webalizer, then I would still look at using Google Analytics, because it's kind of nice to be able to track your website statistics all around. So at least that way you can kind of get a rough idea as to all the different options you have for traffic. So and basically the core thing here is the web host offering cPanel give you stat tracking software that you need, and that's AW Stats and Webalizer. And some of the important stats that you want to look for are the unique visitors and the length of time they stay on your website. And those are some important things to look at, among other things. Those are the core things to look at. You will see typically with website things, people will talk about hits. Oh, your website hits are up, or website hits. And hits are really actually kind of meaningless when it comes to tracking website stats. And that's why the tool that GoDaddy gives you to track stats is pretty much worthless, unless they've changed it since I last saw it in there. But they have a tool that tells you, basically how many hits you're getting. Well, basically what they count a hit as is let's say you have a squeeze or a website that has 5 images on it. Well, every time that page loads, they're going to count that as like 5 or 6 times, however many images you have. Every time it loads and calls a file, which when your websites load in the background, they're pulling up images and such. So every time it hits your server, that counts as a hit. And so hits are really inaccurate, because if you have a site with 100 images on it, little images or something, then there's 100 hits every time somebody pulls up the site. So hits are really pretty much inaccurate. The best things you want to be looking for are visitors and unique visitors. And unique visitors is most important, just because a visitor that could be somebody that comes to your site multiple times. So that's like, one person from the same household, or basically the same household in that basically it comes from the same household. So it's pretty much like one customer to your website. And also it's like if you go to your website, you probably hit your website every single day. And so that would count as a visit to your website, but it's not going to count as a unique visitor unless you've completely, cleared your cookies, which a lot of people don't. So, so that's something to keep in mind. So you want to make sure you're differentiating between unique visitors and regular visitors. And length of time on site, that's kind of an important stat to look at overall. And the main reason is just because the longer people stay on your site, the better results you're going to tend to receive. Now, in all examples, this isn't 100% accurate, just because if you're using like a landing page, for example, like a squeeze page, where you have an opt-in box where people grab their name and email, you don't, really want them to be on that page for 5 minutes because they're going to be thinking too long about filling out the form. But 90% of the time with your website, or, you've got pages you're trying to sell people, you've got a sales page, a sales video, you might have materials about your company, your services, your products. You want people to stay, a good amount of time. And online, you usually have about 10 seconds to grab people's attention, So if you're seeing in your website stats that your average visitors are staying about a minute or two on your site, that's actually really good, because that means that gives them time to actually make, what you would say almost like an accurate decision about whether to buy or not from your company. And that really will help you, because what you want to watch for is people getting to your site and all of a sudden the stats showing you that within 30 seconds they're leaving your site or something, because it takes longer than 30 seconds to read a sales page. So you want to keep that in mind. You also want to try to see which pages they're leaving your website from as well. So I'm going to show you how to use some of these tools. And another thing you can do is look up the various keyword phrases that people are finding you for. So these website tracking tools will actually tell you that certain, people are finding you for different keyword phrases. So, it'll actually give you some ideas of some additional keyword phrases that you might consider targeting, because these are keywords that by accident you might be ranking for. By accident you're getting traffic from. And sometimes it's amazing because there are people that will browse, through to page 6 and 16. And so you might see, wow, I'm getting a lot of visitors for this certain phrase. I bet, and I'm only on page 6 or something. So you think, okay, well, if I started optimizing a page and I created a blog post or an article around this keyword phrase, then that might rank pretty well for me. So you can go through your stats and start thinking of new pages to rank your site for. So that's how you can use, and check your website stats. So here's a little bit about AW Stats and Webalizer. You want to make sure that you have selected to view stats for them in your cPanel. And so I'm going to show you how to set that up. And these are provided by your website hosting companies that offer cPanel. And AW Stats and Webalizer will vary quite a bit from each other, so keep that in mind as far as the numbers go. So typically the numbers are going to be, almost, one might say that you're getting 1,000 visitors a month, and the other one might say you're getting 2,000 a month. Like, it's that far off. But I like to use them as a gauge. It's kind of a trend almost to kind of see, okay, how's my traffic doing, or is the traffic increasing, is it decreasing, what kind of things are causing it. That's kind of the thing you want to look for with these tracking programs. So let's look at an example of each of these programs. So I'm going to log into a cPanel here really quick. So let me pull that up here. Okay, so I'm logging in here, and I'm going to make the screen live here in just a moment for everybody. Okay, so what you guys should see on my screen right now is me logging into my control panel. So you'll see here my website. I'm hosted with Bluehost. It's a great hosting company, and if any of you guys want to sign up with them, let me know. They have excellent deals. I've had no issues at all as far as bandwidth goes. I have a lot of domains with them. I just have a lot of things going on with Bluehost. I have all my downloads for all the different products and services I have. A lot of these are all hosted here with Bluehost, so I have a lot of content here, and the only cost is $7.95 a month. So I do like Bluehost a ton. So they are very, very good. So if you're looking for a web host, they might be one to consider. But they do have cPanel. HostGator accounts do. Most hosting companies have cPanel. So what you're going to do here is scroll on down to where it says log files, and you're going to just simply choose whichever one you want to use, so whether it's Webalizer or AW Stats. But first, when you first set it up, especially if you're with Bluehost, HostGator does it, might do it slightly different, but you want to make sure that you selected choose log programs. And you want to go down here and you want to find different websites that, like, here's a site of mine, and notice all these sites are going to have .countesspr.com because that's the main domain on my account. So don't worry about that though. If you see that in your account, that's all it is, just a little subdomain. How they set it up structurally wise, but it's the same thing as having your core domain. And that's why you just want to promote your core domain name. But you want to make sure that you have checked marked here inside, the box that tells you to choose your log program. So notice I just checked there because I want some of these websites, show up. I want to see what kind of traffic they are getting. So I can just click on a couple of those, and next thing we do is come right over here, and you would just select. So just come right over here, and then you're going to choose Save Changes. And if it's the first time you've done this, first time that you've saved these changes on the domain that you want to start tracking, so that might be something you want to do tonight. You're not going to be able to see the web stats for probably at least 48 to 72 hours. But if it's your default domain, which most cases, you might only have one domain, then it's going to automatically already have your first one there. Now keep in mind that what I'm showing you here is basically on the majority of website hosting companies. So if you do end up having issues with this, send me a support ticket. One of the best things you can do is actually call up your hosting company or send them a support ticket, because they will be able to help you find the best web tracking program that they offer. But most your website hosting companies will provide cPanel, and if they do, they typically have these things installed. So here's Webalizer. It's the first one we're going to take a look at, and I'm just going to grab one of these sites here, one of the mini sites that I have, and we're going to just pull up the web stats here for you guys to take a look at. So inside Webalizer, I don't like Webalizer because it's not as nice to look at. I don't think. I think it kind of gives you a kind of a nasty view. But basically here with Webalizer is you can actually just click right here. Like, these are stats. It looks like dating back. These are kind of old stats, but most of the time they're pretty updated. But notice, let's just look at May right here. And you'll notice here it'll tell you total hits, which again, that's useless. It tells me there's 106,000 hits. There was actually only, according to them, there was about 7,000 total visits of actual people that went to the site. Total pages. Now, page views is telling you how many pages people have viewed on your site. So if your website has maybe it's 10 page, you have a 10-page website, and the average person maybe looks at 3 pages on your site. So that each time they look at a new page, that's a page view. So that's a pretty important stat as well to look at. Now you're going to notice here when I get on to the next one, this one can be kind of hard to look at, but this one kind of tells you, the amount of website stats per day. So every single day it tells you how many hits, how much file usage. It just means how much, basically, how many different files they pulled from and all this stuff, like your images. So that these two you don't need to worry about, hits and files. Pages tells you how many pages it looked at. The yellow is the, like the unique visitors, and then you've got kilobytes of information that they've looked at. And it even gives you a breakdown of hourly usage, and this is all a free tool, so it kind of tells you, basically, what your traffic was looking like throughout the days, what kind of things were happening. So it tells you, on like, let's see here. And it's all on Army time here, so at 1500 hours, which would be like 3 o'clock Eastern, let's say, I was getting a lot of traffic at 1400 hours here, whatever, which is about 2 o'clock, that's when it looks like most of my traffic and things are taking place, just because, and you can track hits, like I don't record the numbers, but you can track hits to see how your web stats are doing. So it basically gives you an idea of, okay, at this hour, my site's most active. You can use that site as you will. Here is some other things you can track. The exit pages. This will tell you basically what pages that are the pages that people are leaving you from the most. So I see here that like my home page, and if it's just a / and that's all, that's actually just your home page. So that's all they're tracking there. But this will tell you, okay, a lot of people are leaving me from this page. Maybe I better do something about that. Here's a different way, sites that are referring to here. You're going to see a lot of things that might look kind of funky in here, so I don't really worry about that. Those are sites that just different people's IP addresses and things like that. Here's the 250 of 381 referring sites. A lot of these would be referring URLs within your site because they're finding things within your site. You see here Google search, you see some other stats show up, MSN search, Ask search, some different things. Kind of gives you a rough idea there. Top 20 search strings. So this tells me anaerobic threshold, that's a big keyword phrase. Weight loss articles is a big keyword phrase. Stomach bulge, how to lose 10 pounds in a month. This is a weight loss site. Weight loss encouragement. So these are all keyword phrases that people are finding my site for. So if I go back and I were to type in these phrases and say, that's interesting, I'm getting a lot of traffic for this phrase, but my site's not ranked very well for it. Well, that means that I would go back and create a page around that keyword phrase. I would do some marketing, video marketing, some Web 2.0 properties, all the stuff I'm going to teach you here, just because that's going to really kind of give you kickstart in the right direction, because there's actually traffic for these keyword phrases. And if you're not ranked well, just imagine until you're ranked well what would happen. So that's how you can use that tool. This tool tells you what kind of browser most of the people are using, or down here it shows you. This one actually shows you countries, so you can look at countries. And so this is just your basic overview of Webalizer. It gives you just some basic stats. Most of your data is right here, and then you could narrow it down further, by your daily usage and how that went. So that is Webalizer and how you use that program. So let's go back here and go back to your cPanel, and you're going to be looking right in the same area for where you found Webalizer. You're going to be looking for AW stats. So we're going to kind of see, hopefully, how different some of these web stats actually are. So there is AW stats, and let's just click on this. And let's see here. Let's pull down to, we were looking at May 2008, so let's look at that for this site. And notice here, they're telling me that I actually had almost 4,000 unique visitors. The other one was telling me I had almost 7,000 some. So you see how different they are. And so basically, one of the best things you can do if you really feel like you want to get a number, average the two together, might be the best bet for you. I really couldn't tell you exactly which one's more accurate. I know that question's probably going through your mind. Honestly, the main thing you want to be doing is tracking, are my web stats increasing? You want to see some increases going on. Now, this site's showing a little decline, so I need to do actually a lot of work on this. I haven't done any work on it since back in May, and then that's when things were high. So this tells you basically your unique visitors. This one's a lot easier to read. I personally prefer looking at Webalizer stats or AW stats, how they lay it out, because it's just so much cleaner and it's a little easier to follow. This tells you number of visitors by day. So each day of that month, there are 200 visitors on this day, on down. So it tells you the average visitors per day. They just have it laid out really, really clear, and they give you more data, I feel like, than the other ones. This one also tells you, on each day what kind of your average visitors were, and this one kind of shows me that it's pretty average throughout the week, and it tends to tail off on the weekend, which is pretty normal. Hours of the day, just like the other one, tells you what kind of your traffic looks like. It's fairly stable throughout the day, mostly in the midday. US is most of my traffic. That's not a shock. So this just kind of takes you down through there. This tells you visits duration. Notice this stat here, 0 to 30 seconds. So this would be a site that I would be like, wow, I need to improve that, because there is people leaving the site fast. So I need to do something that would get them to stay longer. And I do need to work on a redesign for the site, because I probably could tell you exactly why they're leaving. So this is a good indicator as to why people, what you need to be looking for is, okay, a lot of my visitors are leaving quickly. And so again, this is one of those free tools that cPanel offers. This tells you what's kind of interesting is some of these URLs actually match up almost identical to what the other one was as far as URLs that get the most traffic. One tool I really like to see, though, is the referring sites. That's a great tool. They tell you kind of where your traffic's going from, and then referring search engines kind of tells you where your search engine traffic's going from. Most of my search engine traffic is Google by about 91%. So if you can see that, how big Google is in the scheme of things. Yahoo's not even on the map, even though I rank for that. In Yahoo, Google is just dominating for this site. So you definitely want to focus most of your attention on Google anyways. Search key phrases will tell you some different keywords that people are finding you for. So here's kind of some interesting: unbalanced diet, anaerobic threshold, weight loss articles, lose 10 pounds in 1 month. So these are kind of similar articles to what people were finding me before. So there's a whole slew of potential keyword phrases, and this number tells you how many people found you each and every month. Or basically each and every month, how many people came to your site for this keyword. So 215 people came to my site for the word unbalanced diet. So that would tell me, okay, maybe I should focus some things on that core keyword phrase. So these tools are active. If you have questions using them, let me know. Your web host might be the best as far as helping you making sure that it's set up on your server. So it's AWStats and Webalizer, and those are the best ones that you can go ahead and use. So I'm going to go ahead and log out of my cPanel here, and we're going to jump on over to Google Analytics, and I'm going to show you guys how to set up a Google Analytics account. So it's just google.com/analytics. But let's, in the meantime, jump over to the presentation here. So we're back here in the presentation here, and this is the URL again, google.com/analytics. And this is a free website statistic tracking program that you can use with any site. I personally recommend that you use this in conjunction with your other tracking programs that your hosting company provides. Especially if you're on GoDaddy, I would highly recommend you use Google Analytics because there's no need to pay for their upgrade. The stats will vary from the other programs as well, so keep that in mind. So just be prepared for that your stats will be quite a bit different. All you do with this is you simply add a line of code to your website, and I'll show you how to get that code, and it's a very clean and user-friendly interface for you, so it's very simple to use. So let me show you an example of this, of Google Analytics. Okay, so when you first want to set up your Google Analytics account, I'm going to show you how to set up your account, and then we'll get on with our presentation here. So first thing you want to do is choose Access Analytics, and you just want to log in with your Google account if you already have one. So I'm just going to sign in here. And what you're going to do inside here is you're going to go ahead and set up a new account. So for this example, we want to set up a new page. So I'm going to go right over here to where it says My Analytics Accounts. This account I just deleted. It was a test blog I had. So you can just go right over here down the right side and choose Create New Account. When you first log in, it's going to ask you to create your new account. So you want to go right here and choose Sign Up for Google Analytics. And website's URL, very self-explanatory, www.yourwebsite.com. I'm going to use the Tulsa Chiropractor site as the example here. Account name, I just leave it at the domain name. Time zone, you can set it to where you are located. I'm on Central Time. You can set it to whatever time zone you happen to be on, or whichever one works best. Most of the time it might be Eastern, Central, Pacific, whatever works best for you, so you kind of know when the day's ending on these statistical reports. So that's kind of a cool feature. This is, again, basic information: your last name, your first name, and your phone number. And then please select the country. That's self-explanatory. And then go ahead and choose Create Account. I've gone through their terms of service before, but when you're first there, you might want to read through that. Choose Yes, I agree, and then select Create New Account. And once you've created your new account, what you're going to get is this really nasty looking code. So before you panic and throw your arms up in the air, it's really actually very basic to install this. So what you need to do is just click your mouse one time on there. So you just click your mouse one time, right click, and choose Copy. So click your mouse one time, right click, and choose Copy. So again, I clicked my mouse once, I right clicked, and I did Copy. And now you're going to go right back over here to wherever your website is hosted. So in this example, I've got this website hosted with WordPress. So I'm going to go right on over to WordPress, and I'm just going to simply log into WordPress here. And this would be slightly different if your website, is just a static HTML site, which a lot of sites are, and that's okay if they are. So if you have just a static type HTML website, then that's how you're going to, you're going to access it with like Microsoft Expressions Web Design or Dreamweaver or something of that nature. But it's going to be the same thing. You're going to do all this stuff that I'm showing you here inside what's called the code view, inside the code view. WordPress makes it very, very convenient. They do have a plugin for it, but I personally like to just do it manually because I've had issues with getting their plugin to go in correctly. So I just do it the old-fashioned way, and it's very easy. So all you do is come right down here and you choose Appearance, and you choose Editor. And what you're going to look for is footer. And when you're actually doing this in your own HTML code, you're going to be looking for the footer of the code. So you're going to be looking for like the code that comes up right before the body tag ends. So you notice here where the body tag is actually going to be ending. Notice that. And what you're going to do here is you want to just install your Google Analytics code right in here. So you want to highlight right here. So highlight your Google Analytics. So I've already got it kind of installed here, but let's just show you the example here. You can just highlight it and copy and paste it. So you're just going to copy and paste it directly before the caret to the left and the body tag. So just copy and paste it right in there and then choose Update File. And that's how you do it on WordPress. It's going to be the exact same thing. You're going to go into the code view of your static HTML site. So it's going to be the code view of your web editor. Or you could also outsource this or submit a support ticket if you are running into problems. But you're going to just go right until you see the body. There's always going to be a closed body tag, or in most there should be, on your website. And right before it, you're going to paste in your Google Analytics. And then you're going to just save that file and re-upload it to your server. Now, if you're using a static HTML site, and you happen to have, when I say static HTML site, I mean like a site that is not built on WordPress, so it's a site you manually go in and edit, which is fine. Those sites do great. So I'm not knocking those sites or anything. I'm just showing you as an example with WordPress. But if you are using a site like that and you don't have what's called an includes file, and if you have to ask what that is, chances are you don't have one. So just assume you don't have it. And what you're going to have to do is go to all the pages of your website, and you're going to have to manually copy and paste in the Google Analytics code. And the reason you're doing that is because Google Analytics will read all the pages on your site that code is installed on, and you want them to be able to read that kind of information. So, the only pages you may not have it on there would be like your download pages. You don't really need to be tracking stats there, but your sales page, your article pages, and all that. Now, if you're using WordPress, you just do it one time and it automatically goes in the footer because they have what's called the includes file. So that HTML code that I just did is included on every single page. So without getting further into HTML things, but that's how you go ahead and do Google Analytics. So it's very simple. And once you've installed the code, you just choose Finish. And it's going to load the page here. And basically you just come right over here to where it says status, and the tracking's unknown, and then I would check back and give it a few minutes and then check and make sure that the web stat is uploaded correctly. So now you can go ahead and log out of your Google Analytics account, and let's just go right back over here to the presentation. So we're going to now start picking right back up here and talk about social bookmarking, a little bit about social bookmarking and what it is and how it works for you. So the first thing we're going to do is talk a little bit about social bookmarking, then I'll show you some examples. So basically, social bookmarking is a method for you to share, store, and organize websites, stories, or things online that you appreciate. This would also include things like articles, videos, on video hosting sites, whatever it is. It's a method for you to share it. It's a method for people. It's a social thing where people can share things. Well, in this example, we're using these social bookmarking sites as a marketing tool as well. So this is how you use them. So it's more of a way to share your favorite websites with the world, which in most cases is going to be your own sites, your own articles, and things like that, typically. Social bookmarking websites get a lot of traffic, so that's why they're great to use, because they are, pretty high authority websites. Most of them are. They get a lot of traffic, so they're good to use that way. And submitting to these websites helps you build backlinks and exposure for your own website. And even if it doesn't give you a direct backlink, which Digg doesn't give you a direct backlink like it used to. But what it does is it gives you exposure, it gives you more exposure. And what I found with Digg and some of these other sites is if you use your core keyword phrases when submitting to them, most of the time your site could actually start ranking high in the search engines for the particular keyword phrases that you're trying to rank for. So that actual page on Digg, because when you dig something or you socially bookmark something, most of the time they create a separate page for that particular bookmarking action that you just did. So what that means is that they are automatically creating new pages. Like some of these sites have literally millions of new pages because they automatically generate a new page as you do your dig on it. And what happens is that these pages will oftentimes show up in the search results. So it's kind of like what we talked about with the article marketing and how you can leverage that with your keywords. Same thing with the press release marketing. And now we're talking about social bookmarking, and later on in this presentation we'll talk about Web 2.0 properties. So all these things are geared towards not only getting your site ranked, but also helping you index new content, but also help additional places for additional exposure, because it's all about getting more exposure. If your if you only have your website, if you're only relying on just getting SEO done on just your website, then there's only one really main area where people can find you, and that's through Google and hopefully just to your website. Well, it'd be nice if you could have multiple avenues where people can funnel through to your website, and that's really the goal of social bookmarking, along with helping to mass promote your new content as you add it. So here's some social bookmarking tips. You want to bookmark both your home page and your internal pages as well. You will also bookmark your blog page and other Web 2.0 properties like Squidoo pages or online videos. And so those would be things like you create an online video, which we'll cover next week or next lesson. And in that lesson, after you've created your video, you would go back and bookmark that video, or you would bookmark the Squidoo page, which I'm going to show you how to make here in a bit. Or maybe it's your own website, or it's your own blog, or whatever it is, it's your squeeze page, whatever it might be, you can bookmark that. You want to use your keyword phrases as the title for your bookmark. And as you'll see in a moment, when you do a bookmark, they will ask for your core keyword phrases, so you want to keep that in mind. You might consider setting up several social bookmarking profiles as well with each website. So basically, you might consider setting up several bookmarking profiles. So that means there's literally hundreds of these sites, but there's a core 30 to 50 that are really good to submit to. So one thing you want to do is you want to consider setting up several social bookmarking profiles. So that means you have several accounts created for each one of these sites, and you want to just use like a spreadsheet to kind of keep track of the different logins for each and every one. And inside your hosting company, you can actually create multiple multiple email addresses that you can use to sign up for these. You could also create multiple Google Gmail accounts and whatnot. And so, but you do want to try to have several profiles, just because that can kind of help you spread things out among your websites and your bookmarking. And you want to also occasionally bookmark other pages as well, especially other pages that are related to your niche, because that will kind of show these bookmarking sites that you are interested in the subject of weight loss, for example. So you bookmark other weight loss sites, and it just so happens your site and maybe YouTube video that you've done, a few other things happen to be in that mix too. So that's kind of some good tips for social bookmarking. And you want to definitely use some tools to automate the process. But here's some preparation, and some of those tools, I'm actually going to show you two of those social bookmarking tools right here. You want to come up with the following before you start bookmarking, and you want to place this into a notepad file. The first thing you want to use is come up with the title that you are going to use for your bookmarks. In this case, it's going to be the core keyword phrase that you happen to be trying to go after. So, for example, let's say I'm trying to go after the keyword phrase, let's say it's weight loss articles, for example. So the title of my bookmark would be weight loss articles. And so that would be the title. That's my core keyword phrase. That's what I'm going to submit to the social bookmarking sites as my title. So you want to get out like a TextPad editor or notepad editor and write this down. And the reason is just because it's easier to copy and paste from these kind of sites. So that's the title you're going to use. Then next you want to have a short description. So a short description of 1 or 2 sentences talking in detail about, basically about what your website is. So it could be 1 sentence to 3 sentences talking about what your website is and why they should check out that site. And in the description, try not to be over hypey and pitchy, because that's not going to attract a lot of people. But just try to include your core keyword phrase in the description once or twice. Make it flow, make it be easy to read, and make it somewhat interesting as to why they might want to see your site. So the description is very basic. It could be as simple as check out these great weight loss articles that I found. Something like that. The next thing is your keywords and tags. And in this little area, a lot of these will either ask for keywords or tags. Most of them are going to ask for tags. And tags are pretty much the same thing as keyword phrases. So you come up with keyword phrases related to the niche, related to the website that you are promoting. So again, weight loss articles, weight loss. I like to use the title and the main keyword that I'm going after as one of the keywords, just because it gets it on that page additionally another time, because they oftentimes display their tags there. So you want to try to use your core keyword phrase once in your keywords and tags. And you want to also, come up with additional keywords inside your niche. And you don't have to come up with a lot. I typically don't come up with more than 5 keyword phrases. And a phrase would be 2 or 3 words in length. And then you obviously want to put in your URL into this sheet. And the reason I'm having you create this is because it's going to make your life much easier when you start going in and bookmarking these sites, because you're just going to be copying and pasting. So, okay, title, okay, boom. Description, boom. Keywords, boom. URL, boom. Got it done. So that's really what it's going to do. It's going to really speed up the process. So one thing, as far as preparation goes, is you want to go over to socialmarketing.com and sign up for the sites you see on the page after you put in your title and URL. So I'm going to show you how that works here in a moment. But let me jump back here and show you another site. Socialmarker.com has another list of sites, and Social Marketing, like I said, has more. And then OnlyWire.com has a list of sites, but it also helps you automate the process. And then here's another couple of social bookmarking sites to consider. So I'm going to come back to this slide here, so don't worry about writing this too fast. I'm going to actually show you right now live how you guys can go ahead and start bookmarking. So let's just jump right over here, and I'm going to pull up one of the first sites I'm going to pull up here is actually socialmarker.com. Then I'm going to pull up another site called socialmarketing.com. Okay, so right up here on my site is socialmarker.com. That is just SOCIAL marker.com, just like you see on your screen here. And basically what socialmarker.com is, they do have a tool that kind of helps you automate the social bookmarking process a little bit to 160 bookmarking sites. So they do help you automate the process a little bit. So now I tend to like Social Marketing Service a little bit better. I know some people might disagree there, but I like how Social Marketing does it. But what I like about Social Marker is that in a nice clear area they give you a variety of different websites to check out. And I typically go with all these sites, but you notice here if you go to their icons, you can actually click on each one of their logos here, and you could actually go right on over to the website and actually do a bookmark of it. So just so you guys know how basically the social bookmarking process works, I'm going to show you how that functions. So I'm over here on a site called Propeller.com. It's one of the sites that I clicked on from Social Marker. And what I want to point out to you is you want to try to set up an account with each and every one of these. Obviously, you guys could avoid Twitter because that's not really a platform for social bookmarking. Technorati's one you guys could avoid as well. So Technorati and Twitter you could kind of do without for this process. The other ones you could go ahead and set up accounts with each and every one of these. So all you're doing is just clicking on the logo, going through the process, choosing register, and you just basically are putting in your your name, your email, and make sure that I like to have like a spreadsheet open so you're recording all these usernames and passwords so you know exactly where you can go to find all these various passwords. And I like what they offer here on Social Marker as far as giving you a good glimpse of all these sites. They have some options too where they say just the best sites, just the best social bookmarking sites, and they bring them all to the top. That's kind of up to them because I still like a lot of these other ones. They also have one that says do follow, and these are sites that only pass a direct link onto your website. So those are ones that you could consider as well if you were just trying to do this from a link building perspective. So you could just sign up for those ones. But I like to do them all just because Propeller, Dig, Delicious, Reddit, all those are really high traffic and high authority, so they rank well. So I like to do them all. Same concept as with article marketing, press release marketing. The more you do, the more results that you're going to get and the more beneficial that it is going to be for you. So let me just jump back here to propeller.com, and I'm going to kind of go through the steps here of submitting a site. So we're going to go right over here to where it says submit. Most social bookmarking sites will say submit news or submit information, and whatever the case might be. So I'm going to first sign into my account though. So let me go ahead and do that really quick. Okay, so I'm all signed in here, and it's going to ask me to enter my URL of my story or website. So in this case, I'm going to input my website. And some of these sites will let you only submit an article of your website. So instead of typing in your whole website, you might put in your website with an article attached to it. So if you get a notice that they don't like that, go ahead and you can go back and fix that. But here it is, story title. They will pull from your title tags, so if you've done a good job with your title tags, you should actually be in fairly good shape. I always like to test it, but if you don't like what they give you, just go right over here and type that in. But I'm going to just stick with what they've given me here. That's great. So what you can do here under story description is type in basically something about your website. So find a great variety of Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors. And again, this would apply to your niche, whatever it is, your keyword phrase up there. Whether you're a small business, you're trying to rank for, Chicago, Illinois bakery, same exact steps that you're going to follow here. So here's, just the thing. Find a great variety of Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors that are reputable and ready to work with you. Or ready to help you. There we go. So there's my description. If I was doing this right, I would have copied and pasted all this into a notepad file. But here, user tags, sometimes it will pull off those, so that's good. So you could try chiropractors Tulsa, you could try Oklahoma chiropractors. So yours would be, like bird watching, weight loss, whatever your niche is, goes right there. Story category, this is going to be more of a health type news because it's related to chiropractors. Could be business because it's about business as well. And then you just choose preview story and you make sure everything looks okay. So I'm going to just look at this and then I'm going to choose approve and submit. And the reason I like Propeller is they're not going to pass a direct on link directly to your site, but what they're going to do is actually this site gets a pile of traffic and they rank well in the search engines for their various keyword phrases, and so they do a fabulous job of it. So I personally like using them when bookmarking. So here, when your bookmark is done, this is what it looks like. So Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, find a Tulsa chiropractor today. So it has my core keyword phrases up there. And if you click right there to read the full story, it would take them directly over to my website in a new window so they could take a look at what I have to offer there. So there's the website. So, so there's that. There's how that functions. So now you can just sign out of that and go on to your next site. So it's really easy, especially you can see if you've copied and pasted the data. It shouldn't take you very long on each and every website. I'm going to show you Dig one, as just another example here because they're all kind of different, but they're very much the same. Dig.com is going to function in a very similar fashion. You're just going to, first log into your account or choose join since it might be your first time there. And so we're just going to log in here. And then you would just choose submit new. And so we could come over here and we could find an article that we are going to submit. Let's just go over to my blog here and grab an article that looks good. Okay, so this article looks good to me. I'm going to go ahead and bookmark this. I might have already submitted it to them, so they will let me know. You just notice their URL there. Whoops. So you just enter the URL. News and articles most of the time is what it's going to be, or video. In this case, I'm actually got 2 links to videos that they could actually watch. And if it's like a YouTube link, obviously that would be a video as well. So it's digging through my submission for a title. I would come up with the keyword phrase. So my keyword phrase is, niche research, find a profitable niche market. and then you just plug in your description. Learn how to find a good, profitable niche market in these 2 short and powerful videos. Okay, so I'm going to just modify that a little bit. And then you choose your category. So it sometimes will pull a picture from your site. Most of the time, if they don't apply to your thing, just choose no thumbnail. And then choose your topic. So in this case, it's business and finance. And it's going to say, preview of what it's going to look like. So I'm just put in the keywords that they have there. And now they're checking for duplicates. Now Digg sometimes won't ask, does not ask for tags, but some of them will, so keep that in mind. This time it's going to say, okay, it looks like something else, so I'm going to just say it's totally original, because it is. I have not submitted this yet, and so you just scroll down to the bottom, and there it is. So it's all queued up now. So now if I were to click on it, it would open up in a new tab, in a new window, and there it is. So now they're on my website. So that is how, and that actual Digg page itself can actually rank within the search engines. So you would see somebody typed in free niche research or niche research videos, they might come across this actual Digg page, which would link them right into my site. So that's kind of how the power of social bookmarking works. That's why it's one of the avenues that I really, really appreciate and like to use online. So that's how you use those tools. Now let's talk a little bit about the automation process here. So we're over here, and I've mentioned social marking already. But what's great about them, let's just type in here our core keyword phrase. So Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors. And you want to just choose bookmark this. So when you're first starting out there, just choose the bookmark this. And that's what I meant when I said put in your username and your title. And what's going to happen here is it's going to actually bring up a list of various social bookmarking websites. And they rank them by what they consider the top sites. And then a whole list of other sites. And so you can go to socialmarking.com to find a huge list of other websites to consider submitting to. So you can just open up these projects or open up these sites, follow the instructions, and go through and set up your account. So, but notice what it did when I actually clicked on that link right there. This is one of those tools that kind of helps you automate the process. Notice how it pre-filled my title and my URL, and then you can just copy and paste your description in there if you wanted to. So that's how that would function. So if you find another one that you want to submit to, so let's say we're going to use Furl, maybe. So you would just need to sign into your account. And I may have clicked on the wrong one. Okay. And sometimes these companies merge here and there, so that's something to keep in mind too. So when that happens, sometimes these automatic tools, which I'm glad that happened, because it looks like Furl is redirecting over to Diigo.com, which is similar to Digg. Mr. Wong is another one that works well. So all these sites work really, really great. So it kind of gives you an idea of where to find the top ones. I've already actually submitted this site, so this actually already has been submitted. But all you would do is just log in, and it would pre-fill with your name and email. And Social Marker works very similar, where you put in your title, your link, your text, and your tags. This one, sometimes it's a little buggy, I'll be honest, but it does work fairly well. And you can go through here and quickly just, click on each one of these, or basically not click through, but, put in your information there and then move on to where it says submit, and then it will just take you through the process of submitting it to these various social bookmarking sites that you have checked here. So that's how you would use socialmarker.com to find social bookmarking sites, and then you can use Social Marking to find a few more. And I really like the list that Social Marker has made available. So the other tool that I wanted to discuss with you is onlywire.com. I've touched on it previously, but I just want to show you a live example here on how to use it. So you go right over here to onlywire.com, And this tool is really great because it will actually automatically submit for you. But what you're going to do here is go and choose sign up when it's your first time there. And it will take just a moment here. So you're just going to sign up with your username, with your password, and with your email address, and just put in that information. And you want to choose the free promote option. So you do not want to do the paid option unless you feel like paying. But the free promote option is very simple. It's basically you just copying and pasting a code onto your site that would basically make your basically all it's going to do is you just need to add a line of code, just like I did with Google Analytics, to the footer of your website, to somewhere on your website, so that the bookmark and share icon like this displays. And it actually can be beneficial because people can go to your site and potentially bookmark and share. So then read through the terms and conditions and then choose Start Only Wire. And so I'm going to just log in though because I already have an account with them. So we're just going to go over here to log in, which is what you would do when you come back to them. And so I'm going to just log in here to my account. And I'm using Internet Explorer for this example, just so you guys are aware. Okay, so what you're going to do here is go right on over to set up your bookmarking sites. So when you first log in, and what you're going to find here is a huge list, or a good sized list, of social bookmarking sites to consider submitting to. And so it gives you an opportunity to put in your username right here and your password. So that's my username right there, is Fast Cash Accounts. And if you don't have accounts with these sites, you would just click right there, and it's going to, for some reason, open up in two windows. It's just how they set it up, but you only need the one window open. So it's taking me over here to Bebo.com, and I would just choose, when you're ready to set up your account, just go through the steps to setting up your new account, which is, right here, sign up now. So put in your full name, your email, your password, and your date of birth. So I'm going to just do that right here because they just added that to that site. So let's just do that. Okay, so we're just plugging in the information here. And I just had a birthday just last weekend. So, alright, so we're just going to plug in the information. You can do what you want on the age, and then choose sign up now. And I usually skip this next process. Most of them will try to get you to invite your friends. This is the basics, information about who you are and what you do. And if they give you a chance to have a website, I would try to put it in there if you can. But that's just me, so try to put in your website if you can at all possible. And then just choose save, and you can always change your profile later. Okay, so I've now set up my account with them. And what you would do then is just go right on back to log in, which is going to be your username or your email address. So there's my username that they gave me. They automatically send me an email address. And you're just going to put in that username, whichever one, either they give it to you or you set it up, and then you put in your password. So there's my password, very basic. And when you hit save, it's going to make these all ... So so after you've set that up, just hit save my logins. So it says your login information has been changed. So what you want to do then, again, with social bookmarking, is go in and set up with each and every one of these. And again, once you're logged into, you're going to go over here to where it says my account, and you want to make sure the free promote option is checked again. And what you want to do, it's going to say add the following HTML code to your website. So you're just going to right click and copy that code, and you're actually going to go to your WordPress site or the code view of your HTML site, and you're going to just copy and paste that in there. And again, if you have questions with that, let me know. Don't let that hold you up. But after you've put it in there to your site, you're just going to type in the URL of wherever you placed it, and you're going to choose click to check the status. And so I'll show you guys how that looks, how the code will show up once it's actually on your site, just so you know what to look for. So there it is right here in the footer. The bookmark and share icon is showing up right there, and you should see this little green check mark that says completed, and once you see that, you should be in good shape. And then just choose update my account after you've read the terms of service, and that will make you a free a free account there. So let's just scroll up here and go back over here to your username, which is how you get to the management section of things. And so at this point you should have set up your bookmarking sites in there, and you should have set up your account to make sure it's on the free option. And now you want to choose for your web browser. So what you're going to do here is, if you happen to be using Internet Explorer, what you're going to do is just simply right click on the button and choose add to favorites. And I already have it in my favorites, so I just right clicked on it and I chose add to favorites. If you're using Mozilla Firefox, you're actually going to take this icon and you would drag it to the top bar here. So notice how I clicked here and I dragged it up here, because Firefox has what's called like a bookmarking toolbar, so you could actually take it and drag it up there. And so at this point then, the next step, what happens here is you're going to go, when you're ready to use OnlyWire, you're going to go find a post that you are interested in bookmarking. So let's just go back to the post that I just wanted to bookmark on my site here. And what I'm going to choose here, I'm using Internet Explorer for this example, is I just choose the favorites here, and I'm going to just scroll down, and it's going to say bookmark and share. So I just click on that. So notice I just went to my favorites, I chose bookmark and share, and now I just simply log into my accounts and I choose sign in. And what I'm going to do here is it's going to have all these different accounts checked right here. Okay, so all these accounts are checked, and I'm going to just put in my tag. I'm going to put in my notes, so okay. Notice there's my short description, and if I had already copied and pasted this beforehand, it would have gone a lot quicker, so that's why I recommend you do that. And then simply choose bookmark this page. And what's going to happen is it's going to go through the process, and it just bookmarked my site to several sites all at once. And so it's going to take you, just a few moments once all these accounts are set up, to when you add new content, to when you want to bookmark a new video, to when you want to bookmark a new press release. You notice how fast it can kind of make this thing work for you. And when you log into your account, it's going to see, so notice right here it's telling me that it's already been submitted to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sites really quickly. And if I were to refresh that, notice it shows up a few more. Now what happens here though is some of these sites are going to say to finalize the submission, and they want to take you through another step. So as an example here, let's just choose this one right here, one of the ones that says finalize. Now some of these are going to show up as failures, and even if your username and password are correct, they're going to fail from time to time for whatever reason. That site server's down, OnlyWire's having a hard time logging in. There's a good chance it could be your login details, so you might check that. But oftentimes you will get failure rates. Sometimes the same site will fail over and over. If that happens, I just check that account, and make sure you have your username and password right. But sometimes it'll be one site one time, the next time another site. So if you find one that keeps failing, you might go back and manually submit that. So keep that in mind. It is going to happen from time to time. These tools are free, just like any kind of software and web type program. They are human, and they will make errors from time to time. The humans created them, not the programs are human, but you get the idea. So notice here it took from my, I already pre-filled with all the information I already gave them. They just want me to go through more of a manual process to get it there. But they make it very, very easy to do so. So let's just choose submit. And let's make sure that internet is selected as well. Okay, so there's my categories. Now I just choose submit if I want to. And it's going through the process of submitting that, so it actually has been now submitted, and that was just by simply clicking on that little icon that asked me to finalize the link. So notice here I've got some accounts that I should probably go in and take a look at because they keep failing throughout. But notice now that says success, so I would go back to Digg, and I've already done this video to Digg today, so we don't need to worry about that. We go through and choose finalize if you have not already submitted there. So finalize will get you through the rest of the way. So now if I were to refresh again, notice here it'll pull in any more sites if any more of them have been submitted. So you're going to now see exactly how easy and simple that is. So now the next time you're ready to bookmark, you just either go to your top bar up here if you're in Firefox and click on it, or you go to your favorite tools. So that is step by step how you use the OnlyWire feature. So the next thing that we're going to do is move on to Web 2.0 properties, and we're going to spend about 30 minutes on that and then open up the lines for some more questions and answers. So let me just jump right back here to the presentation here for you guys. Here's a list of social bookmarking sites again, so you guys get these down. Let me make sure I have these. I'm going to pause for a moment and get a quick drink and let you guys get a break from writing, but here are the URLs you guys can write down. And these 4 sites here: Digg, Propeller, Mix, Reddit. Another one I should have added here was Delicious. That's another really good site. That's good as well. So, but here's a few more social bookmarking strategies before I jump right into Web 2.0 properties for you. Again, you might consider setting up multiple social bookmarking profiles, and that's just because you want to be doing a lot of bookmarking, like as you add new articles and things like that, like I'll talk about. You might ask friends to bookmark pages for you, and maybe you do the same thing for them. So kind of I help you, you help me, that kind of thing. It kind of helps, makes bookmarking look slightly more accurate in things, or more a little more kosher, because you're not just bookmarking all your own sites, so you might filter in some different sites as well into your account. Same thing is you want to also bookmark other sites as well. Maybe email your list if you happen to have a mailing list. Say, hey, I just wrote this great new article. If you like it, share it with your friends by bookmarking or something like that. Real casual. Don't ask them to. One thing to not do is don't do a competition. I've made that mistake. Learned my lesson. It was in the terms. I guess I violated them. But don't do a competition where you say, well, for everybody that bookmarks this, I'm going to give you a free PDF or a free report or a free consultation or whatever, because that's going to a surefire way to get you in trouble. So, but basically you can ask people to, because sometimes what happens with these bookmarking sites is people will vote on them. And so the more votes they get, the higher they will rank within those high traffic social bookmarking sites, which can be good for you. And some article ideas that do well as far as this kind of format goes, just kind of a natural flow as far as a lot of people voting up content, is things like, top 10 list, top 50 list, top 25 list. Those things kind of look like people put a lot of effort into it. If you can even do like an odd number, like 76 ways to earn money online, that might grab people's attention. Things like that, you can come up with some ideas there. Bookmark videos you submit, things like press releases, videos again, articles, and new blog posts, articles that you submitted to sites like Ezine Articles and Article Dashboard and stuff like that. Digg.com and a few other bookmarking sites won't accept Ezine Articles links just because they've been spammed. So you might consider, okay, so I've submitted my site to Go Articles, so I'll submit my link from goarticles.com, as well. So, but set up multiple profiles and do a lot of bookmarking, because it can be really effective for you as far as getting the fresh content indexed really quick, as far as getting you more exposure. It can build a few links into the different things, but it's also just another exposure tactic. That's really the core element there. And so when you have new keyword phrases to target and go after, do an additional bookmark. Bookmarking helps build backlinks, exposure, and helps get your new content indexed quickly. And building links to article, video sites, and Web 2.0 sites will help them rank as well, because what happens is a lot of these Web 2.0 properties, video sites, article directories, they're already considered high authority sites. And by you building a backlink into them from social bookmarking or another element, it will tell the search engines that there's more votes for that exact page, for that exact keyword phrase. And so that will potentially help your other Web 2.0 properties and things like that rank in the search engine. I've had this happen. I kind of coined the phrase, build links to your links. So you have backlinks going into your site, build links into the sites that are linking into your sites. So, for example, if you create, let's see, a great article and you have it posted on articledashboard.com or articlesbase.com, another article directory, and your article was done right, it has good keyword phrases, and you would go and bookmark that exact article, so do a bookmark on that exact article as an example. Or let's say you take example from the press release that you learned about in the previous lesson and you do a bookmark on your actual press release. That's another great example of how you can make that function for yourself. So now we're going to jump right into Web 2.0 properties. This is actually part one of at least one other one about Web 2.0 properties, because there are a lot of them to use, and I want to make sure I have time for questions at the end. So we're going to jump right into Web 2.0 properties here. So Web 2.0 sites are basically social type websites where most of the content is user generated, and you can leverage Web 2.0 properties for more backlinks, exposure, and traffic. There are many different Web 2.0 properties that you can leverage for more traffic. You simply add your content to them. And link to your website if applicable. So, a lot of these Web 2.0 sites, they're set up to where all their content is really user generated. So they don't have an in-house content development team, but they rely on people like yourself and a lot of other people that are out there creating content to submit, to these various sites. And a lot of them don't mind if you're adding backlinks back, because you're actually helping them by adding content. They get a lot of traffic by having more content, because really a basic thing of SEO, and just a quick SEO tip is, the more content, the good, more keyword-rich, relevant content you can add to your site, the better off you're going to do in the long run. It really comes down to being, simple in simple terms. That's kind of how it is. But you want to use your core keyword phrases as the title of these properties as well. Just like with everything else, focus on those core keyword phrases. So here is a few websites. 4 Web 2.0 sites I will show you and how to use include squidoo.com, hubpages.com, weebly.com, and issuu.com. That's a new one. So issuu.com you've probably never heard of before. So it's a really cool tool. But here's some 4 Web 2.0 properties I'll show you how to use right now. And I'm going to jump right in. It shouldn't take me too long, but we're going to just dive right in here and get to work. So first one we're going to go take a look at is squidoo.com. So let's just jump right in there. But you guys can take notes on these as I go over there to start working on Squidoo. So I'm just going to log in here or go over to squidoo.com, and we're going to set up a new account. Okay, so I'm over here on squidoo.com. Now, before you're ready to do anything with Web 2.0 properties, and I should have mentioned this in the slide here, but I will say it right now, you need to have an article of some sort ready to go. So you need to have an article that you're ready to submit, because otherwise it won't do you any good to have these Web 2.0 properties if you don't already have an article that you're ready to submit. So what I'm going to do here is go in and I'm going to set up some Web 2.0 properties. So here is an example of an article. So I've already got an article up. Easy, effective online marketing strategy helps you generate more leads. This is an article I wrote for a Chamber of Commerce newsletter. So I'm just going to modify this slightly so that the title has a better keyword phrase in there. So I'm going to show you really fast again, like I think I've showed you in every single video, the AdWords keyword tool. And again, the core thing there is keyword research is such an important element of any marketing campaigns. You want to make sure that you are utilizing it. So go click on Google AdWords. So we're going to open up the AdWords keyword tool here and do a quick look on some keyword phrases that might be good ones to target. Okay, so let's just log in here and find some good keyword phrases. So my article is about video marketing, so we could just type in video marketing right there and see what kind of keyword phrases that we get back to us. So I'm going to just do the get keyword ideas, look up real fast. I'm not really doing this one in depth, but here's some internet video marketing, music video marketing, videos marketing, business video marketing, Let's see here. Online video marketing. That's a pretty good one. Video search marketing. So let's try just online video marketing, and then let's just quickly go on over to google.com and do an all-in title search like I've taught you before as well. And we're going to see, okay, so that's got some competition there. So it's under 100,000. It's not going to be a very easy one to rank for. But another one was video search marketing, so we can see how that one looks. Video search, and that one had a decent amount of searches. So online video marketing is what we'll stick with. So let's just go with that one, online video marketing, because it had quite a bit more search volume. So I'm going to just jump right back over here to Squidoo now that we've determined the keyword phrase. So just choose now Start Building. When it's your first time there to Squidoo.com, just choose Start Building. So what you're going to do then is choose, either yes, I already have an account, or not yet, this is my first lens. So I'm going to choose not yet, this is my first lens, because I do have a Squidoo accounts, multiple accounts, but I'm going to show you how to set up your new one. So my lens is about online video marketing, and then go to step 2. And you want to get the word out about online video marketing, so now go to step 3. So the lens title here is online video marketing, and then I'm going to do 6 simple steps. And then when you pick your URL, you want to have your core keyword phrase in the URL that you choose, meaning the link. And you want to have the keyword phrases in there, and if you can, have them separated by dashes. So basically online dash video dash marketing. So weight dash loss dash articles, bird dash watching dash tips, whatever the keyword is. So online video marketing with dashes there. Go ahead and choose the topic. This would be related to business or even SEO and affiliate marketing. Your material should be G-rated. And it might tell me, bummer, that URL is already taken, so I'm going to just try another option. So if the dashes won't work, you could also try it with just without any dashes, or you could try, adding in the word 6 steps. Let me just add that in because that's part of my article. Or you could try online video marketing 1, 2, 3, article easy, online video marketing, whatever it is that makes it work. But you want to at least have your core keyword phrase somewhere in there. Now, I need to go back because it took off my nice little article title. So 6 simple steps. Online video marketing, 6 simple steps. Now choose go to step 4. Right here on step 4, the best keyword is online video marketing. So add more keywords. It might be internet, video, business, video marketing, and just video marketing. And just choose go to step 5. And you want to choose, it depends on how you want to do it. You could either donate your profits to a charity, because sometimes they will give you royalties for your different pages if you get a lot of traffic to them. It's not going to be a huge income thing, so but I do know some people that can make some money on it. But just choose I want some cash if you want. You can always change that. Now you're almost there. Keep it up. They keep you encouraged. Just put in your email address. So put in your PayPal there, your username. So for your username, you could just use, your website's name, for example. So I might use, let's just use my name here. Put in your real name or the pseudonym that you might be going under, if that's the case. Yes, you accept the terms of service after you've read them, of course. You don't have to get the lens of the day, but that's not a bad report to get, just because it could maybe tell you what some hot lenses are doing, so you maybe know what to do. Squidoo pages are called lenses, just so you know, in case you're wondering why they keep saying lens. You don't really need to worry about the newsletter unless you want to get it. They do have some good tips in there, so you might need that. So let me just put in that keyword and then choose done. Okay, somebody already has my username, it looks like. It might even be me. So let's just use a different name here, SEO counts. Let's just use the same password. Okay, so just choose done at that point. Okay, so what you're going to do now is you're now ready to start adding content to your Squidoo site, to your Squidoo lens or page. So what you're going to do then is under the introduction, what you want to do is go ahead and choose edit, and then your lens intro title is typically going to be something with your keyword phrase in it. It's kind of different. So 6 easy to follow video marketing strategies. And then the lens description, you could put in just a brief description, about your lens if you wanted to. So if you want to just type in, some core components of your lens, so you could just say just a brief summary of what you're going to cover. So the following is an easy to implement and simple strategy for getting more video marketing. Learn 6 easy steps Okay, so there's my lens description. It's just a short little description. You could also put in more content there if you want. That's advised, not it's not necessary by any means. And then just choose save. It does help if you offset things with like an image. So I'm going to go out and I'm going to grab like YouTube's logo as an example. Just for example's sake here. Or actually better yet, I'm going to just use my own picture, because that's going to build my credibility up. So I'm just going to use my picture, Paul Counts of Count. Okay, so I put my name in there so I can add in my picture. You don't have to use this could just be an image related to whatever service or whatever it is that you are offering. So I'm just going to go over to my pictures here. And then just choose upload photo. Okay, and then just choose save. Okay, so there's the picture, there's the strategies. Okay, now the next thing that you want to do is you want to go to the text module, because you're going to be using an actual, what you're going to be using is an actual article. So you want to take the text module and we want to move that up. So go right down here to where it says, add your blog there. You could just cancel that for right now. And notice that will knock that down. So now it says new text module. So you're just going to choose edit. Okay, and then now you're just going to put in something, simple video marketing how to. And you don't have to give it a subtitle, so here are the 6 steps. And enter your text below. So what I'm going to do then is come right over here, and I'm going to just grab all my text from my article. And I'm actually going to open this up in a notepad file, because I like to copy and paste from notepad. It's much easier. And it cleans up stuff like this, because you notice how it's all jumbled together here. And if you were to choose word wrap, each one of these lines is going to be a separate paragraph. So what I like to do is be able to easily break apart the paragraphs for people. So you're just going to highlight all that, copy it now, so it's going to go in a lot smoother. Otherwise it would have gone in very jumbled like that. So notice how much cleaner it goes in here. And now you're just going to choose save. And so notice how that functions. Now couple other things that you do want to do for this exact process is you want to put in an HTML search engine friendly anchor text link. So you need to go over to Google and type in HTML link code. I don't have that code memorized. I probably should by now. I use it all the time, but I still use these sites out there. Quackit's a good one, but you can just go to htmlcode.com and it will just highlight this. So basically you just highlight this code, so you can copy it and come right over here because you want to make your core keyword phrase, something that links off to your website. Plus you want to have a good call to action, as well for your links. So you might do something like, marketing your business online is absolutely free to implement and can help you make money online. So that's the keyword phrase that I'm going to link to my website with. So right here, when you take this URL code, when you're doing a custom URL, you're taking right where it says href equals, and between the quotes, you're actually going to put in your website URL. So it's http:// whatever website you are trying to promote and send people to. So paulcounts.com. And then between the A, so you're going to notice there's an A that starts this off and an A that closes that off. And after the URL, there's actually another little pointer angling to the right. Now this is the same code that you use when you're doing article marketing in your resource box, so keep that in mind. So your keyword phrase would go right in there. Now if you want to do something a little more special too, you could also highlight and make that stand out in bold, so your link stands out in bold. And you do that by simply doing caret to the left, the letter B, shift, caret to the right, and then you go to the end of the A and you do caret to the left. You do a /, which is on the key right next to your right shift key, and then you bold it, and then you're just going to, we're just going to put in that other bolded key there. And then you can highlight that same URL string, and you could use it as kind of like a call to action to get people to go onto your website again. So you can copy that, and then we can come on down here and say, here are the steps, boom, boom, boom. Okay. And now we say, let's put in our link there, and then let's change out the clickable part that says, for more, click here for more internet marketing tutorials. And then I'm just going to save that, and notice now that my link is now clickable. So now I have an anchor text search engine friendly link up there. So now I've got that module in there. The next module is they might ask you for Amazon. So if you had something to sell on Amazon, you could put that in there. Otherwise, I don't really worry about that. Maybe you have a Flickr account, so you could do something there. Or you have a YouTube video. Well, I actually have a YouTube video that corresponds with this. But if you don't, you could find a YouTube video related to your niche, because you want to add a few content modules on here. So I'm going to go to YouTube videos, and this is all just how you do squidoo.com. So I'm just going to go over here to YouTube, and we're going to choose, video marketing YouTube. So let's just grab a video. I'm just looking under my username for a particular video that I was going to use. But if I can't find it, I'm just going to use something different here. Okay, so let's just jump right over here to another video. So let's just grab this video here, new free keyword research video. So I'm just going to click on that, and video marketing YouTube videos. and you don't have to put in a subtitle or description. It's going to say select your videos. You could either have YouTube pick or you could pick. So I'm going to choose let me pick, and then I'm going to choose show full size video, or you could show the thumbnail video, so you could show 3 videos, but I'm going to just show 1 video. So I'm going to just open up my video here. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to go right over here to where it says enter YouTube video URL, and then I'm going to hit save. So notice now that brings up my nice little YouTube video right there that integrates quite nicely with all this. So the next thing you're going to do is, you want the guest book one to show up. Now where it says new delicious bookmarks, you could edit those. You could actually take bookmarks by username if you wanted to, and you could enter your Delicious account, your URL. Delicious is a social bookmarking site. So let's just do here, how many bookmarks would you like to show? Maybe it's just 5. You could also choose show popular bookmarks. I'm going to just choose the ones from my account. So notice now it's pulling these videos directly from my account. So now it's linking directly into all these pages that I've linked into. So now here's another little feature here. If you want to do Google blog search and you wanted to pull in more relevant content related to your topic, so maybe it's more content related to video marketing, so you could type in video marketing, and then you could just type, do search for blogs, number of posts to display, let's say it's 3, how much to display, let's say headline and abstract to add content, and you want it to update every day, and then just use save. And that's going to just pull in these new articles every single day, so it's going to add some fresh content here. Now if you want to add in another module, what you want to do is you can come right up here, and maybe you want to add in a new text module at the end, or you want to browse all modules. There's a module on here that I would recommend that you add, and that is the RSS one, because you want to grab your RSS feed from your blog if you can. So you want to just choose that little green button and add that one. And let's see here, you also want to take this link list one as well, and just choose done adding. And then you can scroll on down here, and new RSS, add your blog, just choose edit, and you're going to new RSS, you could call this a keyword phrase. I'm going to call it internet marketing blog. And what URL would you like to pull from? So put in your URL. How many headlines would you like to display? I'm going to just choose 5. And would you like an excerpt? I will put excerpt 100 characters. And then how frequently should this be displayed? I would say every other day. And would you like to be HTML friendly? I'd say yes. And then I'm going to just choose save. And this is pulling my RSS feed from my actual blog. So now they can link into my blog. So now you can really see how powerful this is becoming. So now under link list here, type or paste your link here. So let's just put in my link. And I'm linking into my blog. You could also link in to your video if you wanted to. So let's just, add in another link. And name this link. That's where you want to put in your core keyword phrase. Okay, then we're going to just save both of those. Next thing you want to do is scroll all the way down. And it looks like they want me to add in a description, so that's what I'm going to do. So learn some inside tips to make more money online. And then I'm going to add in more description for my other one here and say learn some powerful SEO and website marketing strategies. Okay, now I'm going to choose save and close out that module. And notice now these are linking right into my sites with good core anchor text friendly links. So the next thing is, if you want to go in and say you want to reorder these. So say you want to reorder these different modules. So let's say I want to bring my RSS feed up there. I would just click right here, and I can just drag it up there to where I want it to go. So I like my RSS feed up higher. I might like the guest book down lower. I want my links up here, my delicious bookmarks after that. Amazon voting, I don't really need that one, so I'm just going to delete that. And so at this point, you should have a nice, clean page set up with some good, solid content on it that's fresh and that's upgrading. And so I need to go back and reorder this though, because I did not hit apply. So I'm just going to be simply dragging this up here. So there's the RSS feed from my blog. And my link list, I want it up here. And I want my guest book down at the bottom. And then I'm going to just choose apply. Okay, so now that I've applied this, notice where my RSS feed is showing up. So at this point, my blog, it is all completed. Now, one other thing you want to do is under your bio, you want to make sure you put in a bio. So, so Paul Counts is a full-time internet marketer. Okay, now just choose save. Your photo, you could add in your photo. I already have my photo there, so I don't need to worry about that. And when you're done, just choose publish. And the reason you want to have all these modules, or quite a few of them, is because that's going to make sure that it gets published. So you just publish your first lens ever. That's a special one. Here are 3 things you might like to know as you get going. So now you could actually already Twitter your lens. You could sign up for the lens of the day. If you're on Facebook, you could brag about it. So I'm just going to choose tweet it, and right away send an update to Twitter. But I have not set up my Twitter account, so if you had set up your Twitter account for your profile, it would automatically go through there. So there you have it. So what you're going to do then is you can go ahead and log in. So you can just choose view this lens if you want to see it live. And now your lens is going to be live and ready to roll. So 6 easy video marketing strategies. There it all is. There's the links to my site. My RSS feed is actually pulling in. It might take it a little bit. So these are all articles people could go to on my site. If you don't have a blog, you could just feed in a blog from somebody else with a relevant blog, because that will help add relevant content. And you want to just try to keep your links at the top. And these Squidoo pages themselves can rank along with getting special backlinks to you. So that's the ins and outs of setting up a really good Squidoo lens. Now, one final little step that you could do is remember this little icon over here. I'm going to bookmark and share this. So I'm going to just log into my account right here. And online video marketing. So video marketing. So notice how I'm just leveraging what I just taught you how to do. And then just choose bookmark this page, and it will allow just a few minutes for that. And the final thing to do is go over to pingomatic.com, and this is going to help the search engines pick up this content. So by bookmarking this and doing the Pingomatic thing, now I have the search engine spiders coming to this page really quickly. So for the page, you're just going to copy and paste the entire URL up here and ping that, paste that in there, and then choose check all services and choose send ping. So now I've created my Squidoo lens and I have pinged it out there for you to go see. So the next site that we're going to take a look at is hubpages.com, and just so you know, Squidoo.com takes the most time when you're first setting that one up. So I'm going to take you over to Squidoo.com, or excuse me, to hubpages.com. And I'm probably going to have to hold off on the other 2 sites, Weebly and Issuu.com, until next week. So I'm actually going to show you those ones next week, just so you guys are aware of that. So you've successfully signed out of your account. Okay, so I'm logging into my account here. Here's Hub Pages. when you're new to Hub Pages, you just choose Sign Up Now, and you put in a username that you'd like to go with, an email, and a password, and then you just choose Create Your Account. But I already have an account here. Their process is not as complicated as Digswhat or as Social Squidoo, or it takes as long, I should say. We're going to just come right over here and say Start a New Hub. So choose your title. We're just going to select Online Video Marketing 6 Simple Steps. And what you're going to do here is just take that information. Now, we're not actually running the risk of duplicate content. I know that might be something going through your head right now. And that is basically because duplicate content is actually a myth. Duplicate content exists when you're putting the same article on the same topic on the same site over and over and over. So that basically means if you took this article and you submitted it on 5 different hubs or 5 different Squidoo lenses or 5 times on your own blog, then that would be duplicate content. But when you're actually doing it on your own site, you would want to redo the article and rechange the article before you put it on your site. It will still add value to your blog or site, but it's oftentimes best to just have unique content. But you're just going to choose a category here, and you want to just choose a starting layout to work with. And I'm going to just choose text, and then you want to add 2 tags. So we're just going to choose video marketing and internet marketing, and we could choose online marketing and website marketing. And notice as you add them, it keeps adding more tabs. So you can just choose continue. They're going to say original content is rewarded with higher hub score. So if you do want to get a higher hub score by them, then you could use your own article, but you obviously want to use your own content there. No deception. So your title tags must match what is there. Make sure you're following these, and then put in the information here that because they're preventing spammers, and then choose continue. Okay, so we've got our module here, online video marketing. Business, this would be more like marketing and sales. Choose optional, so it could go under web-based marketing. So it depends on how you want the ads to show up. You will actually get paid for the advertisements. So right here you've got your text modules, and where it says text, it says click to edit. So you choose this little edit button right here. Excuse me. So I'm going to actually go to this one first and choose edit, and we're going to say 6 simple and what you're going to do here is come right over here to the content right here, oops, okay, so here's our content. Here are the steps, free to implement, and a great way to make money online. So that's going to be our core keyword phrase again, make money online. So notice how this one's a little easier. You don't have to know HTML code. So you just highlight the code right there. You just highlight the word, and choose insert link. So choose that little link button and type in your link right there. And you could interlink to another hub page if you had one as well. So that's another option. So you could say, click here for more free internet marketing articles. And if you want to bold anything, you just hit B, just like you're using like Microsoft Word. And so I'm just going to link up that word right to my blog again. And choose insert. And then just choose save changes. And notice how that all displays right in there. Now if I wanted to highlight the step 1 and all that so they stood out more, I would just go up here to edit, and I can just scroll on down here and highlight each and every one of those. So I'm going to just, step 1, we're going to make that bold. Step 2, let's make that bold. and you should start seeing the example here. So it's just hitting the B again, just like you're using Microsoft Word, just like your Outlook email program, whatever it is that you use. So we're just going to highlight each and every one of these and bold those, and let's bold that, and then choose Save Changes. Always make sure you save the changes for those modules. Okay, so now let's scroll on down here, and here is another module. If you wanted to add in a photo, you could do that. So just choose Edit, and you could actually throw in your picture if you wanted to. I'm going to just choose Discard Changes, and you could just hit this little red X if you want to delete that capsule. Comments, you can keep that open as well. And if you want to add in more modules to the right side here, like let's say you want to add in the RSS module, and let's say you want to add in the links module. All you do is you just simply click on them, and let's say you want to add in a video. So let's just add in those core elements here. So here's the RSS module. Functions very similar to the Squidoo one. So we're just going to say Internet Marketing or Make Money Online RSS feed. Let's say Internet Marketing RSS feed. And type in your feed URL, which if you're using WordPress, your RSS feed is going to be yourdomainname.com/feed. And just choose a maximum, shorten description, and then choose Preview RSS. So there it is, and then choose Save. So the RSS feed is now working. The link module, Internet. So just type in your link. And it's going to say the title tag, so you could actually fix that to the core title tag that you want to work with. And then you can add in another link as well. So I'm just going to add in one more link. And it automatically is pulling from your title tag. So again, if you use good title tags, you shouldn't have a problem. So, but let's just choose this one, free private label rights ebook, and let's choose test link, and hit done, and then just choose Save Changes there. And so notice now we've got nice links right there. And finally, we're on to the video module, which is very simple. There's a module we don't want, so we hit the X. Here is the video. So I'm going to just choose the video URL, so we could go right back over here to YouTube, and we can find a random video that we've created or one on internet marketing. Okay, so there's our link, preview video, and if all looks good, just hit save. And then now the next thing you're going to do is come all the way up to the top here, and you're going to choose publish. And it will take just a moment to publish out there. And it looks like it went through okay. So you could tweet this if you wanted to, or you could use Start a New Hub. I would recommend that you do a Twitter post on it, because what that's going to do is help the search engine start indexing it and finding it. So you could use the tweet this option, because that would actually start getting that picked up and indexed. So there it is. Now again, you would just go right on over to Pingomatic.com, and you could just ping this post as well if you wanted to. So there's everything. There's the video. There's how it all functions. So that's how you use hubpages.com now as well. So I'm going to jump back over here to the slide here, and we're going to close this thing out. So Squidoo.com and hubpages.com, I was able to show you how to use both of those. Weebly.com and issue.com, I'm going to hold off on those until probably 2 more weeks when we go back over some additional Web 2.0 properties. Those ones are important, but we can hold off on those for right now.